Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 15-18. Master Tu was pleased with himself, especially when he saw Lu Yin's defeated expression. This had been his dream for many years, and even though it was a fake, it was enough. He wouldn't have dared to challenge the real Lu Yin. "What's your name? Where are you from?" Lu Yin frowned. "Long 7, from the Lianshan branch of the White Dragon clan." "You're from the White Dragon clan?" Master Tu was stunned, and his expression turned ugly. Uncle He's expression turned ugly as well. Master Tu's smug expression turned gloomy, and he glared at Lu Yin with killing intent. "White Dragon clan member, you don't even have the right to look like this." Lu Yin clenched his fists. "What did you say?" Uncle He's attitude changed as well, and he looked at Lu Yin with hostility. At this time, Hondo, Che Zhan, and Mr. Guo arrived. Lu Yin's residence had been rather noisy the previous day, but they hadn't paid much attention to it because they had seen Lu Yin violently beating someone up. Today, however, the troublemaker had come again. Master Tu stared at Lu Yin's face and spat, "Disgusting, I'll skin you alive one day." He then left without looking back. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes and stared at Uncle He. "What's the meaning of this?" "Sorry for the disturbance," Uncle He said indifferently before leaving as well. Che Zhan was puzzled. "Who are those two?" Lu Yin shook his head. "I don't know, they're crazy." "That person. Could it be Senior He?" Mr. Guo asked hesitantly as he watched Uncle He leave. Everyone looked at him. "You know him. That person is called Uncle He." Mr. Guo was excited. "It really is Senior He. You know him." Che Zhan was puzzled. Mr. Guo replied, "He's from the Qiming family." "The Qiming family?" Che Zhan, Hondo, and Old Mother East Mountain all exclaimed. Lu Yin was confused. "What Qiming family? You don't know?" They were even more shocked. Lu Yin shrugged. "I grew up in Lianshan and never left. The first time I left was during Long Shi's selection." Mr. Guo looked at Lu Yin. Long 7 respects Zhou Tang and the Lu family very much. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he replied solemnly, very respectfully. Mr. Guo nodded and sighed. Back then, the Lu family was the ruler of the top world. Now, the four-way scale can only stay in the middle world. However, back then, the Lu family wasn't the only one in the top world. There were also vassal clans of the Lu family, such as the Wandao clan and the Qiming clan. That person was an expert from the Qiming clan. If it really is him, then that man might be an important figure from the Qiming clan. From the Qiming family. Before he came to the remnant army, he had heard that there were remnant ministers of the Lu clan here. After he arrived here, he didn't specifically search for them because he was worried that he would be monitored by a half-martial ancestor. He didn't expect that they would be right in front of him. Were those two remnant ministers of the Lu clan? No wonder her attitude changed so drastically when she heard that he was a member of the White Dragon clan. In an instant, Lu Yin's attitude towards the two changed completely, and he subconsciously looked in their direction. Those two people were his family. "Brother Long Qi, do you know the name of the younger one?" Mr. Guo asked. Lu Yin answered, "Uncle He calls him Young Master Tuesday." Mr. Guo trembled in disbelief. "Tu Qiming?" Hung was astonished. The young master of the Qiming family who was exceptionally talented back then. How is that possible? Did you hear wrongly? Uncle He calls him Young Master too. Mr. Guo confirmed again and stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. Lu Yin confirmed, "That's right. It's Young Master Tuesday." Old Mother East Mountain muttered, "It's actually Tu Qiming. How can this be? Even though I rarely come out, I've heard of him." Back then, the 7 heroes of the top realm dominated the universe. If Tu Qiming wasn't so young and his cultivation level wasn't too far off, it said that he was most likely the 8th hero. He's already been acknowledged by the young master of the Lu clan. Lu Yin's finger moved. 7 heroes. A ball of paper appeared in his mind. On it were the palms of the 7 sworn brothers and the vague vows. 3rd brother, you're the youngest. From now on, you're 7th brother. Come, greet your brothers and sisters. Hello, eldest sister, 2nd brother, 3rd brother, 4th sister, 5th brother, 6th sister. Little 7, be good. If anyone bullies you in the future, we'll stand up for you. We'll call you Little 7 from now on. Little 7, are you happy? With so many brothers and sisters doting on you, no one will dare to bully you. Your brothers and sisters will protect you. Little 7, your brothers and sisters will protect you. Lu Yin's head started to hurt again. Blurry faces appeared one after another, giving him a splitting headache. He couldn't help but squat down, his eyes turning red from the grief that came from the bottom of his heart. The people around him were shocked. Brother Long Qi, what's wrong? Brother Long Qi. Lu Yin propped himself up with one hand and gasped for breath. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead, and his vision blurred. The resolute vows still rang in his ears. It took him a while to recover. Mr. Guo looked at his pupils. Are you still recovering from your injuries? Lu Yin panted, it's fine. It's an old problem. Mr. Guo solemnly said, if there's a problem, then treat it quickly. Something's wrong with your cultivation. Lu Yin nodded, don't worry, I know what's wrong. He then asked, who are the 7 heroes? When he mentioned this, the others consciously kept quiet. Che Zhan patted Lu Yin's shoulder, Brother Long Qi, there are some things that can't be said. There's a pair of eyes watching us, and some names will bring disaster upon us. With that, he left. Mr. Guo, Hondo, and Old Mother East Mountain did the same and slowly left. However, Mr. Guo left in a different direction. He went to Uncle He's place. On the other side, young Master Tu's face was gloomy as he cursed incessantly. Uncle He followed behind him. Young Master Tu's face was sinister. How can a white dragon look like that? That face can only belong to one person. How can he? How can he? Uncle He looked at him. At most, he looks 40% like him. That won't do. Not even one. Young Master Tu roared. Uncle He sighed. A voice came from outside. Guahai of the Myriad Daos clan requests an audience with Senior He. Young Master Tu and Uncle He were stunned, but they quickly stood up and looked at each other. The Myriad Daos clan. Uncle He hurriedly walked out and saw Mr. Guo. He frowned, aren't you that white dragon brat's subordinate? Mr. Guo respectfully replied, Teacher Guahai of the Myriad Daos clan greets Senior He. We've met before at the food paradise. Uncle He stared at Mr. Guo and suddenly realized, I remember now. You and I both contributed to the construction of the food paradise. I've seen you before. The food paradise. The Lu family's island that's filled with food. That's where I often go, young Master Tu interrupted. He then stared at Mr. Guo with a piercing gaze, since you're from the Myriad Daos clan, why are you with the white dragon brat? Did you betray us? Uncle He stared at Mr. Guo as well. It wasn't that there hadn't been any traitors from the Lu family who had tried to persuade them. If this person was the same, Uncle He wouldn't mind exterminating him. In any case, it was normal for anyone to die in the army, and no one would care. Mr. Guo looked at young Master Tu excitedly. You really are young Master Tu from the Qiming clan. Only he can go to the food paradise so often. Young Master Tu was impatient. Answer my question first. Why are you with that white dragon brat? Let's talk inside, uncle, he said. Mr. Guo followed them inside. An hour later, young Master Tu was shocked. There's such a person. He didn't hesitate to offend the four-direction scales just to expose Redback. He even lured a few half-ancestors here. Mr. Guo smiled. Long 7 is that kind of person. He's close to the Lu family, and he only fell because of Zhou Tang. He hates the four-direction scales hegemony, so he saved all of us. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have survived. Uncle, he was shocked. He's considered a legend. I don't believe it. The four-direction scales are all traitors. How old is Long 7? He hasn't experienced the Lu family's glory, and he hasn't received any education since he was young. How could someone like him be close to the Lu family? He doesn't even know anything about the Lu family, young Master Tu said angrily. Uncle, he looked at him. You forgot about fourth. Young Master Tu trembled, but his expression gradually calmed down. Fourth sister is different. Mr. Guo sighed. Every race has bad people and good people. Light and darkness always coexist. We've observed Long 7 for a long time and confirmed that he's different from the current four-direction scales. Otherwise, we wouldn't have gotten close to him. He then smiled bitterly. Also, with our identities, why would the White Dragon race go through so much trouble to trick us? The true core members have long since disappeared with the Lu family. We're just remnants of the Lu family. Uncle, he retracted his gaze and reminisced. Actually, sometimes I want to go with the Lu family rather than stay in this part of the universe and be mocked by others. Young Master Tu's expression was gloomy as he slowly walked out. Mr. Guo was curious. Why is young Master Tu like this? Back then, his innate gift shook the universe, and it was said that he could have become the 8th hero when he was older. What happened to him now? Uncle, his expression was sorrowful. His innate gift has been crippled. Mr. Guo's eyes narrowed. Who did it? Uncle, he clenched his fists. Who else? Mr. Guo slammed his fist on the ground. He was a refined teacher, but when that person was mentioned, he couldn't help but become furious. If I could, I'd kill her with my own hands. Uncle, he clenched his fists so tightly that they were trembling. Not only has young Master's innate gift been crippled, but he also has to endure mental torture every month. That kind of torture would drive even an emissary crazy, but young Master persevered and had to endure it once a month. That kind of torture is 10,000 times more painful than death. Sometimes, I really want to end young Master's life with my own hands, but young Master still wants to live. Mr. Guo closed his eyes, hiding the pain deep within them. Is there really hope? Uncle, he said in a low voice, there will be if he lives, but there will be nothing if he dies. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1519. Uncle, he looked at Mr. Guo's back with a complicated expression. Waiting for death is more painful than dying, but it's also a glimmer of hope. So many Lu family members are waiting for this glimmer of hope. Who can step forward? 2 days later, Mr. Guo found Lu Yin. Brother Long Qi, thank you so much. If not for you, I wouldn't have been able to meet my family's seniors. Lu Yin was puzzled. What family's seniors? Mr. Guo replied, I'm a teacher from the Myriad Daos family, and there are seniors from my family in this army. Lu Yin was shocked, as another Lu family member had been sent to the border. Mr. Guo, this isn't a good thing. This is a new continent, Lu Yin reminded him. Mr. Guo sighed. I thought that they had all passed away, but who would have thought that they would still be alive? That's enough. Lu Yin could sense that Mr. Guo had been suppressing his emotions for too long and wanted to find someone to vent. Lu Yin was a good listener. Mr. Guo spoke for half a day, and Lu Yin gradually understood that there were more than 1 or 2 Lu family members in this army. The Myriad Daos family and the Chiming family both had quite a few people in the army, which was why Mr. Gua had been able to occupy such a high position. The two half-ancestors did not care. Aside from the Liu family members, there were also people who had committed crimes in the cosmic tree domain or offended the four cardinal scales. These people had nothing to do with the Liu family members, and they even competed with each other for positions in the folded mountain range. However, the Liu family members were still the most powerful. Liu Yin also learned that the person who was second only to the two half-ancestors in the army was someone called Big Sister Rakshasa. She was not from the cosmic tree domain, and no one knew where she had come from. All they knew was that she was from a parallel universe. As for why she had been sent to the army, Mr. Gua did not ask because the senior he had asked did not know either. 2 days later, Liu Yin walked out of his resting area and looked up to see young Master Tu chewing on a blade of grass in boredom. His carefree expression made him look like he deserved a beating. Young Master Tu spat when he saw Liu Yin and looked in another direction. Liu Yin was speechless, as he wanted to smash this bastard to death. Liu Yin leaped out and observed the folded mountain range from above. Young Master Tu spoke up. That's right. Living is too painful, so it's better to die. Fly higher. The higher you fly, the more those monsters will be able to see you. I'll reward you with an attack. Liu Yin landed. Thanks for the reminder. Remind your grandma. Young Master Tu was unhappy and turned to leave. Liu Yin frowned. This guy's mouth was really annoying. He had just been observing the sourcebox array. The folded mountain range also had a sourcebox array, but it had long since fallen into disrepair. Coincidentally, he was very familiar with this sourcebox array, as it was none other than Yuan Jue. The sourcebox array at the second base was a source all, and the sourcebox array at Xiang City was also a source all. The sourcebox array at the folded mountain range was also a source all. It seemed like this sourcebox array was the most widely used sourcebox array. Back then, Master Zhan had said that he was the only one who could fix it, which was utter nonsense. He wanted to fix the original cone nail now. He was idle anyway. Fixing the original cone nail was also a meritorious deed. He raised his head and looked around. He didn't know when the large-scale battle would stop. Once it stopped, Xia Yan would probably send someone to bring him back. There was not much time left in the folded mountain range. The folded mountain range's sourcebox array was about the same size as the second array base's headquarters, and its power was enough to strike fear into an emissary's heart. It could even threaten an expert who had undergone several origin tribulations. The damage to the sourcebox array was even more severe than the second base's, and several of the cone-shaped sourceboxes had been left to the side. No one cared about them, and naturally, no one dared to approach them. Liu Yin arrived near one of the cone-shaped sourceboxes. 1,000 meters away, quite a few cultivators poked their heads out to take a look. Someone reminded him, "Bro, don't move around. That thing doesn't differentiate between friend and foe." Liu Yin looked over. Is no one planning to fix it? With this sourcebox array, the folded mountain range will be safer. Fix it my ass. Which lockbreaker would be willing to come here? It's been many years since a lockbreaker has appeared. Just don't go near it, someone replied. Liu Yin looked at the cone-shaped sourceboxes. Although they were all cone-shaped, each sourcebox had a different danger zone. There were no identical sourceboxes in the universe, and there were no identical danger zones. However, through combining them, one could set up an identical sourcebox array. The only difference was that the array's power would be different. Liu Yin knew that he did not have the ability to perfectly set up a source all, but he could still find a way to fix it. He had done so back at the second base's headquarters. Atop the mountain range, young Master Tu looked down and watched as Liu Yin stepped into the sourcebox's danger zone. This guy really is an origin array master. He fixed the red light, and now he wants to fix the source all. Young Master 2 was not the only one, as Lu Yin's actions attracted quite a few people's attention. Even half-ancestors Ji Feng and Flowing Flower, who were at the peak of the mountain range, looked over. Half-ancestors only had a high cultivation, but they might not be able to unlock a source box, let alone set up a source box array. They also hoped that Lu Yin could fix the source all, but they did not expect the higher-ups to send an origin array master. Any origin array master was precious, and even if they had committed a grave crime, they would not be exiled to the remnant army. No one disturbed Lu Yin. After Lu Yin stepped into the cone-shaped sourcebox's danger zone without causing too much of a commotion, many held out hope that Lu Yin could fix it. Che Zhan and the others were very confident in Lu Yin. The battle above continued, and corpses fell from time to time. Lu Yin had already gathered all of the cone-shaped sourceboxes, and he spent his days researching and repairing them. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. The war on the other side of the battlefield lasted for a long time, especially a large-scale war like this one. Once it started, it would not end so easily. Lu Yin did not know how long it would take. Xiang Ho had left Xiang City once again to participate in the war, but he could return at any time. Xiang City's geographical location was very important. While Lu Yin repaired the sourcebox array, Young Master 2 spouted nonsense to the side. Young Master 2 did not like Lu Yin at all, but he kept staring at Lu Yin as if he wanted to beat Lu Yin up. 10 days later, Lu Yin fulfilled Young Master 2's wish. "Come, let's have a duel if you have the ability," Young Master 2 taunted. A swelling appeared on his head, which caused him to feel like his head was about to split apart. The mental torture caused him to see illusions, especially when he saw Lu Yin. He even thought that Lu Yin was the same person from before. Whoever's scared is a coward. I can call you boss, but I want to be the 8th hero. I want to dominate the astral tree galaxy. Young Master 2 screamed, his eyes bloodshot. He had already gone mad. No one could endure such torture, and the only thing he could guarantee was that he would survive. Lu Yin punched Young Master 2, causing him to bend over. His expression was calm as he grabbed Young Master 2's shoulder and whispered, "Who am I?" Young Master 2's face was bruised and swollen, but Lu Yin was not as ruthless as he had been the first time. Lu Yin knew that Young Master 2 was a remnant of the Lu family, and he had also learned about Young Master 2's situation from Mr. Gua. Thus, he did not go easy on Young Master 2 either. Young Master 2's mental torture could be alleviated by physical pain. Young Master 2 clearly thought of Lu Yin as someone else, and he would rather be beaten up by that person. "Lu, Boss Lu. What's your name?" Lu Yin asked anxiously when he saw Uncle He arrive. Young Master 2's voice was hoarse. "Lu, Bastard Lu." Lu Yin was speechless. Young Master 2 had probably beaten up a lot of people in the past. Uncle He arrived and took Young Master 2's day. He nodded to Lu Yin. "Sorry for the trouble." He then carried Young Master 2 away. Lu Yin was depressed. Young Master 2 was definitely an old friend of his, and Lu Yin himself was old 7 Lu. This person had called him boss and was willing to endure the mental torture once a month just to wait for the Lu family's return. This was righteousness and loyalty, and it was a heavy bond with Luotian. Similarly, this sense of loyalty and righteousness was equally heavy. There were clearly many surviving members of the Lu family, and how many of them were waiting for him and the Lu family to return. Lu Yin looked up at the second formation base, and his gaze seemed to pierce through the second formation base and the realm of trees to see the 4 cardinal scales. He would definitely do everything in his power to allow the Lu family to return to the astral tree realm. Even if that Lu family was no more, he would create a new one and bring back all of the surviving members of the Lu family. Just wait a little longer. I'll return this pain to the 4 cardinal scales 100-fold, Lu Yin muttered to himself. He set aside his heavy heart and continued to repair the cone. The next day, young Master Tu came again with the same annoying look. He would taunt Lu Yin from time to time, and whenever Lu Yin showed even the slightest bit of displeasure, he would challenge Lu Yin to a duel the following month. Brother Long Qi, don't hit him too hard, Mr. Guo reminded him, afraid that Lu Yin would beat young Master Tu to death. Lu Yin asked, what was his innate gift in the past? Mr. Guo felt that it was a pity. Why bring up the past? There's no way to restore it. Lu Yin asked casually, but his gaze was serious. Mr. Guo shook his head. There's no way. I don't even know how to cripple someone's innate gift, let alone restore it. Perhaps a progenitor will have a way. Lu Yin nodded. The cone was almost done repairing. A few days later, the second formation base's rotating gears slowly stopped as the people in the folded mountain range looked up. The war was over. This large-scale battle had not lasted for very long, but there were many casualties. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1520. Lu Yin also saw the senior from the myriad Daos family that Mr. Guo had mentioned take action. His name was Wan Sen, and he was a 4th tribulation origin expert. Zhou Tang had also recovered. Lu Yin hadn't seen him in a while, but at this moment, as the void distorted and boiled, Sengoku's 100-mile Sengoku appeared at his peak and was invincible. Zhou Tang's cultivation wasn't as high as Wan Sen's, and he definitely couldn't compare to Big Sis Rakshas's. However, Sengoku's aura was the strongest, and his invincible battle force made him the most eye-catching expert on the battlefield. Because of this, he attracted the attacks of several envoy-level corpse kings. One of them was even at the 5th tribulation origin stage, and it sent Zhou Tang flying with a single attack. Fortunately, Zhou Tang's battle force was strong enough that he didn't die. The corpse king was stopped by Wan Senator. Although Wan Sen's cultivation was slightly weaker than the corpse king's, his battle techniques were not weak at all. In fact, from what Lu Yin could see, Wan Sen's battle techniques were several times stronger than the 4 cardinal scales. Hey, are you just going to hide here and not participate? You only have the ability to beat me up. Come on, whoever's scared is a coward. Young Tu jumped up and taunted Lu Yin. Lu Yin frowned and pressed a hand against the ground, causing the cone-shaped sourcebox to rise into the air. Success! He waved his hand, and the cone-shaped sourceboxes might erupted and swept across the folded mountain range battlefield. Countless corpse kings were pierced by it, and even the 5th tribulation origin stage corpse king that Wan Sen was fighting was struck by it and forced back several steps. Many of the corpse kings looked up and saw Lu Yin controlling the cone-shaped sourcebox. An envoy-level corpse king roared and 2 wings appeared on its back. It flapped once, causing a strange blue flame to descend from the void. This was an innate gift. Lu Yin tossed young Tu away and faced the blue flame head-on. He had the cloud lattice robe, so this flame couldn't hurt him at all. He raised a hand and unleashed an empty palm strike. The empty palm strike forced the envoy-level corpse king back. Lu Yin leaped up and charged in a certain direction, where there was a red glow. He wanted to activate both sourcebox arrays, and his defensive power would surpass the second base's headquarters. The winged emissary corpse king was extremely fast, catching up to Lu Yin in the blink of an eye and swiping at him with its claws. Although this corpse king was not as fast as the fastest corpse king that Lu Yin had fought before, it was not much slower. Zhou Tang, Mr. Guo, and the others could not do anything to it. Even the emissaries in the remnant army could not catch up to it. Lu Yin used his greater teleportation array to dodge, but the winged corpse king's claws tore through the void and swiped horizontally at him. He took out the spear that he had obtained from Long Tian, and the body of the spear was wrapped in a gelatinous substance. This was how he had been able to defeat the corpse king that had been faster than him, and now, he was going to use the same method against this corpse king. A huge force came from the side, and Lu Yin was unable to react in time. He was knocked to the ground by the winged corpse king, and the winged corpse king landed heavily. Lu Yin was surrounded by the earth, and if the winged corpse king wanted to attack him, it would usually attack from above. Lu Yin directly raised his spear to block above his head. Just as he raised his spear, the winged corpse king appeared and crushed him into the mountain range. In the distance, Young Tu was shocked. Uncle He, save him. On the other side, Uncle He was about to act when the green gelatinous substance wrapped around the winged corpse king's arm. Lu Yin dragged the corpse king out, completely unscathed. Uncle He was shocked, but Young Tu was even more shocked. He recalled what Uncle He had said before, this kid was quite powerful. The winged corpse king was fast, but it did not have much strength. Once it was entangled by the green gelatinous substance, it would not be able to escape. Lu Yin took advantage of this opportunity to drag it back to the source cone. A cone-shaped source box swept out and slammed into the winged corpse king's back. The corpse king roared, and its scarlet eyes were less than 3 meters away from Lu Yin. The deathly stillness was chilling. Finally, there was a thump as the cone-shaped source box pierced through the corpse king's chest and tore it apart. Lu Yin put away his spear and continued towards the red light. Not long after, the red light swept across the other side of the mountain range and slaughtered the corpse king. The 2 source box arrays completely suppressed the corpse king's attack. Even Xiang Ho's attention was drawn, and he was enraged. Is that kid new? Across from him, half-ancestor Ji Feng and half-ancestor Flowflower stared warily at Xiang Ho. Although they were all half-ancestors, there was still a difference in strength between them. The 2 of them had not even cultivated for a fraction of the time that Xiang Ho had. The Eternal's 12 marquises had cultivated for roughly the same amount of time as progenitors. In particular, corpse kings had an advantage against humans of the same level. You've just started a huge battle, and now you're attacking my folded mountain range. Xiang Ho, you really do have energy, half-ancestor Ji Feng said. Xiang Ho sneered. We don't need energy, but you humans do. That's why you lost. Energy, time, pain, emotions, all of these are the reasons why you lost. Which eye of yours saw us lose? If it weren't for the fact that you monsters had greatly increased in numbers a few years ago, our battle would have been about the same. You wouldn't have been able to boast so shamelessly, half-ancestor Flowflower mocked. Xiang Ho glanced at the 2 of them, the 2 of you are fighting me alone. What's there to be proud of? It won't be long before I break through your inner worlds. Do you want to stay here or run back to the starry sky of trees like those cowards from before? Ha ha ha. Half-ancestor Ji Feng and Flowflower looked at each other, and their eyes grew even more vigilant. How about this? Why don't I bring you 2 back and reform you? That way, we'll have 2 more experts. Xiang Ho suddenly changed the topic and then raised his head. Come on out. What are you waiting for? Half-ancestor Ji Feng and Flowflower were stunned. The top of their heads tore open as green bamboo fell from the sky, from the ground, and from nothingness. In the blink of an eye, nearly 1 million people had been killed, and rivers of blood had formed. Atop the folded mountain range, Lu Yin was shaken. Marquis Green Bamboo. Why had he appeared? Only the 2 half-ancestors could deal with Xiang Ho in the folded mountain range. Now that Marquis Green Bamboo had appeared, the situation had instantly reversed. Big Sis Rakshas's face paled as she looked at Marquis Green Bamboo. This kind of expert was not someone she could deal with. Uncle He, Shou Tang, and the others could only watch. Marquis Green Bamboo's gaze swept across the folded mountain range, pausing on Lu Yin for a moment. Then, he attacked Yuan Jue, causing a giant green bamboo to appear in the void and fall straight down. With the power of a half-ancestor, it would be too easy for him to destroy a sourcebox array. Yuan Jue's attacks could not even make him move. The moment the giant green bamboo fell, a hand reached out from the ground and grabbed the bamboo. It exerted a great amount of force, causing the bamboo to split apart. Everyone was shocked. There was someone underground. Marquis Green Bamboo's gaze turned cold, and he pressed down with one hand. The green bamboo glowed and instantly recovered, continuing to press down. However, that hand still firmly held onto the green bamboo. Marquis Green Bamboo, we haven't seen each other in so many years. How come you're still so weak? The voice was grand and filled with vicissitudes of life. It sounded like an old man speaking, but his tone was filled with confidence and arrogance. When he heard this voice, Marquis Green Bamboo was shocked, but then he laughed. After the Liu family was exiled, I was guessing where my old friends were. I never thought that you would be here. Wan Ziyi. Within the folded mountain range. Mr. Shou Tang and the others were shocked. Wan Ziyi. That was the name of the Myriad Daos clan's great elder. It wasn't just them, even Wan Sen, who had been exiled to the remnant army, did not know that his clan's great elder was underground. His entire body trembled, and his anger reached its peak. The Myriad Daos clan's great elder was extremely respected. When the Liu family had still been around, even the four cardinal scales ancestor had to give him face, and he could freely enter and leave the Liu family's residence. Now, however, he had been suppressed underground in the folded mountain range and was being stepped on by everyone. How humiliating was this? Young Master Tu's eyes reddened. The Myriad Daos clan and the Qiming clan had a close relationship. He muttered to himself, Grandpa Ji. Grandpa Ji. Is that you? Up in the void, half-ancestor Ji Feng and half-ancestor Lu Hua did not know who the person underground was. When they had been arranged to stay in this mountain range, the Liu family had still been at its peak and had not been exiled. Then, when the Liu family had been exiled, they had received news that someone had been assigned to oversee the remnant army. However, they had not seen this person for many years, and they had never thought that this person would actually be the Myriad Daos clan's great elder, Wan Ziyi, an old senior whose name had spread throughout the tree galaxy. I really don't understand. What's the point of you old officials being left alive? The Liu family will never return. It's already been exterminated, and you should have followed the main family to the afterlife, Marquis Green Bamboo said, his voice spreading throughout the folded mountain range. Lu Yin's gaze was cold as he stared at Marquis Green Bamboo. The main family won't die so easily, and they'll return sooner or later. Now, get the hell out of here. The hand that had reached out from underground opened up and struck out at Marquis Green Bamboo. The might of this strike was indescribable. It was clearly just a single strike, but in that instant, anyone who saw it felt as if they had seen 10,000 strikes. One figure after another stepped through the void, stepping on the flow of time as they formed palm imprints that slammed towards Marquis Green Bamboo. A single strike could be equivalent to 10,000 strikes. This was the Myriad Daos clan's unparalleled technique, the Myriad Heaven's Palm technique that could traverse the tree galaxy. Marquis Green Bamboo's scarlet eyes changed, and his body turned into a green bamboo that glistened with a dazzling radiance as he withstood the 10,000 strikes. The next moment, the sky split open, and everyone felt as if their heads had been shattered. The void no longer existed, and an enormous pressure swept out in all directions, sweeping past the mountain range in Xiang City. Countless people spat out blood and fainted. Even Lu Yin was forced to the ground by the force of the collision. He could not control the star energy within his body, and he barely managed to raise his head. He saw a crack appear on the green bamboo before it retreated. Soon after, Xiang Ho retreated as well. Countless corpse kings retreated, leaving the folded mountain range and returning to Xiang City. As far as the eye could see, more than half of the people in the folded mountain range had fainted. Half-ancestor Ji Feng and half-ancestor Lu Hua landed and bowed towards the ground. "Thank you for your assistance, Senior." Wan Zi did not speak. From beginning to end, he had only extended a single palm, but he had still managed to force Marquis Green Bamboo back. Half-ancestor Ji Feng was shocked, and he thought back to the myriad Daos clan's past glory. They had been qualified to join the Lu family and exist in the top realm. If not for the lack of progenitors, the myriad Daos clan would have been able to stand side by side with the four cardinal scales. In the entire myriad Daos clan, the person closest to becoming a progenitor was this great elder. In the past, it had been rumored that Wan Zi might have broken through to the progenitor realm, but he had met with a sudden change. He had been a powerhouse who had broken through 3 stages in his youth. Now, this person had been trapped in the folded mountain range, and his fate was lamentable. Wan Sen, Mr. Gua, and the other disciples of the myriad Daos clan who had been exiled to the folded mountain range all knelt down. "Greetings, Great Elder." "Greetings, Great Elder." Junior Wanson requests an audience with Great Elder. No one responded. It was as if Wan Zi was asleep, and no matter how much Wanson shouted, he did not respond. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1521. Lu Yin looked down at the ground with a complicated expression. Another member of the Lu family. "Grandpa Ji, it's me, little Tu." "Grandpa Ji." Young Tu shouted as well, his eyes red, but Wan Zi still did not respond. "Uncle," he sighed. "Senior's every move is being watched." Young Tu bellowed, "Those traitors. The Lu family will destroy them sooner or later. How dare they imprison Grandpa Ji? Traitors." "Uncle," he sighed helplessly and looked to the side, coincidentally meeting Lu Yin's gaze. Lu Yin knew that uncle he was still wary of his status as a white dragon, so he nodded and left. 3 days later, Lu Yin was resting when a voice came from outside. "Are you Brother Long Qi?" Lu Yin opened his eyes and walked out to see a bald man with a ferocious appearance. He recognized this person as Baldy Fong, an emissary of the remnant army. He was not weak and lived not far from Lu Yin. "Junior Long Qi." "Senior, what can I do for you?" Lu Yin asked. Baldy Fong looked at Lu Yin and said, "Let's talk inside." Lu Yin nodded and stepped aside, allowing Baldy Fong to enter. "Brother Long Qi, you've been in the remnant army for quite some time, so you must have some understanding of its internal structure. Which side do you wish to join?" Baldy Fong asked. Lu Yin was confused. "What side?" Baldy Fong replied seriously, "Let's not beat around the bush. Brother Long Qi, there's no point in playing dumb." Lu Yin shrugged. "Sorry, I really don't know." Baldy Fong frowned and stared at Lu Yin for a while before saying, "There are factions within the remnant army. The remnants of the Lu family belong to one such faction, such as the Qiming family and the myriad Daos family. Big sister Luo Sha is only second to the 2 half-ancestors, so she belongs to another faction. As for us, we were sent here because we offended someone in the astral trees, so we belong to another faction. Does Brother Long Qi understand?" Lu Yin's expression darkened. "Remnants of the Lu family." Baldy Yi said, "That's right. That young master too, who's been harassing you, is a survivor of the Lu family. I'm sure you're very impatient with him, but let me remind you that those survivors are not to be trifled with. However, don't even think about joining them. It's impossible. They only accept their own people. Besides, if you get close to them, once you return to the starry sky of trees, you won't have a good ending. Do you dislike the Lu family? Lu Yin asked. Baldy Fong grunted. These paragons who rule the starry sky of the trees are disgusting. He grew impatient. Tell me, do you want to join us? Don't forget that in the battle 3 days ago, it was normal for millions of people to die. Actually, I saw that you were being chased by a corpse king, and I wanted to help you. It would be best if you could deal with it yourself, but that was also because of luck. The battle will only become more and more intense in the future, and 2 of the 12 marquises have come. How long do you think your luck can last? Join us and help each other. That's the only way to survive, isn't it? Lu Yin looked at Baldy Fong, amused. Do you even know where I come from? Baldy Fong sneered. Don't try to scare me with your status as a white dragon. It's useless. Once you're here, you can only leave after the exchange between 2 half-ancestors. It's the same for you. It's not like no one from the 4 cardinal scales has come here before, but they've all died. Don't think that you'll be treated well here. Baldy Fong's words showed that this person did not understand Lu Yin at all, and he did not even know that the remnant army had taken the initiative to attack Xiang City in order to save Lu Yin. These people were made up of people who had committed grave crimes in the starry sky of the trees, and young Master Tu and the others did not think highly of them. Big Sis Rakshasa probably did not think highly of them either, as the 2 half-ancestors would not even care about them. These people still thought that they were amazing. They must have seen that Lu Yin had repaired the sourcebox array and wanted to rope him in. You can leave. I'm not interested in you. Lu Yin had seen through these people's faces, and there was no need for him to say anything more. Baldy Fong frowned and threatened, Long 7, this is the remnant army, and your status as a white dragon won't give you any special treatment. Even if the 2 half-ancestors want to take care of you, it's useless. On the battlefield, we have the most people, and we're the most trustworthy. Think carefully. Lu Yin waved a hand. Take care. I won't be sending you off. Baldy Fong snorted. You'll understand after a few more battles. But let me remind you that we won't risk saving you before you join us. Think of a way to survive on your own. He then left in a very bad mood. Lu Yin did not mind, and he was just about to continue resting when he saw a stream of water from the corner of his eye. His mood immediately soured. That bastard was doing it again. Awesome! Awesome! Young Master Tu shouted from the top of the mountain. Lu Yin walked out with an ugly expression. When do you plan on getting beaten up? Young Master Tu pursed his lips. I saw Baldy Fong come out from your place. You didn't team up with those trash, did you? That's none of your business. Young Master Tu rolled his eyes. Actually, if you beg me properly, I can ask Grandpa Ji to protect you. You've seen how powerful Grandpa Ji is. Lu Yin was astonished. That senior cares about you. Young Master Tu coughed. Of course. I called him Grandpa Ji, so who else would he help if not me? Call him that now, and we'll see if he agrees, Lu Yin grumbled, as it was obvious that he was lying. Young Master Tu gritted his teeth. Kid, don't be ungrateful. Hurry up and beg me. Lu Yin could see the anticipation in young Master Tu's eyes. This guy often mistook Lu Yin for someone else and tried to force Lu Yin to lower his head in order to satisfy his subtle desires. It was as if Lu Yin lowering his head would be that person lowering his head. However, young Master Tu did not know that Lu Yin was indeed that person. Ask the senior to come out first, Lu Yin said before returning to his room. Young Master Tu grew anxious. Kid, don't doubt me. Hurry up and beg me, or you won't be so lucky the next time we fight. Actually, I was the one who begged Grandpa Ji, and that's why Grandpa Ji helped me. Kid, did you hear that? The most depressed person in the folded mountain range right now was the person sitting below Lu Yin. Every time young Master Tu sprayed out a stream of water, it would land on him at the main entrance. However, that person did not dare to voice his anger, and he wanted to move, but he could not bring himself to do so. He was extremely sullen and could only curse inwardly. Lu Yin was not in a good mood either. He did not know what the witch spirit god was up to, but ever since the large-scale battle had ended, the Xiang Marquis and Marquis Qing Zhu had set their sights on the remnant army and constantly sent corpse kings to attack. A few days later, the battle had expanded even further. Lu Yin activated his source all and red light to slaughter the corpse kings in a frenzy. The entire folded mountain range was dyed red, and he became the focus of attention. A total of 3 emissary-level corpse kings attacked him, and if not for Uncle He and Zhou Tang, he would have been surrounded. However, even if they could stop the emissary-level corpse kings, they could not stop Marquis Qing Zhu from attacking. No one had expected that Marquis Qing Zhu would suddenly attack him. The dark green bamboo pierced through the void and appeared out of nowhere, ruthlessly striking Lu Yin's body. Lu Yin spat out a mouthful of blood, and his cloud landing robe was torn apart as half of the bamboo pierced his body. Was the witch spirit god dead? The 12 marquises had actually attacked him. Lu Yin felt like he was definitely going to die. It was time to summon Mr. Mu. In front of him, Qing Zhu was being grabbed by an old man. The old man's hands were like bones without any flesh, and his entire body was like a skeleton. His wrists and limbs were bound by strange chains that were connected to the ground. Lu Yin immediately confirmed that this old man was Wan Ziyi, the grand elder of the Myriad Daos clan. Pfft! Lu Yin spat out another mouthful of blood and fell down. Young Master Tu rushed over to catch him. Hey, you're not dead, are you? Lu Yin's chest was stained with blood, and he did not react at all to Marquis Qing Zhu's attack. No matter what technique he used, it was useless against a half-progenitor. I won't die. Lu Yin coughed up more blood and hurriedly swallowed a pill as he panted heavily. If not for Wan Ziyi's intervention, that attack would have pierced through him. Even if he did not die, he would have been severely injured, and that would have been the most likely outcome. A progenitor's attack would have been enough to tear his body apart. If not for the cloud landing robe, that bamboo would not have even gotten close to him, it would have been enough to tear him apart. It was a pity that the cloud landing robe had been destroyed. You're not dead. How are you so lucky? Young Master Tu supported Lu Yin in shock. Lu Yin's fingers trembled, and his body's vitality was continuously replenished to speed up his recovery. Due to the lack of his control, the red light's power had weakened, but the source all was still fine, and it automatically attacked. Above him, Wan Ziyi's expression was solemn, but since he was all skin and bones, it was hard to tell. One of the 12 marquises, Marquis Qing Zhu, is actually attacking an Enlighter Jr. How surprising. Marquis Qing Zhu smiled. Junior. That's just how you humans refer to time. In my eyes, that person became an Origin Array Master at such a young age and killed an Envoy-level Corpse King as an Enlighter. He's a huge threat to my clan, and he even has an external item that can block one of my attacks. His status among you humans shouldn't be low, and he's definitely qualified for me to attack. Also, I feel that this person looks familiar, as if I've seen him somewhere before. Wan Ziyi glanced at Lu Yin and paused on Lu Yin's face for a moment. He then looked at Marquis Qing Zhu. Are you familiar with my appearance? Marquis Qing Zhu could not help but laugh. His expression was calm and elegant. You've changed completely. Wan Ziyi, you were full of mettle back then, but now you're on the verge of death. With the Liu clan gone, you people really don't have any value in living anymore. Wan Ziyi's eyes flashed with killing intent, but he also disappeared. Even though Liu Yin could see the astral source universe, he could not clearly see the battle between the two. Grandpa Ji will definitely win. Grandpa Ji is the most powerful half-progenitor, and he's just one step away from breaking through to the progenitor realm. If not for the Liu family's accident back then, my cosmic tree realm would have gained another progenitor to protect it, young Master Tu said. Liu Yin clutched his chest, as his injuries were recovering quickly. Fortunately, he had the cloud lattice robe, which prevented the residual power of Marquis Qing Zhu's attack from entering his body. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome. He put on his universal armor without hesitation, and only then did he feel at ease. Young Master Tu stared blankly at Liu Yin. What's that? Liu Yin growled. You don't have a defensive external item. Young Master Tu was astonished. Is this thing useful? At this moment, several corpse kings surrounded them. There were 2 enlighters and 5 hunters. Liu Yin attacked with his empty palm and sent all 5 corpse kings flying. Uncle, he landed. It's not safe here. Let's go. He then grabbed young Master Tu and headed towards the top of the folded mountain range. Thank you for your support, brothers. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1522. He didn't take Liu Yin away, only protecting Tu Xiao. Liu Yin was still surrounded by the corpse kings, but with his universal armor's defense, he would be fine as long as he wasn't attacked by a 3rd tribulation cultivator or above. There weren't many powerhouses whose power levels exceeded 700,000. However, it was still not safe. He hurriedly rushed out of the encirclement and entered the red light. Only then was he safe. This battle lasted for several days. No one knew the result of the battle between Marquis Qing Zhu and Wan Ziyi. They hadn't appeared yet, but according to the previous battle, Wan Ziyi should have the advantage. The 12 marquises were half-martial ancestors, and they had existed for a very long time. Although their names sounded impressive, they would have long succeeded in breaking through to the ancestor realm instead of half-martial ancestors. The longer they lived, the more it proved that they were unable to break into the ancestor realm. On the other hand, Wan Ziyi had almost broken into the ancestor realm. There was a difference in their levels. Half-martial ancestor Ji Feng teamed up with half-martial ancestor Lu Hua to fight Xiang Ho, while Wan Ziyi fought Marquis Green Bamboo. Originally, they should be evenly matched and the battle should be in a stalemate. However, as half-martial ancestor Lu Hua fell, the battle situation suddenly changed. Liu Yin looked at the distant half-progenitor Flowing Flower's hair, which was visibly turning white, and his life force was rapidly draining away. Liu Yin was greatly alarmed. Was that a vitality poison? A hazy void appeared on the surface of half-ancestor Flowflower's body, distorting one's line of sight. It was as if he had been isolated from another world. Even though Liu Yin could not see him clearly, he could tell that half-ancestor Flowflower's aura was constantly weakening. Xiang Ho, you actually poisoned him, shouted half-martial ancestor Ji Feng. Xiang Ho said coldly, I said that I would destroy your inner worlds. How long can Lu Hua last? His inner world is quickly disappearing, and once it disappears, it'll be his turn. Half-martial ancestor Ji Feng was both furious and fearful. He didn't dare to come into contact with Xiang Ho. Xiang Ho continued to attack, causing half-martial ancestor Ji Feng to hurriedly retreat. That poison was able to affect half-martial ancestor Flowing Flower, forcing him to resist it with his inner world. If he was poisoned, he would suffer the same fate. Wan Zi saw it as well, and he was shocked and furious. You've actually developed the life poison to such a degree. Marquis Green Bamboo's lips curled up. It's not enough now. Once the poison of life can easily break through your inner worlds, the astral tree of trees will be finished. Do you think this poison can deal with the mother tree? Wan Zi felt a chill run down his spine. The half-martial ancestor realm experts were already on the verge of collapsing. If they continued to develop it, they might be able to pose a threat to ancestor realm experts. In the end, they might even be able to corrode the mother tree. If that happened, it would be a disaster for the entire starry sky tree. 10,000 heavens palm. Wan Zi roared. On the other side, the green bamboo marquis raised his bamboo flute and stabbed out. The void kept exploding, and the astral source universe was twisting. Not even the emissaries could see it. Half-martial ancestor Ji Feng retreated step by step. Once he was defeated, the entire remnant army would disappear. In the history of the remnant army, they had never encountered such a desperate situation. As the human figure appeared, it viciously slammed into the source all. The source all was completely destroyed, and one of the source box arrays was gone. That was Xiang Ho's innate skill. That kind of person was enough to completely destroy the minds of star envoys. At this moment, the statue suddenly stared at him. Lu Yin's scalp was about to explode. What did the witch spirit god mean? Or had he really died? The green bamboo marquis had made a move against him, and now the Xiang marquis had also made a move against him, not giving him a way out at all. He took out the jade and was just about to crush it when a majestic force descended from above his head. It was as if two worlds had folded together and dragged him out. He looked to the side and was delighted. Superintendent. The person who had come was Qing Chen. He had arrived just in time to save Yi Futian. Qing Chen's expression was grim as he flung Lu Yin towards the top of the folded mountain range. Protect yourself. He then took a step forward and charged towards Xiang Ho. Xiang Ho was astonished. Another half-martial ancestor. How troublesome. He then turned and left. The green bamboo marquis also saw Qing Chen arrive. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Zi, I'm not going to play with you today. For half-martial ancestors are guarding the remnant army. Who will protect your array bases? Ha 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 ha. He then left as well. Wan Zi watched the green bamboo marquis leave with a stern gaze. After Xiang Ho and the green bamboo marquis left, the countless corpse kings immediately retreated. Lu Yin stood at the top of the mountain and heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. This battle had been too dangerous, and he had almost died. If Qing Chen had not arrived, he would have definitely summoned Mr. Mu. The four chains were connected to the ground, and Qing Chen looked at Wan Zi with shock. Senior Wan. Wan Zi turned around and saw Qing Chen. His face was all skin and bones, and he did not look human at all. Qing Chen hurried forward and bowed deeply. Junior Qing Chen greets Senior Wan. Wan Zi looked at Qing Chen and said in a hoarse voice, "Long time no see." Qing Chen looked at the four chains and was furious. Were they the ones who imprisoned Senior in the remnant army? Wan Zi did not reply. His body descended and then disappeared. Senior Wan. Qing Chen shouted and wanted to chase after him, but Wan Zi's voice came from underground. Go back. Pretend you never saw him. Qing Chen stood in the void in a daze, a complicated look in his eyes. Anyone who saw the once all-powerful Grand Elder of the Myriad Daos clan, a powerhouse who was rumored to be able to break through the ancestor realm, reduced to such a state would feel the same way as Qing Qin. It was a kind of pity, sorrow, and powerlessness. The four cardinal scales were like the top realm suppressing the middle realm, suppressing everything. No one was an exception. This battle had only been saved because of Qing Chen's arrival, and Qing Chen's goal was naturally to take Lu Yin away. Half-ancestor Lu Hua sat cross-legged on the ground, his body isolated from the void, but also seemed to be isolated from the astral source universe. This was a realm that Lu Yin could not understand. At this moment, he was being ravaged by the vitality poison. Qing Chen landed and frowned at half-ancestor Lu Hua. Half-ancestor Ji Feng ordered everyone to retreat. He then said to Qing Qin, "The Eternals have already developed a poison that can threaten half-ancestors. In the future, they will definitely be able to develop a poison that can threaten progenitors. They have already reached the threshold of invading inner worlds." Qing Chen said in a low voice, "I will report this matter to all the ancestors." Half-ancestor Ji Feng said, "I don't know if Lu Hua can survive this. My situation is not good." Qing Chen looked at him. "Tell this to Commander Xia Yan. The higher-ups will send someone to replace Lu Hua. In the meantime, I will temporarily oversee the remnant army." Half-ancestor Ji Feng heaved a sigh of relief. "That's good." Half-ancestor Liu Hua's location was completely sealed off, and no one knew how he was doing. Lu Yin also met with Qing Chen after the battle. Qing Chen did not look too good. Half-ancestor Lu Hua had been poisoned, and he had met Wan Ziyi as well. "It's good that you're fine. When we found out that you had fallen into the new continent, everyone thought that you were dead for sure. Even I thought so." Qing Chen sighed, feeling very fortunate. Lu Yin replied, "I also thought that I was going to die, but I didn't expect to discover that the red light could be repaired. Because of the battle that swept through the 5 array bases, the powerful enemies among the monsters were no longer present, which allowed me to come to the remnant army." Qing Chen solemnly said, "In the battle just now, Marquis Green Bamboo and Marquis Xiang both attacked you, so it's not safe for you to be here. Once reinforcements arrive, I will take you away. Also, with your contributions, you can apply to leave the battlefield on the other side." Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. "Superintendent, after I fell into the new continent, I didn't die because I relied on a group of people to rely on. Can I take them away as well?" Qing Chen asked, "You mean Zhou Tang and the others?" "Superintendent, you know them. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page." Lu Yin was flabbergasted. Although Zhou Tang and the others were astral emissaries and were not weak, it was unlikely that Qing Chen would know all of them. The cosmic tree was vast, and even half-ancestors might not have interacted with each other. Qing Chen, half-ancestors Ji Feng and Lu Hua were unfamiliar with each other. Qing Chen solemnly said, "Their identities are special. The Star Alliance and the Remnant Army are their homes. Since they're here, according to the rules, they can't leave." Lu Yin anxiously replied, "But they've been of great help to me. Without them, I wouldn't have been able to make it here alive." Qing Chen did not speak and instead looked behind Lu Yin. Lu Yin turned around and saw Zhou Tang, Mr. Gua, and the others. They had not been too far away, and Qing Chen and Lu Yin's conversation had not been hidden, so they had all heard it. Che Zhan smiled. "Brother Long Qi, it's enough that you're so considerate." Mr. Gua nodded and sighed. "It's my honor to have met Brother Long Qi in my life in the Star Alliance." "It's our honor," Honga said seriously. Old Mother East Mountain smiled. "I don't want to go back either. It's good to stay here." Finally, Lu Yin looked at Zhou Tang. Zhou Tang's appearance was still dispirited, but his eyes had become much sharper. "Remember, the most important thing about battle force is your spirit. When the day comes that you rule the universe, your battle force will break through. Some people say that the path of battle force is impassable because there has never been any records of battle force becoming a progenitor, but I don't think so. Although he did not say it explicitly, Lu Yin knew that he would also stay in the Folded Mountains. Lu Yin faced the group and said seriously, "It's my honor to have met all of you. It's too early to say that. Brother Long Chi still has to stay in the Folded Mountains for a while." Che Zhan smiled. The group bowed to Qing Chen and then returned to their residence. Lu Yin was in low spirits. He really wanted to take these people away, not just them, but also the myriad Daos family and the Qiming family. He wanted to save them all, but now was not the time. He only hoped that they could hold on until the day he could fight his way back to the astral trees. He swore that he would fight his way back to the astral trees and rebuild the Lu family. When he summoned the remaining members of the Lu family, he would rule the world. When Qing Chen arrived at the Lost Army, he learned that the myriad Daos family and Qiming family had been exiled here. He met Uncle He, young Master Tu, and one senator. Although he was not familiar with these people and had only heard of them, he still felt a lot of emotions. "Hey, are you really leaving?" Young Master Tu was bored out of his mind, and he lay on the mountain wall. Lu Yin replied, "Of course." Young Master Tu looked at the giant phantom in the sky, thinking about something. Lu Yin looked at him and smiled. "Do you want me to beat you up before I leave?" Young Master Tu grinned. "You look like a bastard, and you talk like one." "The answer is yes." Lu Yin raised a hand. Young Master Tu quickly dodged. "Don't mess around. I'm not being tortured right now." "No, I don't want to fight yet. Give me a few days." Every time he was beaten up, it was because he was suffering from mental torture. He treated Lu Yin as another person and sank into his memories to numb himself. Now that he was not being tortured, he naturally did not want to be beaten up for no reason. "Blessing Housy's monkey brother, congratulations on your wedding. You've reached the peak of your life." "Thank you." Star-stepping chant, Wine the Mountain Breeze Brothers support. "Today is the wedding of Housy's monkey brother, and Seventh Bro said that I'll continue to update, so I'll continue to update for a full 7 days. Thank you for your support, brothers." End of chapter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1523. Lu Yin looked at him with a complicated expression. That kind of mental torture must be very painful. Tu Xiao pretended to be confused. What mental torture? Lu Yin looked at the huge Xiang city in the distance. "I already know. You have to go through it once a month." "Who did it?" Tu Xiao's expression turned ugly, and he left without looking back. It was obvious that he did not want to say anything else. Lu Yin continued, "Live on. Only by living will there be hope. You've already endured for so many years, so you shouldn't mind persevering a little longer. Perhaps you'll find your own hope." Tu Xiao suddenly turned around, his eyes red. "Live? That's easy for you to say. Do you know what kind of torture I went through? If it weren't for the word wait, death would have been the greatest release for me. I wanted to die more than once. Every month, every day, every hour, and even when I was talking to you just now, I wanted to die. You don't understand. You traitor. You're all traitors." He screamed like a madman. Lu Yin faced Tu Xiao and did not say anything. He simply allowed Tu Xiao to curse and vent. Tu Xiao had never said these things to Uncle He or anyone else except Lu Yin, because Lu Yin looked very similar to that person. Years of mental torture had caused Tu Xiao to easily hallucinate, no matter who it was. That pain went deep into my bones and gave me a splitting headache. My innate gift was even crippled. Back then, I was called a peerless genius and qualified to become the 8th hero. If not for the Liu family, you would have been finished. Why did you betray me? What did you gain? Why did you torture me? Why did you cripple my innate gift? Lu Yin listened quietly as Tu Xiao vented, listening to the words that had been buried in his heart for so many years. After almost an hour, Tu Xiao finally calmed down and lay down again. He stared at the phantom foundation with a dazed expression. Lu Yin said, "You'll definitely see it." He then left. These words were not only directed at Tu Xiao, but also at Zhou Tang and the others. Even if these people were absolutely loyal to the Liu family, he wouldn't tell them. He didn't know why the Liu family was exiled by the four-way scales, just like how the everlasting race developed the redbacks. Perhaps these people didn't even know if they would reveal their identities. Even they couldn't control themselves. Young Master Tu, the young master of the Qiming family, didn't know that Wan Ziyi was here. Wan Ziyi hadn't communicated with young Master Tu either, which confirmed Lu Yin's suspicions that they definitely couldn't acknowledge each other right now. He would not take such a risk. Only when the time was right would he call these people back. Young Master Tu ignored him. Could he really wait that long? How could it be that easy? The four-way scales had taken complete control of the starry sky tree. Unless the Liu clan returned in one piece, no one would be able to break this pattern. A few days later, a new half-martial ancestor arrived to replace half-martial ancestor Liu Hua. Qin Chen could finally leave. Half-martial ancestor Ji Feng had hoped to leave this place, but he hadn't succeeded and had to continue guarding the folded mountain range. Qin Chen didn't just take Lu Yin with him, but also half-martial ancestor Liu Hua and a group of people. They were the cultivators who had fallen into the new world with Lu Yin. Aside from Zhou Tang and a few other Star Alliance experts, everyone else was taken away. There were also quite a few cultivators who had stayed in the Lost Army for a long time. As for the tens of millions of people who had been rescued from the New World, they weren't taken away. Those people couldn't leave for the time being, even if they wanted to. Lu Yin often wondered about the difference between a half-martial ancestor and a powerhouse with a power level of more than 1,000,000, but he couldn't figure it out as he looked at the isolated void. Qin Chen led tens of thousands of people towards the second formation base. It was as if they were packed in a bag, and even if there were figures waiting for them in the distance, they wouldn't be affected. This was also why only half-martial ancestors could take people away from the folded mountain range. Subordinate Draconic 7 greets the commander. Lu Yin bowed to Xia Yan in the second base's headquarters, holding the main token. Xia Yan was delighted, and he personally helped Lu Yin up. "It's good that you're alive. It's good that you're alive. Not only are you alive, but you're living quite well. You've even messed up the rear of those monsters," Monster Long said with a smile as he looked at Lu Yin with admiration. Qin Chen's expression was calm, but there was pride in his eyes. Lu Yin was enough to make all of them proud. Xia Yan was the same, and he smiled. "Long Qi, tell me how you survived. Even if I fell into the new world, I wouldn't be able to make it back alive, let alone you." Lu Yin humbly replied, "I was lucky to have a group of comrades who went through thick and thin with me. The battlefield on the other side was constantly being fought, and no one would listen to nonsense." However, Xia Yan and the rest listened to Lu Yin's words carefully. Even Qin Chen didn't know these details. Lu Yin talked about the various corpse kings. Of course, he didn't say that he had dealt with all of them by himself. Instead, he said that he had joined forces with Che Zhan, Mr. Gua, and the others, which was more reasonable. He talked about what had happened when he was clearing out the terror ants, as well as how he had been attacked by Marquis Qing Zhu and Xiang Ho. Xia Yan was stunned. Monster Long's expression turned solemn, and he even felt some lingering fear. Even the 12 marquises are paying attention to you. You can't stay on the other side of the battlefield, Monster Long said. Lu Yin was now worthy of his attention. Not only did he have a talent for cultivation, he had a relationship with the humble school, and he also had a talent for lockbreaking. He had been able to study and control the red light in a short period of time, and his lockbreaking talent was enough to shake the entire lockbreaker headquarters. Once Grandmaster Deng Guo found out about this, he would definitely take Lu Yin as his disciple. Wait, if Lu Yin had such a talent, why Grandmaster Deng Guo? Monster Long suddenly thought of a person, the legendary Sage Master. If Lu Yin could become that person's disciple, then everything would be different. He looked at Lu Yin with a fervent gaze. Lu Yin sensed it, and a chill ran down his spine. What was this old man thinking? Xia Yan continued, indeed. Aside from half-ancestors, anyone who is targeted by the 12 marquises will have to temporarily withdraw from the battlefield on the other side. Besides, Long Qi has made enough contributions, so he can leave. Lu Yin was delighted, as he obviously wanted to leave. The battlefield on the other side was the battlefield of the entire human race. He would return sooner or later, but not with his current identity. Long Qi, do you want to leave? Xia Yan stared at Lu Yin, full of admiration. Even though Lu Yin was from the Xia family and Lu Yin represented the White Dragon clan, this did not stop Xia Yan from admiring this young man. Lu Yin respectfully replied, if possible, this subordinate would like to make contributions to the human race on the battlefield and eradicate those monsters. Qing Chen raised an eyebrow, as these words sounded very familiar. He couldn't help but look at Lu Yin, as this brat was very familiar with these words. Although it sounded fake, some people like to hear such words, and Xia Yan was one such person. As the commander of the battlefield on the other side, he had dedicated his entire life to this battlefield, so he naturally hoped that everyone in the cosmic tree would come here to resist the monsters and protect humanity. Lu Yin's attitude pleased him greatly. Don't worry, there will be opportunities in the future. Once you gradually disappear from the 12 marquises' sites, I'll transfer you here. Lu Yin raised his hand and returned the token. Xia Yan put it away and looked at Lu Yin. Yun Lui was destroyed as well, but fortunately, she protected us. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to see you again. Lu Yin rejoiced. If not for her, I definitely wouldn't have been able to block Marquis Qing Zhu's attack. Originally, all of your contributions would have been credited to Yun Lui, but Superintendent Qing Chen said that all of her contributions would be accounted for. That means that your contributions in the New World and in clearing out the terror ants will be redundant. Long 7, do you want to exchange now or next time? Xia Yan asked. Lu Yin did not hesitate. Now. Xia Yan nodded. Go ahead. Lu Yin respectfully excused himself, leaving the battlefield on the other side. Xia Yan watched Lu Yin leave and sighed. If I had to choose, I would rather choose Long 7 than the 4th young ancestor. Elder Long was surprised. You think that the 4th young ancestor is inferior to Long 7? Xia Yan seriously replied, at least in terms of battle situation. Elder Long did not refute this, as Xia Yan's words were not wrong. The 4th young ancestor could not repair the source all and control the red light. Even if Long Tian had mastered sourcebox arrays, he would not be able to reach Long 7's level. The 4th young ancestor was at most equivalent to the 4 emissaries, but Lu Yin could influence the outcome of a battle. It's a pity that he's not from the Xia family. Xia Yan sighed and then lowered his head to look at something. Hearing this, old monster Long was pleased. Even if Long Tian was trapped, his white dragon tribe still had elite disciples. Thinking of this, he quickly contacted Long Ku. No matter what, he had to make Long Qi more dependent and loyal to the white dragon tribe. As for the battle between Long Ku and Long Quan, it had nothing to do with him. He only wanted Long Qi. In the top realm, within Dragon Mountain, Long Ku had a strange expression. What had Long Seven done? Ever since he had arrived at the back of the battlefield, his family's half-ancestor had repeatedly contacted him, asking him to think of a way to take care of Long Seven. After a few months of peace, the half-ancestor had suddenly contacted him again. This time, the half-ancestor's tone was even harsher, as if saying that if Long Seven did not like him, then Long Ku would not be able to become the family leader. What had Long Seven done? Actually, it was not just Long Ku. Xia Yan also wanted to know what Lu Yin had done. He had only stopped for a short while when the old woman contacted him and asked him to go over. Elder Long naturally followed along. Lu Jing met Lu Yin once again at the merit exchange counter. This time, Lu Yin still had a small problem. It wasn't a big problem, and he only needed to ask the commander to step in. However, was being able to ask for the commander's help considered a small problem? Lu Jing had been at the second array base for so many years, but he had never seen anyone who could request the commander to step in. Qing Chen was there as well, but he did not interrupt. Instead, he just watched. On the battlefield, his status as a half-ancestor did not allow him to suppress others. If there's something, then I can exchange for it. Why is it so troublesome every time I exchange for something? Lu Yin was not convinced, and he stared at an item on the exchange interface. The old woman was helpless. Little brother, this item really can't be exchanged. It hasn't been reserved, but the main thing is that there's no stock. Who are you trying to fool? If there's no stock, then put it up there. Lu Yin was furious. The old woman was also anxious, but she could not explain herself. Finally, Xia Yan arrived. What's going on? The old woman immediately bowed when she saw Xia Yan. Greetings, Commander. Xia Yan's expression did not look too good, and he looked at the old woman. What? Something has been reserved again. Is it so troublesome every time he exchanges for something? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1524. The old woman was speechless, as even the commander was saying this. Commander, it's not that I don't want to exchange, but there's nothing left. Nothing? What do you mean? Why would something that isn't there be on the exchange list? Xia Yan asked. The old woman was troubled. That item has already been exchanged for, but the moment it was exchanged, a large-scale war broke out and engulfed the 5 bases. The person who exchanged for it died, but the item was indeed exchanged. The commander of the 5th base ordered the family of the person who exchanged for it to retrieve it, but the family hasn't arrived yet. The item is still on the exchange list, but it can't be given to this little brother. This little brother's battle merits are far from enough to exchange for a wisdom root. Lu Yin had wanted to exchange for a wisdom root, but he had never expected to see one here. I'll give you the battle merits, Qing Chen said. He had accumulated too many battle merits over the years, and he still had some left to exchange for the cloud landing robe. Besides, he was going to take Draconic 7 to the mortal realm to look for the anteater. Once they found it, he would gain even more battle merits, so he was naturally willing to continue giving Lu Yin battle merits. Lu Yin was skeptical. How do you prove it? He really didn't trust her. The old woman was troubled. Xia Yan said, I'll contact the commander of the 5th base, Wang Ju. Lu Yin waited. Not long after, Xia Yan put down the cloud connection stone and told Lu Yin, "It's true." Lu Yin felt that it was a pity, but there was nothing he could do about it. He couldn't just steal something from someone who had sacrificed himself. "What do you want to exchange for?" Eccentric Long was curious. Lu Yin replied, "A wisdom root." A wisdom root. They were all astonished. Lu Yin had also been surprised when he saw the wisdom root on the exchange list. He hadn't expected that there would be one in this universe. Lu Yin said, "Actually, I'm not exchanging for the wisdom root for myself. I'm looking for a natural enemy that can deal with the terror ant." Qing Chen's eyes flashed. "You want to use the wisdom root to recall what you saw?" Lu Yin nodded. "It was my first time going to the mortal realm, and the route was vague. In particular, I don't have a clear impression of the creature that devoured the terror ant, so I want to use the wisdom root to recall more and find some clues." Qing Chen couldn't pretend that he hadn't heard anything. Originally, Qing Chen didn't want to pay attention to the exchange of rewards on the battlefield, but now, he looked at Xia Yan. Xia Yan said, "Draconic 7, I'll do my best to help you." He then raised the cloud connection stone to contact someone. Lu Yin quickly replied, "Commander, please don't disturb the deceased's family." Xia Yan smiled and said, "Don't worry, don't even think about the wisdom root. Unless someone gives it to you voluntarily, no one will cause trouble for you. The headquarters of the 5 formation bases won't agree either. I'm just contacting the person who provided the wisdom root to see if there are any wisdom roots." Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Provide wisdom roots. Could it be a descendant of ancestor Hui left behind in this starry sky? Not only Xia Yan, but even old Monster Long was contacting people. Not long after, Xia Yan said, "I've already contacted someone. That person also has a wisdom root and can provide it." Lu Yin was delighted. "Thank you, Commander. However, that person has a condition. As for what it is, he wants to talk about it face to face. He's currently at the 3rd formation base. It'll take him 2 days to get here," said Xia Yan. "Then let's wait here," Qing Chen said. 2 days passed by quickly, and Lu Yin finally met the person who had provided the wisdom root. Unexpectedly, it was a young man who walked with a limp. It wasn't just Lu Yin. Qing Chen and Eccentric Long were astonished as well. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The Dao root was a supreme treasure left behind by Ancestor Hui, and it was one of the best items that could be exchanged for in the backline battlefield. Who would have thought that the person who had provided the Dao root would be an explorer? "Greetings, Commander." "Greetings, sirs," the young man said as he bowed respectfully. This person's face was pale, and it was obvious that he was malnourished or had been severely injured. His appearance was ordinary, and his eyes were filled with vigilance and wariness. Xia Yan gently asked, "You're the one who provided the wisdom root?" Littleton respectfully answered, "Yes." "You have another wisdom root?" Xia Yan asked. Littleton replied, "There's one more. It's a family heirloom left behind by my ancestors." Although Xia Yan was curious as to who this person's ancestor was and how he had obtained the wisdom root, it wasn't appropriate for him to ask too many questions. "We need the wisdom root. If you have any conditions, just state them." Littleton looked up. "Who is it that needs the wisdom root?" "Me," Lu Yin said as he looked at Little Can. He wanted to see traces of the Hui family on this person's face, but he was disappointed. This person did not resemble the Hui family's descendants at all. Of course, it was also possible that his appearance had changed due to the passage of time, which was very normal. Littleton bowed to Lu Yin. "Sir, the wisdom root is my family's heirloom, and you should be aware of its value. Back then, I used a wisdom root as the price in exchange for the protection of the 3rd base's headquarters. The commander also personally agreed to guarantee the safety of the remaining wisdom root. Lu Yin smiled. You don't have to say all that. No one is forcing you to hand over the wisdom root. I'm just asking you to state your conditions. Little Can smiled. Yes, yes. The condition is simple. I want to leave the backline battlefield. Lu Yin raised his brows, and Xia Yan's eyes narrowed. How long have you been on the battlefield? Little Can replied, 3 years. 3 years is quite a long time. What about your contributions? Xia Yan continued to ask. Little Can's face turned even paler. No contributions. Xia Yan's tone was unpleasant. So you're saying that you used a wisdom root as the price in exchange for 3 years of safety and protection of the third base's headquarters? Yes, 5 years of safety, Little Can said. He then carefully looked at Xia Yan and continued, after 5 years, when the time is up, I can use the other wisdom root as the price in exchange for enough contributions to leave the backline battlefield. If you want a wisdom root, then the condition is naturally for me to leave the backline battlefield. Lu Yin did not have the ability to agree, so he looked at Xia Yan. Xia Yan said, with enough contributions to exchange for a wisdom root, you can bring one person out of the backline battlefield. You just have to make sure that that person is not a spy. No, I'm definitely not a spy. You can check. Little Can was delighted. He had originally thought that he would have to endure for another 2 years, but he had not expected that he would be able to leave now. 5 years and a wisdom root would allow him to leave the backline battlefield. This was the condition that had been agreed upon, and now that someone was willing to use contributions to bring him out, it was naturally even better. There were too many people who wanted to leave the backline battlefield, and Little Can was just one of them. Compared to him, a wisdom root was much more important. He looked at Qing Qin, who nodded. All right, I'll use my contributions to bring you out of the backline battlefield, Lu Yin agreed. Little Can was delighted. Thank you, sir. After the reward was exchanged, Qing Qin could bring Lu Yin and Little Can out of the backline battlefield. Lu Yin knew that Qing Qin wanted to bring him directly to the mortal realm to try and find the anteater, so he could not return to the humble Huayuan school for the time being. The wisdom root could not be used on the backline battlefield, as there could be a war here at any time. Your subordinate thanks the commander for taking care of me on the battlefield. There will be a day when your subordinate will return to the battlefield and defend humanity. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Before he left, Lu Yin bowed solemnly to Xia Yan. Xia Yan sighed. That day is not far away. It's best if you become an emissary before returning. I look forward to that day. Lu Yin nodded seriously. Yes, sir. He then turned to Old Monster Long and bowed respectfully. Farewell, Junior. Old Monster Long nodded. Return to the top realm after going to the mortal realm. I've already told Long Ke to add your name to the main bloodline's genealogy. Lu Yin replied, yes, I understand. Lu Yin had stayed in the second base for a few months, but he had experienced many things. He had narrowly escaped death, and he had gained a deeper understanding of the Lu family. He knew about the Qiming family and the Myriad Daos family. He had also been discovered by the witch spirit god, which was a good thing for the time being. The witch spirit god would definitely think of a way to safely send Lu Yin back to the fifth mainland to achieve his plan. Not only in the astral tree realm, but even in the fifth mainland, the Neo-Human Alliance would do their best to take care of him. Even if this care was targeted at the entire human race, Lu Yin had no choice but to follow the plan. He believed that there would be a way to break through it. There would definitely be one. Not long after, Qing Chen brought Lu Yin and Little Can to the edge of the astral tree realm through the teleportation device. They saw cultivators walking out from the astral tree realm, excited and nervous as they headed towards the various spell bases. Most of them looked at them with envy, knowing that they would be able to leave. When they arrived at the edge of the astral tree realm, Lu Yin and Little Can were inspected to see if they had brought any dino ants into the astral tree realm. Even Qing Chen was no exception. The one guarding the astral tree realm was also a half-progenitor. There were many half-progenitors in this region, and among the monsters, there were more than just the 12 marquises. Only those who had reached a certain level of half-progenitor could become one of the 12 marquises. Suddenly, Lu Yin thought of the 9 mountains and 8 seas. Could it be that only those who had reached a certain level of progenitor were bestowed with this honor? The 9 mountains and 8 seas might not necessarily represent 9 progenitors, but rather 9 progenitors who had reached a certain level of progenitor. Had there been 9 progenitors in the astral tree realm? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Otherwise, there would already be 7 progenitors in the astral tree realm. Including the ancestral May and the legendary divine eagle that stood at the top of the mother tree, there would be 9 progenitors in total. How could there be so many during the astral tree realm? Otherwise, Kai Shu would not have been so emotional. "Let's go," Qing Chen said. Lu Yin turned back to look at the battlefield behind him. He had just arrived, and he had long since gotten used to the pungent smell of blood. In the distance, the planet had been shattered, and the earth that had split open was once again condensed by a force. He did not know when he would return. Little Can could not wait to walk out of the astral tree realm. Its face was filled with excitement and the joy of having survived a calamity. With one step out of the astral tree realm, the difference between the astral tree realm and the astral tree realm was like heaven and earth. Lu Yin looked up and saw the dusky sky. Although there was no light as it was blocked by the mother tree's branches, it was still much brighter than the battlefield behind him, and he could smell fresh air. This was the top realm, and compared to the battlefield behind him, the top realm was extremely peaceful. After leaving the battlefield behind him, Lu Yin and Little Can had reached an agreement. He looked at Little Can. "If you have any more wisdom roots, you can sell them to me. The price is negotiable." Little Can laughed dryly. "No, definitely not. There are only 2. Otherwise, I would have already left the battlefield behind me with the merit of handing over the wisdom roots." Little Can had used this reason to confirm that there were only 2 wisdom roots, but were there really only 2? "I've been updating for 7 days straight. I'm so tired. Let me take a break. Thank you for your support, brothers." "Thank you. I wish you a happy marriage." End of chapter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1525. No matter what, Lu Yin couldn't force it to do anything. "In that case, we'll part ways here. Take care, brother." Little Can nodded. "Goodbye, goodbye." It bowed to Qing Chen and Lu Yin before turning to leave. "Wait," Lu Yin suddenly called out. Qing Chen looked at him. Little Can paused and turned back, staring at Lu Yin nervously and vigilantly. Its voice was dry as it asked, "My lord, do you have any other orders?" Lu Yin smiled and gave Little Can his Cloud Vision Stone's contact information. "If you have any trouble in the future, you can contact me. After all, we're comrades, so there's no need to be polite." Little Can memorized the contact information. "Thank you, my lord. Then, I'll take my leave." Lu Yin gestured for it to leave, and Little Can hurriedly left. Qing Chen said, "The root of wisdom is a good thing, and to many people, it's even more valuable than the cloud lattice robe. He's not the only one in this region with a root of wisdom. Perhaps all the 4 Libras have one. Lu Yin was curious. The root of wisdom comes from progenitor Hui. Did he leave many traces here? Then why haven't I heard of him being a descendant? Qing Chen took out a piece of paper and led Lu Yin towards the east. Progenitor Hui went to the abandoned lands like progenitor Qin. The abandoned lands. What's that? I've heard of it many times, especially the stowaways who sneaked into the ruler realm. They all came from the abandoned lands, and I heard that there's a gap in cultivation there. Qing Chen replied, that's true. The abandoned lands' cultivation resources have dried up, and they can't produce any progenitors. Then why did progenitor Hui go there? Lu Yin asked. Qing Chen shook his head. I'm not sure. No one can say for sure whether he's dead or alive. He didn't want to dwell on the topic. When we reach the Bifrost, try to recall what you saw with your root of wisdom. We'll try our best to find the anteater you mentioned. Understood, Superintendent. Lu Yin didn't ask any more questions, as it wouldn't be good to ask too much. Qing Chen was controlling the paper too quickly, and Lu Yin couldn't see his surroundings clearly. He felt like he could enter the astral source universe any faster. A rainbow light appeared in front of them, and they arrived at the Bifrost. The light emitted by the Bifrost Bridge was gentle and beautiful. It could not be considered a source of light. In the entire top realm, only the 4 scales had light sources. The Bifrost Bridge could at most be considered a source of light. It could only illuminate the furthest corners. Although the Bifrost's light only illuminated a corner, it formed a city at the edge of the top world. There was a considerable number of people living in that city, and they relied on the Bifrost's light to exist. Among them, there were people from the 4 sides of the scale. They inspected the people who stepped into the top world from the Bifrost, just like how people came up the ladder to be inspected. Qing Chen was not interested in entering the city, so they landed not far from the Bifrost and allowed Lu Yin to use his root of wisdom. Lu Yin had used the wisdom root several times, but this was the first time he had used it in front of others, so he felt rather uncomfortable. When Hugin brewed tea, it would normally take 3 sips. Even Qing Chen coveted this kind of tea. After the first mouthful, Lu Yin's thoughts were clear, and even his gaze was much clearer. He tried his best to recall what he had seen when he had fused with the other person. When he had fused with the other person, he had only been concerned with fear, and all he had seen was countless terror ants being swallowed along with him. He had not been able to see his surroundings clearly, but as long as the scene had appeared, it would remain in his mind. Now, he relied on his wisdom root to recall the scene and try his best to find clues that could lead him to the anteater. To be honest, he was not confident, but the anteater did exist, so he could only try. Qing Chen would not blame him for failing. Closing his eyes, Lu Yin's thoughts crossed the river of time and returned to the scene when he had fused with the other person. The huge mouthpart had swallowed him, and around him, countless terror ants had been swept up by the tentacles. There was also a foul stench. He froze the scene and tried his best to recall the surroundings. He raised his hand and drew in the void, drawing some of the surrounding plants, landforms, and even the exposed figure of the anteater. Qing Chen stared at the scene that Lu Yin had drawn, especially at one of the plants, which had been swept up by the tentacles along with the surrounding terror ants. Lu Yin could not have paid attention to it at first, but now, with the help of his wisdom root, he could see it clearly and draw it. He did not know what kind of plant it was, or perhaps it was just a very ordinary grass, but as long as it appeared, he would draw it. Opening his eyes, Lu Yin looked in front of him and drew many things in the void. Qing Chen spoke in a low voice, the 6th district. Lu Yin was surprised, how did you know? Qing Chen looked at the plants that he had drawn. This is the Qing Tsang leaf, and it can only be found in the 6th district. A half-ancestor creature called Qing Tsang appeared in the 6th district, and after it was killed, its blood watered the soil and gave birth to the Qing leaf. At this point, he felt strange. You accompanied Long Shi to pay respects to the ancestral Mang, so how did you end up in the 6th district? Lu Yin replied, we were chased by the boundless realm back then, and we don't even know where we went. Qin Chen looked at Lu Yin deeply. The 3rd and 6th districts were separated by a great distance, and even traveling to the 6th district normally was not easy, let alone being chased there. Both the mortal realm and the reverse battlefield were terrifying places. The reverse battlefield was because of the war, and the mortal realm was because of the numerous beasts. Humans were nothing more than ants there. Qin Chen did not ask any more questions. He guessed that this might have something to do with half-ancestor Kuei Luo. Could this kid's inheritance have come from the mortal realm? It was not impossible, as no one knew where Kuei Luo had died. Everyone had their own secrets, so Qin Chen did not ask any further. Lu Yin relaxed, as he did not know how to cover up his lie, so he could only play dumb. There are still 2 more mouthfuls of wisdom root tea. Hurry up and use them, Qin Chen said before moving away as far as he could. Lu Yin was grateful, and he looked at the wisdom root tea in his hand and took a sip. He had already thought of what to comprehend with the tea, and it was the control of star energy. Looking at all the battle techniques that he had mastered, the emptiness palm had temporarily reached its peak, and there was no way to continue cultivating the serious art. No matter how miraculous the wisdom root tea was, it could not help him create the serious art out of thin air. The 9-yang cauldron transformation and the arcane art of life and death could not be broken through with the wisdom root tea. Battle force required courage, and innate talent required experience. Lu Yin did not know how to cultivate his domain to the void spirit realm. He had no clue, and no matter how smart someone was, it would be useless. The only thing that could be broken through with the help of the wisdom root tea was his control of star energy. On the other side of the battlefield, he had repaired the source all and controlled the red glow, which had brought him great value. His control of star energy was not only useful in battle, but also in lockbreaking. The path of lockbreaking was vast and boundless, and the sight of limitless kinetic energy had a huge impact on Lu Yin. That sourcebox array had protected the entire human race. Even if he studied it for 10,000 years, he would not be able to understand limitless kinetic energy. This required learning, star energy control, and experience. It was also when he had seen limitless kinetic energy that his passion for lockbreaking had been reignited. He hoped that one day, he would be able to set up a sourcebox array that would benefit the entire human race. Fortunately, during his battle with the Corpse Kings in the New World, Lu Yin had encountered a Corpse King whose control of star energy had reached the profound creation realm, which had given him some clues. Furthermore, he had once witnessed Drunkard's usage of star energy, so he could use the wisdom root tea to further his comprehension. One flower, one world. At the end of the microscopic world was the macroscopic world. No one knew how big the universe was. Perhaps the boundless universe they saw was just a grain of sand. The profound creation realm was being born based on this concept. Every bit of star energy was its own world, and it could be used to create the macroscopic world. This was the profound creation realm. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Soon, 7 days had passed. The wisdom root tea lasted for only a short time, but the enlightenment that came from the wisdom root tea would take even longer. In the distance, Qin Chen saw Lu Yin raise his hand and condense his star energy into water droplets that shook the air. Ripples slowly spread out, and then a bell rang out. Qin Chen was shocked. Lu Yin was actually comprehending star energy control. This kid's control of star energy had already reached the world realm, and he had seen the concepts of the microscopic and macroscopic worlds. However, he still needed to reach the profound creation realm in order to truly utilize star energy. Qing Chen wondered if 2 sips of wisdom root tea would be enough for him to succeed. If he succeeded, then this kid's future lock-breaking potential would be even greater. Lu Yin opened his eyes and drank the last sip of wisdom root tea without hesitation, continuing his enlightenment. Another 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Yin had spent half a month using the wisdom root tea to comprehend the profound creation realm. Qing Chen did not rush him, as this was a rare opportunity. Qing Chen's eyes flashed when he saw the drop of star energy at Lu Yin's fingertip distort the void and absorb a leaf. It then disappeared before reappearing. Was this the profound creation realm? Qing Chen looked at Lu Yin. Even as a half-ancestor, he was shocked by Lu Yin's talent. If this kid continued cultivating, he might even become a half-ancestor in the future. All he lacked was breaking through the 3 stages. Lu Yin opened his eyes again and looked at his fingertip in pleasant surprise. He had truly reached the profound creation realm in terms of star energy control. This feeling was truly wondrous, and his surroundings were completely different. In the past, star energy had only been a form of energy. Now, however, star energy was a life form in his eyes. It was a world, a universe, and he was confident that he could create a maze that could trap Deadworm. If he could magnify star energy countless times, would he be able to create a world for humans to live in? This seemed to be a path of cultivation. No, star energy was only a single form of energy, and it could not become a place for living things to live in. If a creature wanted to live, it needed to be far more complicated, and it was not something he could imagine. This was just an attack method, a lock-breaking method. If he could absorb everything that a creature needed into star energy, then wouldn't he be able to create a world? It was a crazy idea, but Lu Yin felt that it was feasible. The profound creation realm in terms of star energy control. Once we tell Grandmaster Deng Guo that you've reached this realm, he won't hesitate to take you in as a disciple, Qing Chen praised. Lu Yin smiled. Let's leave it to fate. Superintendent, we've wasted quite a bit of time. Shall we head to the 6th district? Qing Chen nodded and led Lu Yin towards the Bifrost. Not long after, the 2 of them followed the Bifrost to the mortal realm and officially left the top realm. The Bifrost covered a large area, and they were not the only ones going to the mortal realm at the same time. However, they were separated by a great distance. This was Lu Yin's 2nd time on the Bifrost, and he still remembered the confusion and curiosity he had felt the first time. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1526. The land of the top realm slowly moved away, and the sky once again became the sky above Lu Yin's head. Lu Yin also saw the stars, as there were stars between the middle realm and the top realm. Below the stars was the middle level realm, and below the middle level realm was the lower level realm. As Lu Yin and Qing Chen headed towards the mortal realm, Eccentric Long also left the 2nd formation base and arrived at an extremely luxurious place. This was also the same battlefield, and it was dark all around. Occasionally, there would be tremors, but this did not affect the extravagance of this place. The outside world reeked of blood, but this place was filled with a sweet fragrance. The ground was paved with star essence, the wallpaper was made from the bark of a mother tree, and the lights were lit up by sourcebox arrays. There were also dazzling golden glazed roof tiles, icy pond water from the frigid immortal sect, and hunter realm fish. Every place here was extremely luxurious, to the point that Eccentric Long felt uncomfortable. This was the residence of an Origin Array Heavenly Master. There were countless experts in the astral tree realm, but only a few had reached the level of an Origin Array Heavenly Master. This person was a strange existence, but he was the first person Eccentric Long thought of. Esteemed guest, please have some tea. A beautiful maid brought out a tea set, and then under eccentric Long's helpless gaze, she completed a set of actions that took a full hour to brew tea. Every movement embodied the essence of the way of tea. This was not brewing tea, but rather an art. Eccentric Long accepted the tea set. As a half-ancestor, he had seen everything, but coming to this place made him feel uncomfortable. Beneath his feet were star essence. Although star essence was useless to him, it was still a resource. He glanced at the table, where the exquisite desserts seemed to glow. "Brother Long, what brings you here?" a languid and gentle voice asked. Eccentric Long set down his teacup and stood up to look behind the screen. A man walked out. He had a scholarly appearance, and his hair was grizzled white. However, there was not a single wrinkle on his face, and his eyes were filled with the vicissitudes of life. However, there was also a hint of playfulness in his eyes. He was dressed extravagantly, and he was wearing a total of 5 sourcebox arrays that revolved around his body. Each array had an unfathomable aura. If he was not mistaken, the clothes were made from an extremely rare creature in the lower mortal realm called the Qilin. That creature's skin was extremely soft, like air, yet incomparably tough. Even a 5th origin tribulation expert would find it very difficult to break through. The boots on his feet were also made from another rare creature called the Zhao. That creature was so fast that even half-martial ancestors would find it very difficult to catch up to it. One could easily imagine how fast boots made from the skin of such a creature would be. Eccentric Long only needed a single glance to confirm that Lu Yin's outfit was enough to allow a hunter to cultivate to the half-progenitor level without worrying about resources. This did not even include the jade pendant and the cosmic ring, which were simply too extravagant. Just by standing here, even a half-martial ancestor would be helpless against this person. Old Monster Long thought. Celestial Master Gu Yen, long time no see. How have you been? Old Monster Long asked politely as he remained standing. The man did not look old, but he had definitely lived longer than Old Monster Long. He casually sat down and gestured with his hand. Sit down and talk. Old Monster Long nodded and sat down. Not so good recently. Didn't those monsters break through the tree realm a while ago? They even need me to repair it. It's troublesome, Celestial Master Gu Yen said. As he spoke, he touched the cushion under his butt and shouted, Xiao Chui, change this cushion made from Mi Huang's skin. It's deformed after sitting for so long. Old Monster Long subconsciously glanced at the cushion under Celestial Master Gu Yan's butt. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. It was made from Mi Huang's skin. Mi Huang was also from the lower mortal realm, and they were a group of emperors. Adult Mi Huangs had strength that surpassed 3 origin tribulations, and the skin of a Mi Huang could only be used as a cushion. How many Mi Huangs had this old man killed? Changing a cushion every once in a while was just too extravagant. The maid who had been brewing tea hurried over and helped Celestial Master Gu Yen change the cushion before retreating. Cough, cough. Celestial Master Gu Yen coughed twice and shifted his butt. It's comfortable now. He then looked at Old Monster Long. Brother Long, what did you just say? Old Monster Long laughed. Nothing important. It's just that I haven't seen you in a long time, and I'm concerned about your health. Right, you must be tired from repairing the tree realm, so you should rest. He then took out a book from his cosmic ring and handed it over. Celestial Master Gu Yen accepted the book and was shocked. It's a book from the Dao Source sect. Although it's not as good as the one written in ancient characters, it's still very precious. Even during the Dao Source sect's era, this book was rarely borrowed. Brother Long, what's this? Old Monster Long laughed. It's just a small toy. I'm giving it to Celestial Master Gu Yen to play with. Celestial Master Gu Yan laughed and accepted the book without hesitation. Repairing the tree realm is indeed tiring, and I need some rest. Thank you, Brother Long. When Old Monster Long saw that Celestial Master Gu Yan had accepted the book, he smiled even more happily. As long as Celestial Master's health is good, then it's a blessing for humanity. Ha ha ha, we haven't seen each other in so many years, and Brother Long is becoming more and more polite. Don't worry, my health is very good. Is there anything else? If there's nothing else, I'll study sourcebox arrays and try to add another layer of defense to each array base, Celestial Master Gu Yan said. Old Monster Long raised an eyebrow. Is he chasing me away just like that? He hadn't even said anything yet. He had heard that Celestial Master Gu Yan was a stingy person who had accepted gifts without doing anything, but he hadn't expected the rumors to be true. Celestial Master Gu Yan, we haven't seen each other in so many years. How many disciples have you accepted? Celestial Master Gu Yan's eyes darted around. How many? That's a lot. Let me count. 1, 2, 3. Old Monster Long was speechless. This guy clearly didn't have any disciples. He had had one in the past, but that one had gone missing, and he hadn't accepted another disciple since. Yet, he was still so serious and shameless. Brother Long, it's really hard to count. There are too many, and it's tiring, Celestial Master Gu Yan said helplessly. Old Monster Long laughed. Since you have too many disciples, why don't you accept another one? Celestial Master Gu Yan waved his hand. I can't. Every disciple is my treasure, and I have to work hard to teach them. You should know that the path of lock-breaking is vast and boundless, and it's not easy to teach them. Just adding one more would exhaust me. Tell me, the world of trees, unlimited power, and the various array bases and sourcebox arrays. I really can't split myself up. Old Monster Long was about to continue speaking when Celestial Master Gu Yan shouted, Little Emerald, my butt cushion is crooked. Get me another one. Little Emerald came in and brought a new one. Celestial Master Gu Yan sat down and felt uncomfortable. No, it's too crooked. Do you have a new one? Little Emerald shook her head. No, we're lacking resources. Celestial Master Gu Yan's expression turned ugly. Lacking resources. This won't do. Without a butt cushion, how am I supposed to sit down? How am I supposed to comprehend sourcebox arrays and cultivate? How am I supposed to teach my disciples? All of them are so disappointing. Let's go. We'll go down to the mortal world and catch a few me emperors to raise. I don't believe that we can't find a suitable butt cushion. He then turned around and glared at Old Monster Long, Dragon. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Brother, sit down for now. I'll go catch a few me emperors and find a suitable butt cushion. We'll talk more later. Sit down. With that, he disappeared. Old Monster Long didn't even get a chance to interject. His expression was extremely ugly. That shameless old thing had run off just like that. Bastard. He had stolen Old Monster Long's things and then left Old Monster Long here. How shameless. It was no wonder that the old man's reputation was so bad, and the other Origin Array Heavenly Masters didn't want to interact with him. Old Monster Long was furious. As a half-ancestor, he had never suffered such humiliation before. He wanted to smash this place apart, but after some thought, he had some misgivings. He snorted and left. If this one didn't work, then he would find someone else. After all, Gu Yan wasn't the only Origin Array Heavenly Master. After Old Monster Long left, Heavenly Master Gu Yan appeared where he had just disappeared. Old Monster Long hadn't noticed him at all. In your dreams. You want me to teach you white dragon lock breaking? Dream on. Heavenly Master Gu Yen looked refined, but his words were crude. He even spat out some phlegm. Xiao Chui, if this guy comes again, add something to his tea. Add what? Xiao Chui was confused. Heavenly Master Gu Yen grinned and pointed to the ground. Xiao Chui looked at the phlegm on the ground. Got it. The next day, Old Monster Long came again. He didn't come because he wanted to, but because he couldn't accept it. He had given Xiao Chui something, but he hadn't done anything. Xiao Chui silently poured him a cup of tea and was about to start the art of brewing tea, but Old Monster Long stopped her. No need. Just drink it like this. Xiao Chui blinked. Her gaze seemed to be able to see through the tea set and into the tea. She was an honest person, so she would do whatever she was told. Where's Heavenly Master Gu Yen? Old Monster Long asked. Xiao Chui replied, he brought butt face to the mortal world to catch the Me Emperor. My butt cushion is really uncomfortable. Old Monster Long didn't believe her. You really went to the mortal world? Yes, he did. Xiao Chui's expression was sincere as she watched Old Monster Long take a sip of tea. Even Old Monster Long felt that something was wrong. What are you looking at? Xiao Chui pursed her lips. The Heavenly Master asked me to serve you. What would you like to eat? No need. I'll wait here for you, Old Monster Long said. He was in a bad mood. Xiao Chui nodded and slowly retreated to a corner. She then watched Old Monster Long drink his tea. The taste wasn't that good, was it? Heavenly Master Gu Yen, who was about 100 meters away from Old Monster Long, rolled his eyes. Old man, you're still hanging on to me. It's just a book, and you're giving it to me. That's impossible. Forget it, I'll take a trip to the mortal world. It's about time to catch a few Me Emperors to play with. It's always better to be prepared with a butt cushion. I'll have to use it wherever I go. Old people are so troublesome. Once again, Lu Yin arrived in the mortal world. He stepped on a giant tree root and looked into the distance. Several roars greeted the uninvited guests. This is the 6th district. Every district in the mortal world has different creatures, but the terror ant exists in all districts, Qing Chen said. A giant shadow loomed over them, and Lu Yin looked up to see a 1,000-meter-tall neck staring at them. Its neck was so long, and its body was at least a few thousand meters long. It was a colossus. Qing Chen looked up with a cold gaze. The creature was startled and immediately shrank its neck back. As a half-step ancestor, it was one of the top creatures in the mortal world. End of chapter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1527. As he followed Clear Dust, Lu Yin did not encounter any danger at all. These creatures could sense half-ancestor Clear Dust's pressure and avoided him from a distance. The ancestral Mang's body coiled around the mother tree, extending across the entire lower realm. The one closest to the head was the 3rd region, while the 6th region was similarly huge, covering the sky. Will the ancestral Mang awaken? Lu Yin suddenly asked. He looked up with fear in his eyes. Qing Chen replied, usually not. Can the White Dragon tribe really control the ancestral Mang? Lu Yin asked again. Qing Chen was silent for a moment. Yes. He thought for a moment. The ancestors of the White Dragon clan obtained the method of cultivation from the blood of the ancestral Mang. From then on, they embarked on the path of invincibility and achieved the 4 cardinal scales. There is a connection between the White Dragon clan and the ancestral Mang. The ancestral Mang didn't attack those monsters? Qing Chen shook his head. Neither Zhu Mang nor Shining took the initiative to attack. Through this exchange of questions and answers, Lu Yin learned a lot of information from Qing Chen. Qing Chen did not hide anything, as there were many things that he did not know. For example, when Lu Yin asked how long the ancestral mandala had existed, he did not know. He only knew that it had existed for a very long time. Lu Yin also asked if the god hawk had ever flown, but he did not know either. There was also the legend of the martial ancestor. Although Qing Chen was a half-ancestor, he did not know much about those incomparably ancient matters. Although I've been alive for a very long time, I barely know a few things that happened during the Daosaur sect's era. What you're asking about is even more ancient, and even things that happened before the Daosaur sect. Forget about me, even the four-way scales ancestor might not know about those things, Qing Chen said helplessly. Lu Yin laughed dryly. I'm just curious. You don't need to know that, the martial ancestor is just a legend. There are also legends about the Grim Reaper, the god of fate, and so on. Those people are more like people from ancient times. They're a kind of religion. The Ghost Abyss has the image of the Grim Reaper, and that image has spread throughout the starry sky of trees. Many people believe that the Grim Reaper really exists, but ever since the Ghost Abyss was founded, no one has been able to find the Grim Reaper's inheritance. There are progenitors in the Ghost Abyss, but they still can't find the Death God's inheritance. This proves that the Death God's existence is just an illusion. In short, I don't believe it. There are people in the four-way balance who believe it, and they're also searching for it. But the majority still don't believe it, said Qing Chen. I don't believe it either, Lu Yin replied with a sincere expression. Qing Chen nodded and praised, that's right. Cultivate your own body well and don't pursue that kind of illusory power. There was a loud boom as two enormous forces collided in the distance. The resulting shock waves flattened the void, allowing Lu Yin to see the astral source universe. This was a battle between powerhouses above the envoys. The higher Lu Yin stood, the more powerful beings he would come into contact with. When he had been a Lemiter, enlighters had been very rare, but when he had become a hunter, envoys had become even rarer. Now that he had become an enlighter, envoys were very common. This was not because there were fewer enlighters, but rather because those beings did not dare to approach him. Soon, Qing Chen brought Lu Yin to the battlefield. Two massive creatures were fighting. One of them looked like an elephant, and it was 1,000 meters tall and thousands of meters long. Every step it took caused the ground to crack, and the one fighting the elephant was a four-headed python. Its body was so long that one could not see the end of it. Both of them had the strength of several origin tribulations. Someone's here, Qing Chen reminded Lu Yin. He looked to the right, where there were two other figures. Qing Chen had discovered them, and they had also discovered Qing Chen. They did not try to hide their whereabouts. The Adventurer King. Qing Chen was flabbergasted, but he was not too surprised. Lu Yin looked over. The Adventurer King. He had heard of this person before. It was rumored that this person rarely set foot in the middle realm or the top realm, and that he always stayed in the lower realm. It was said that he liked adventure and excitement, and he also wanted to clear out creatures. He was one of the strongest people in the Root organization. The Adventurer King faced Qing Chen and bowed from afar. He looked past Qing Chen and saw Lu Yin, and his eyes narrowed. Lu Yin also got a clear look at the Adventurer King, who was a very ordinary man. He was thin and short, only about 1.6 meters tall. There was nothing special about him, but he was clearly standing there. If Lu Yin had not seen him with his own eyes, he would not have noticed him at all. Lu Yin had a feeling that even if this person was standing right in front of him, he would not be able to sense him as long as he closed his eyes. There was a young man beside the Adventurer King, and if Lu Yin was not wrong, that young man was Wan Wu. This was the same person who had accompanied Long Tian to the Sovereign Realm when Lu Yin had first entered Junior Progenitor Planet. However, he had left at the last minute due to some matters. Otherwise, he would have been poisoned as well. The battle between the two beasts quickly ended. The elephant was no match for the python, and it was eventually bound and strangled to death. It let out a mournful shriek before it died, and it tried to struggle free, but to no avail. However, the python did not fare well either, as half of its body had been crushed. The Adventurer King brought Wan Wu to a spot not far from Qing Qin. "Senior, long time no see." Qing Qin smiled. "You've always been in the mortal realm, so it's hard to meet you." The Adventurer King calmly replied, "There will always be a chance." He then looked at Lu Yin with a deep gaze. "And this is?" "He's Long 7, the sect master of the humble Huayuan sect," Qing Qin introduced. Lu Yin politely replied, "Greetings, Senior Adventurer King." "You're Long 7. The one who accompanied Long Tian to the Sovereign Realm?" Wan Wu asked in surprise from behind the Adventurer King. Lu Yin looked at Wan Wu and smiled. "You must be Wan Wu." Wan Wu nodded. "Brother Wan left Junior Progenitor Planet because of some matters. Otherwise, you would have been the one accompanying Junior Progenitor Long Tian to the Sovereign Realm." Wan Wu shook his head. "Impossible. I'm not your opponent." Lu Yin was flabbergasted. "Why do you say that, Brother Wan?" Wan Wu earnestly replied, "I can sense your aura, and it's very powerful. It far surpasses mine, and even..." He wanted to say that it was even more powerful than Long Tian, but then he thought about Long Tian's white dragon transformation and even more mysterious powers. He had never seen Long Tian at full power before, so he did not say anything. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. These people had been dealing with astral beasts for a long time, so they were very sensitive to auras. Mr. Mu had concealed his cultivation so that not even half progenitors could tell that he was a beast king, but that did not mean that no one else could. There were always people with extraordinary innate gifts, such as Hua Beibei, whom Lu Yin had met while clearing out the terror ants. She had been able to tell that he was a beast king and was the strongest person in the group. Such people were not rare at all. "Someone from the White Dragon tribe?" The Adventurer King frowned, and his attitude changed slightly. Behind them, the python had just strangled the elephant to death when it discovered Qing Chen's group. It flicked its tongue and stared at them with its vertical eyes, emitting a hair-raising sound. The Adventurer King turned around and said in a low voice, "I'm here to retrieve this python's gallbladder. Do you have any instructions for me?" Qing Chen replied, "We're just passing by. Do as you wish." He then turned to Lu Yin and said, "Let's go." Lu Yin nodded and left with Qing Chen. Not long after, the ground shook, and Lu Yin turned around. The python had probably died. "Superintendent, the Adventurer King has been in the mortal realm for a long time, so he should be very familiar with this place. Why don't we use him to find that anteater?" Lu Yin asked. Qing Chen replied, "This is a serious matter, and we cannot trust anyone easily. You exposed the 3 Guan brothers, and Yun Mubai is a redback. Who can guarantee that he isn't?" Lu Yin nodded. Those monsters had planted redbacks among the humans not only because of the destruction they had caused, but also because of the distrust between the humans. This was a very serious problem. Qing Chen had made Lu Yin the acting leader of the humble Huayuan school in order to attract the witch spirit god's attention. Now, he had not asked about the witch spirit god, which meant that he did not have much hope that Lu Yin would be able to lure the witch spirit god out. The two of them searched the 6th district for more than 10 days, and they eventually found the atlas grass that Lu Yin had drawn in the void. However, they did not find the anteater. With Qing Chen's cultivation, he could sense the surroundings for a long time, but he still could not find the anteater. Could it have left this district? Lu Yin guessed. Qing Chen was helpless. That's possible. The mortal realm was vast, and it was much larger than the middle realm and the top realm. It was very difficult to find a giant beast here. Superintendent, if that creature feeds on terror ants, we just have to find them, and we might be able to find it. Lu Yin suddenly thought of something. Qing Chen's eyes lit up. That's possible. However, he immediately felt troubled. There are many terror ants in the mortal realm, and there are some in every district. It's also very difficult to find that creature. Lu Yin was helpless. We can only try. If it doesn't work, we'll have to issue a reward to the roots and have them search for the anteater. But then, we might be exposed, Qing Chen said. Lu Yin did not know what to do. He had already searched all the places where Atlas grass had appeared in the 6th district. The terror ants were relatively easy to track down. 2 days later, Qing Chen led Lu Yin to a huge ball of terror ants. They were unscrupulous in the mortal world, and ordinary creatures at the level of emissary could only avoid them. Wherever they passed, not even a blade of grass grew. The two of them followed behind the terror ant ball for 2 whole days. During these 2 days, they also encountered other cultivators. Those cultivators thought that they would definitely die when they encountered the terror ant ball. Fortunately, they were all saved by Qing Chen. They followed the ball for another 3 days, and one day, it suddenly disappeared. Qing Chen's expression changed, and he hurried over with Lu Yin. They found that the ball had fallen into a gap between 2 tree roots. Although it was called a gap, to them, it was like a huge canyon that they could not see the bottom of. Superintendent, did all the terror ants fall down? Lu Yin asked. Qing Chen nodded. Let's go down. With that, he jumped down with Lu Yin. Lu Yin was a little flustered. Who knew what was down there? This was where the mother tree's roots were, and all kinds of strange creatures could be born here. Even the ancestral Mang had existed, and he was afraid that there would be a monster that even Qing Chen could not deal with. It was very dark down there, and there was no light at all. Fortunately, Lu Yin was a cultivator and could see his surroundings clearly. Every section of the mother tree's roots was like a piece of land to him. No matter how far he went, he could only see a section of roots. There were creatures, insects, and many ravines on it. If he kept going down, he did not know if he would fall into the universe. The mother tree existed in the universe. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1528. Suddenly, there was a gust of wind from underground, and then Lu Yin felt his body being suddenly moved. A gust of wind whizzed past him and swept upwards, cutting off everything in its path. His scalp went numb, as he had not seen wrongly. That gust of wind had torn through the void, and its power definitely surpassed that of an ordinary envoy's. It might have reached the power of a 3rd tribulation cultivator, which meant that it had a power level of over 700,000. Lu Yin was not wearing his universal armor, and even if he had, he would not have had a good ending if he had been struck by that gust of wind. Superintendent, what's this? Lu Yin was shocked. Qing Chen stood in the air and solemnly said, Sourcebox danger. Lu Yin looked down and narrowed his eyes. There's a sourcebox down there. Those terror ants were exterminated by the sourcebox danger. There's an extraordinary sourcebox array down there. It's a sourcebox, Lu Yin said. Qing Chen waved a hand, and Lu Yin felt himself being isolated again. The gust of wind howled once more, but it did not harm him at all. This was the strength of a half-ancestor. Gradually, the two arrived at the bottom of the two intersecting tree roots, and they saw a shocking scene. They saw a sourcebox in a human form. The moment Luin saw the humanoid sourcebox, he felt a sense of familiarity. A humanoid sourcebox, a humanoid sourcebox. Someone seemed to have told him before. Right, little sure, he had once told you not to unlock a humanoid sourcebox if you encountered one. There was only one humanoid sourcebox, but it exuded a very powerful sourcebox danger. Qing Chen brought Luin down. Take a look. Luin was a lockbreaker, and his control of star energy had reached the arcane creation realm. Even though Qing Chen was a half-ancestor, he had no right to speak on the path of lockbreaking. Luin was protected by Qing Chen as he stared at the humanoid sourcebox. This sourcebox was about the same height as a normal person, but because it had been sealed by the sourcebox, Luin could not see its appearance, and he could not sense the person's aura inside. For some reason, Luin felt uncomfortable when he saw the humanoid sourcebox. Strange, why is there a humanoid sourcebox here? It's been sealed for too long. Can you unlock it? Qing Chen asked. Luin shook his head. It's very difficult. I can't block the sourcebox's danger. If you want to unlock it, you'll need to be at least an astral lockbreaker. The person inside should be dead, Qing Chen said. Luin fell silent. I don't know. Someone once managed to unlock something alive, but this is the first time I've seen someone do it. Star energy flowed out like a stream. The sourcebox's killing intent was powerful, but it did not use astral sources to suppress star energy like an emissary. Instead, Luin could rely on his star energy to sense the sourcebox. BZZT, you've actually reached the profound creation realm with star energy control. Not bad, kid, a voice said. Not only did it startle Luin, but it also startled Qing Chen. The two of them abruptly turned their heads to look behind them. Unknowingly, two silhouettes were standing there quietly. One of them was a scholarly man with white hair and not a single wrinkle on his face. The other one looked like a guard with a solemn expression. Celestial Master Guyan. Qing Chen was shocked. Celestial. This was a unique way of addressing an Origin Array Heavenly Master. He had only seen one Origin Array Heavenly Master in the entire Fifth Mainland, and that was the Supreme Sacred Heavenly Master. Was this person before him also an Origin Array Heavenly Master? I didn't expect to run into an old friend here. Qing Chen, what are you doing here instead of hunting redbacks in the Middle Realm? Gu Yan asked. Qing Chen replied, Draconic 7 once saw a creature that might be the natural enemy of the Dino Ant, so I came to look for it. Why are you here? Gu Yan smiled. To catch the Emperor of Me. My butt is uncomfortable. Qing Chen was confused, as he didn't know much about this. Divine Master Gu Yan did not explain any further. Instead, he looked at the human-shaped sourcebox and sighed in amazement. There really is a human-shaped sourcebox. Ancient texts have recorded that everything in the universe can transform into a sourcebox, regardless of whether it's an inanimate object or a living being. Humans can transform into a sourcebox, but this is the first time I've seen something like this. He then looked at Luin, and his lips curled up. Lockbreakers had a rule that sourceboxes belonged to whoever discovered them, and whoever had the ability to unlock them at the same time would own them. However, this human-shaped sourcebox had obviously been discovered by Luin first. Luin respectfully replied, This junior is unable to unlock it. I'll have to trouble senior. Gu Yan smiled. You're Draconic 7. Luin bowed. Junior Draconic 7 greets Gu Yan. No need to be so polite, kid. Are you from the White Dragon tribe? Gu Yan asked. Luin nodded. Gu Yan sighed in admiration. The White Dragon tribe actually produced a lockbreaker at such a young age, and his control of star energy has reached the profound creation realm. How incredible! Qing Chen's eyes flashed. Not only has Draconic Seven's control of star energy reached the profound creation realm, but he has also mastered many sourcebox arrays. He was able to repair the second array in a short amount of time, and he also mastered the red ray in the New World, saving millions of people. Gu Yan's brows rose, and he simply replied, "I don't believe it." Qing Chen looked at Lu Yin and gave him a meaningful look. Lu Yin instantly understood. Qing Chen wanted him to find a way to become Gu Yan's disciple, and he was tempted. That Master Lantern fruit wasn't attractive to him, but the Heavenly Master was different. This was a Heavenly Master, and from Qing Chen's attitude, this person might not just be a Heavenly Master. Qing Chen hadn't even noticed him when he had approached. When he thought of this, Lu Yin suddenly wanted to show off. Back when the Heavenly Master had wanted to take him in as a disciple, not only as a lockbreaker disciple, but also as the successor of Everlasting Island. With Mr. Mu as his master, Lu Yin naturally couldn't agree. However, this was different. If it was just a simple lockbreaker master, then it wouldn't be a problem. Celestial Master Gu Yan also looked at Lu Yin curiously. Lu Yin raised a hand and arranged his star energy. Now that his control of star energy had reached the profound creation realm, it was much easier for him to arrange sourcebox arrays. Flow diversion diagram. Lu Yin raised a hand, and a diagram of a sourcebox array appeared. Gu Yan was shocked. It really is a sourcebox array. With a wave of his hand, the diagram dissipated, and Lu Yin set up a greater teleportation array before vanishing from the spot. Gu Yan sighed and sized Lu Yin up. "You're Draconic 7, right? You're so young, but you've already mastered 2 sourcebox arrays. It seems that the ability to repair the sourcebox and master the red ray is real." Qing Chen replied, "Why would I lie to you, Gu Yan?" Gu Yan rolled his eyes. "You people are willing to do anything just to get someone to be my disciple. Lying is just a small trick." Qing Chen coughed. Lu Yin glanced at him. He really had done such a thing before. Gu Yan carefully sized Lu Yin up and then said seriously, "Extraordinary talent, indeed extraordinary talent. To be honest, you're qualified to be my disciple, but you're from the White Dragon clan." Qing Chen hurriedly said, "Gu Yan, Draconic 7 is the leader of my humble school, and he's under the care of the governor. Back then, when he exposed Yun Mubai as a redback, he almost became the public enemy of the 4 cardinal scales. You should be able to investigate all of this." "Is that so?" Gu Yan was surprised, but then he smiled and stared at Lu Yin. "I'll give you a choice. 1. Become my disciple, but you'll have to leave the White Dragon clan. 2. You can keep your status as a White Dragon, but you'll have to follow me to the battlefield on the backside and remain there for the rest of your life, just like the countless other lockbreakers. What's your choice?" Qing Chen looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin thought for a moment and then respectfully said, "I was born in the Lianshan branch of the White Dragon clan, and I've never received the slightest favor from the White Dragon clan since I was young. I'm not greedy for the status of the 4 cardinal scales, but I'm married to Princess Long Shi, and I cannot forget our relationship as husband and wife. I can live without using my status as a member of the White Dragon clan, but I cannot abandon my status as the son-in-law of the White Dragon clan's main bloodline. As for going to the backside, I'd rather stay in the middle realm. Capturing a redback is more effective than killing thousands of enemies on the backside." Divine Master Gu Yan's expression remained calm when he heard Lu Yin's words. He walked past Lu Yin and walked towards the human-shaped sourcebox. Qing Chen frowned. Had he failed again? This Gu Yan was too stubborn, and he didn't like the 4 cardinal scales. He didn't even care about a talented disciple like Draconic 7. Any other celestial master would have accepted him as a disciple long ago. What a pity. With his current status as Draconic 7, how could he leave the White Dragon clan with just a few words? That would be too heartless. Given his status, he could only say that. If he failed to become Gu Yan's disciple this time, he would try again next time. The next time he came to the cosmic tree, he would face everyone with a new identity. Gu Yan put away the human-shaped source box and turned around to look at Qing Qin. Don't look around like an idiot. All living things have their own ways of finding them. No matter how strong they are, they're still living things. Go to the roots to find out more, or ask someone. What about Draconic 7? Qing Qin asked. Gu Yan looked at Lu Yin. My conditions remain the same. If you've thought it through and are willing to go to the backside, you can find me and become my disciple. He then tossed a palm-sized ring to Lu Yin. You took the human-shaped source box, so this is your compensation. It's equivalent to one of my attacks. As for its power, you can try it out when you're in danger. If this thing can't save your life, then you've had a hard life. But face, let's go, said Gu Yan as he left with the guard. Lu Yin looked at the palm-sized ring. This was a windfall. He had wanted to tell Gu Yan not to unlock the human-shaped source box so easily, but then he remembered that Gu Yan was a celestial master, and a human-shaped source box couldn't possibly pose a threat to a celestial master. Qing Qin lamented, what a pity. If you could become Gu Yan's disciple, your future would be limitless. Lu Yin smiled. I can't let Longxi down, and I don't want to stay in the backside forever. I'd rather stay in the middle realm and catch spies. Qing Qin still felt sorry for Lu Yin, but he didn't say anything else. Honestly, he also felt that it was a pity that Lu Yin had to stay in the backside forever. There was no shortage of people like Lu Yin on the battlefield, and staying in the middle realm would make him more useful. Qing Qin brought Lu Yin back the way they had come, as he wanted to find the Adventurer King. Gu Yan had been right about one thing: all living things, regardless of whether they were strong or weak, had a way to find them, and the roots were clearly the best at this. Finding the Adventurer King was much easier than finding the Anteater, and Qing Qin managed to contact him with just a few people. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1529. Senior, you're looking for a large number of dino ants. Adventure King was surprised, as he had not expected Qing Qin to take action against dino ants. Qing Qin helplessly replied, I'm sure you've heard about the situation on the other side of the battlefield. The superintendent suspects that a spy has brought the newest dino ants into this region of space, and she's already locked onto the target. Once we confirm that the newest dino ants have appeared in the mortal realm, we can immediately capture them. Otherwise, due to their special identities, we have no evidence. Adventure King was shocked. If even Senior wants to capture them based on evidence, then that spy must be very important. He then took out some powder from his cosmic ring and handed it to Qing Qin. This powder can emit the dinoant's favorite scent, and it can attract dino ants in a certain area. I hope it'll be useful to Senior. Lu Yin hurriedly accepted it. Thank you, Qing Qin said gratefully. Not long after, Qing Qin sprinkled some of the powder into the air, and it drifted away with the wind, bringing Lu Yin to the astral source universe. Dino ants were scattered throughout the mortal realm, but they were not everywhere. They were just not differentiated by region. The smell of the powder could not spread throughout a region all at once. Qing Qin and Lu Yin used the powder to attract dino ants, but it took them 2 days to attract the first wave. The dino ants were not attracted to kill them, but rather to attract the anteater that might be present. Qing Chen used the powder to attract dino ants and led them around, mainly to the 6th region. During this time, they attracted the attention of other beasts, who were either scared away by the dino ants or Qing Chen. The further they went, the more dino ants they attracted. At first, they were just spheres, but now, they had grown into giants. Lu Yin was puzzled. Superintendent, shouldn't a half-ancestor powerhouse be able to easily eliminate all dino ants with this method? The only dino ants that can be attracted are those that don't have an ant queen, Qing Chen replied. Lu Yin recalled that they had been surrounded by dino ants controlled by an ant queen on the other side of the battlefield. The ant queen was equivalent to the dino ant colony's brain, so it was impossible for it to be attracted by the smell. Roots hunts down dino ants every year, and it's probably because of this method, but the dino ants' numbers have not decreased, Qing Chen said in a low voice. He looked back at the giant dino ants and couldn't help but want to exterminate them all. Let's go to the 5th region, Qing Chen said. They had already explored the 6th region, and had returned to where they had first discovered the azure grass, but there was still no trace of the anteaters. Lu Yin nodded. Suddenly, Qing Chen paused and stared at the ground as if he had discovered something. Lu Yin subconsciously spread out his domain and searched in all directions, but he found nothing. The next moment, the soles of their feet trembled, and Qing Chen grabbed Lu Yin and flew up into the sky. They even entered the astral source universe, and the terror ants quickly scattered after sensing the sudden disappearance of their scent. Superintendent. Lu Yin grew anxious. Qing Chen's face was solemn. Quiet. The ground that they had just stepped on began to move. Then, with a flip, the heavens and the earth shook, revealing a huge circular mouth. That was an anteater. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he saw it again. That's right, it was the anteater. It had been there all along, but neither he nor Qing Chen had noticed it at all. When Qing Chen saw the anteater, his face became more serious and vigilant. The anteater turned its mandibles around and aimed them at Lu Yin's back. Then, it began to devour him, causing the void to distort. Even Lu Yin, who was within Astral Source Universe, was almost sucked away. If this anteater could affect Qing Chen's ability to protect Lu Yin, then could it be a demigod ancestor? Countless terror ants attracted by Qing Chen were on the anteater's back, and they could not escape at all. They were all devoured by the anteater. Then, the anteater's eyes turned and stared at Qing Chen and Lu Yin. Compared to its huge body, its eyes were very small, but to Qing Chen and Lu Yin, they were extremely large. The mandibles turned again and aimed at the two of them. Qing Chen's expression changed, and he grabbed Lu Yin to escape. The mandibles emitted an indescribable devouring force, and the entire void was pulled up like a curtain. Then, it was sucked into the mandibles. A huge void crack spread in all directions, and endless darkness descended. This was the Astral Source Universe. The sky above the 6th district changed. Lu Yin's body could not help but be sucked in, but Qing Chen held on tightly. He raised his hand, and a drop of clear water appeared. He then threw it at the anteater. The clear water entered the anteater's mandibles and then swept past its body. The clear water became turbid, and the devouring force of the anteater's mandibles weakened significantly. Qing Chen raised his hand again, and several drops of clear water were thrown out. The anteater's body moved, and it raised its claws high. The claws tore through the void and blocked out the sun. Qing Chen did not know what he had done, but Lu Yin heard a huge explosion and blood flowed from his ears. After that, he did not know anything else. This was a battle between half-progenitors, and Lu Yin was so close that he could not see, hear, or comprehend it. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Yin slowly opened his eyes and saw the huge middle realm above his head. He saw the stars swaying, and he suddenly stood up and looked around. He was still in the lower realm, and not far away, the azure grass swayed with the breeze. However, the terrain had changed greatly. "You're awake," Qing Chen's voice rang out from nearby. Lu Yin turned around and rubbed his head. "Superintendent, what happened?" Qing Chen was slightly exhausted. "We found the anteater. It has the power of a half-progenitor and is very strong." "Then, where's the anteater?" Lu Yin looked around. Qing Chen replied, "It was captured." Lu Yin was shocked. "Superintendent, you captured it?" Qing Chen shook his head. "That anteater is not simple. At most, I could force it back, but it was impossible to capture it." The governor took action. "The governor? A progenitor?" Lu Yin was speechless. Qing Chen nodded and smiled at Lu Yin. The governor descended and captured the anteater. "Long 7, the superintendent admires you very much. Have you ever thought of becoming his disciple?" Lu Yin blinked. Why was he asking for a disciple again? Grandmaster Denghua, Gu Yan, and now the governor. Each was more powerful than the last, but he had Mr. Mu. Qing Chen thought that Lu Yin had not reacted, so he continued, "The governor wants to take you as his disciple. What do you think?" Lu Yin was stunned. "Superintendent, I don't know." "Huh, what's there to not know? Don't you want to become a progenitor's disciple?" Qing Chen asked with a smile. He had always admired Lu Yin, and this admiration had been intended to nurture him from the start. Later, in order to attract the shaman spirit god, he had been willing to risk Lu Yin's life. Now, as the two spent more time together, Qing Chen had begun to recognize this young man. Becoming a disciple of the governor would completely change one's status, and it would not be lower than the junior ancestor of the 4 cardinal scales. Qing Chen was happy for Lu Yin, and he had not expected Lu Yin to refuse. Could Lu Yin refuse? Of course, he could not openly refuse. Otherwise, everything he had built up in the humble school would be for naught. He wanted to leave this part of the universe, but he did not want Long 7's identity to become a stain. The best way was for Long 7 to disappear in the midst of his meritorious service and become a legend. "Superintendent, am I qualified?" Lu Yin asked nervously. Qing Chen smiled. "If the governor says you are qualified, then you are qualified. All right, let's go. We've found the anteater, and your contribution points have been filled. Don't worry, you'll still be rewarded when you return to the humble school." "Where are we going now?" Lu Yin asked. Qing Chen replied, "Back to the humble school of Huayuan and wait for news from the governor. After all, you are the son-in-law of the White Dragon clan's main bloodline. If he wants to take you as a disciple, he'll have to negotiate with the White Dragon clan." Lu Yin nodded, hoping that the negotiation would not succeed. The same scene played out on the battlefield behind them. Not long after returning to the second base from Gu Yan, Old Monster Long met Grandmaster Denghua. Grandmaster Denghua looked at Old Monster Long and eagerly looked for Lu Yin. Old Monster Long had initially wanted Lu Yin to become a disciple of Grandmaster Denghua. After all, a real Yuan formation master had a very high status, and he could fill the gap that the White Dragon clan did not have an origin formation master. However, as Lu Yin's lock-breaking talent increased, Old Monster Long's vision had changed. He was no longer limited to just being a real Yuan formation master, and he wanted to find an origin formation heavenly master. Thus, when faced with Grandmaster Denghua's inquiry, Old Monster Long only said, Long 7 was targeted by the 12 marquises, so he could only withdraw from the battlefield behind them. He should be returning to the Central Realm with Qing Chen now. Grandmaster Denghua politely said, I want to take Long 7 as my disciple. What is the White Dragon clan's stance on this? Old Monster Long's face twitched. If this had been the beginning, he would have been very happy, and he would have even been willing to change his attitude toward Lu Yin. Now, however, he hoped that the Origin Formation Heavenly Master would take Lu Yin as his disciple, so he was not too enthusiastic about Grandmaster Denghua. Of course, he could not directly refuse. Grandmaster, can you leave the battlefield behind us? It's unlikely that Long 7 will come to the battlefield behind us for the time being. Grandmaster Denghua smiled. I've already considered this issue. Long 7 can stay at the Lockbreaker headquarters and be taught by me for a period of time. He won't be allowed to enter the battlefield, and he won't even get close to it. He can spend most of his time in the Central Realm. After all, he's the sect master of the humble Huayuan school, so he has the right to stay in the Central Realm. He won't have to stay on the battlefield behind us like the other Lockbreakers. Old Monster Long feigned happiness. That would be for the best. Grandmaster Denghua smiled and nodded. But why are you suddenly so anxious to take Long 7 as your disciple? Old Monster Long asked curiously. Grandmaster Denghua smiled. He's so young, and he's already grasped 2 sourcebox arrays. He's also been able to research and repair the Origin all in such a short amount of time. He's even able to control the red glow. With such a genius, any Lockbreaker master would be happy to take him as their disciple, let alone me. This was the reason why Old Monster Long had decided to take Lu Yin as a disciple of the Origin Array Heavenly Master. If Gu Yan wasn't enough, then Old Monster Long would look for another Heavenly Master. As for Grandmaster Denghua, Old Monster Long was sorry, but the more anxious he was, the more it showed how talented Long 7 was. Old Monster Long really couldn't let Grandmaster Denghua ruin a lock-breaking genius that only appeared once in countless years. Please wait for a few more days, Grandmaster. Long 7 is currently on a mission with Qinchin, and even I don't know what the mission is. Once he's done, he'll immediately be summoned to the battlefield behind us to take Grandmaster as his master. Old Monster Long smiled. He didn't reject Grandmaster Denghua's offer as a backup plan, just in case. Grandmaster Denghua didn't find this strange. Alright, then I'll go back and wait. Don't worry, Denghua, will definitely train a Lockbreaker master for the White Dragon clan. Old Monster Long smiled even more happily. Thank you, Grandmaster Denghua. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1530. After Grandmaster Denghua left, Elder Long raised a hand and contacted someone. After a while, the Cloud Connect stone vibrated, but no one appeared. Instead, an eye appeared. It was turbid and filled with age. Elder Long bowed when he saw the eye. Greetings, Ancestor. Elder Long had contacted the White Dragon Ancestor, who was known as the Dragon Ancestor. He was one of the strongest powerhouses in the Cosmic Tree Realm and a pillar of the White Dragon tribe. The 4 cardinal scales represented the 4 great powers, and they were also the 4 ancestors. They restrained and supported each other to protect the human race, and the Dragon Ancestor was one of them. His turbid eyes looked at Elder Long. What is it? His voice was not loud, but it shook the void and was filled with an unimaginable might. To Elder Long, the entire world seemed to submit to his gaze. Ancestor, a junior of the family, Long 7, has displayed unparalleled lock-breaking talent. Even Grandmaster Denghua is anxious to take him in as a disciple. I'm confident that Long 7's talent is enough for him to become an Origin Array Heavenly Master's disciple. However, I've tried to find Heavenly Master Gu Yan, but he's a strange person and I can't communicate with him. I've tried to find other Origin Array Heavenly Masters, but I have no way to do so, Elder Long said respectfully. The Dragon Ancestor was surprised. That Long 7 again. Elder Long trembled. You've heard of him. The 4 cardinal scales patriarch was different from the frigid governor. Liu Yin's contributions to the frigid governor had attracted the governor's attention, but the 4 cardinal scales patriarch was always in charge of the sovereign realm, fending off the Eternal's progenitors. He would not interfere in the affairs of the lower realms, and he had even ignored the 4th junior ancestor's imprisonment. Elder Long could not figure out what Long 7 had done to attract the dragon ancestor's attention. Old heretic contacted me and wants to take Long 7 as a disciple. He's asking for my opinion, the dragon ancestor said. Elder Long was shocked. The frigid governor wants to take Long 7 as a disciple? What do you think, ancestor? The dragon ancestor was silent for a moment. Let me see. Old Monster Long's thoughts were in a mess. He was a lock-breaking prodigy, a cultivation prodigy, and a combat prodigy. Furthermore, he had the ability to capture redback spies. This Long 7 was so perfect that it was frightening. To a certain extent, he had even surpassed the 4th young master. Contact Long Ku and send out invitations to the outside world. I will contact Old Heretic to formally acknowledge him as my master and enter the family register on the same day. At that time, I'll invite the 4-way scales, the Central Realms Farmers School, the Liu family, Yi Xian Academy, and even the people from the Lockbreaker headquarters. I'll let them see the rise of the White Dragon clan. With the 4th young ancestor trapped, the White Dragon clan will not have any gaps. Even if that girl, who was supposed to be the hope of our clan's rise, dies, so what? Our White Dragon clan will still produce geniuses who can attract the attention of progenitors and even be admired by them. Eccentric Long bowed deeply. Yes, Patriarch. The turbid eyes disappeared, and Old Monster Long immediately contacted Long Ku. He did not dare to delay the old ancestor's orders. Long Ku was also shocked by this news. Send out invitations. Old Monster Long seriously replied, yes, send out invitations to let the entire cosmic tree know that a genius has appeared in our White Dragon clan. He's a cultivator, a fighter, and a lock-breaking prodigy. He's also your son-in-law and the son-in-law of the White Dragon clan's main bloodline. This is the old ancestor's order, and we want this day to symbolize the rise of our White Dragon clan. Long Ku respectfully replied, I understand. Old Monster Long's expression was solemn. Long Ku, you should be aware of how your main bloodline ascended. It was done by stepping on the blood of countless clansmen, and it was done by stepping on the blood of someone who was the symbol of hope for our White Dragon clan. Her death is a sore point in the old ancestor's heart. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The old ancestor suddenly created such a huge commotion to remove this sore point. Long 7 must surpass her and become the true symbol of our White Dragon clan. Long Ku's fingers twitched. I understand. Don't worry, Elder. Old Monster Long nodded and ended the call. Atop Dragon Mountain, Long Ku lowered his arm as a girl appeared in his mind. She was the main bloodline's daughter and one of the 7 heroes of the Cosmic Tree clan. She had been known as the hope of the White Dragon clan to surpass the frigid immortal sept and even the entire Central Realm. Her battle prowess, cultivation, innate gift, and lock-breaking were all top-notch. Her innate gift had shaken the entire Cosmic Tree clan, and her cultivation speed had been astounding. Her lock-breaking speed had been astonishing, and she had been exceptionally sensitive to sourcebox arrays. She had been the pride of the heavens, and the old ancestor had often descended to accompany and teach her. However, she had ultimately died because of that incident. Her death had been a pain in the old ancestor's heart, and he had not paid much attention to Long Tian becoming the 4th junior patriarch. Compared to that girl, Long Tian was far too lacking. But now, Long 7's appearance had actually made the old ancestor feel that he could surpass that girl. Was Long 7 really that outstanding? The more outstanding Long 7 was, the more the old ancestor could suppress the Long Quan branch. There was no need to slander them anymore. Long 7's rise represented the rise of the main bloodline. As long as Long Tian returned, the main bloodline would be as stable as Mount Tai. When he thought of this, Long Ku immediately contacted Lu Yin. Lu Yin was currently following Qing Chen to the Rainbow Bridge. They were heading to the humble Huayuan sect in the Middle Realm to wait for news from the governor. Superintendent, I'm curious. How did that anteater manage to hide from us? We've searched that area before, Lu Yin asked. Qing Chen took out an item. Because of this. Lu Yin looked over, and his mouth fell open. An aura-concealing stone. Wasn't that the aura-concealing stone used by Aegis elite assassins? Superintendent, what's this? Lu Yin was surprised. Qing Chen replied, it's one of the strange items. It's normal that you haven't seen it before, as only envoys use it. It allows them to hide within the astral source universe and absorb astral sources. I just didn't think that a giant beast would be able to use such a strange item. It concealed its aura, so I couldn't detect it. Lu Yin's face twitched. This was a strange item. Right, Aegis assassins could use aura-concealing stones to hide from rune lines, which covered the entire innerverse and outerverse. If an aura-concealing stone could conceal a progenitor's strength, why couldn't it conceal one's aura as well? Why hadn't he thought of this earlier? Lu Yin was excited. He had heard of strange items before, and they were extremely precious. Aegis seemed to have quite a few of them, and they were so extravagant that some explorers used them. Lu Yin swallowed his saliva. Did he strike it rich? Qing Chen didn't notice Lu Yin's expression and continued to introduce some strange items to him. Lu Yin finally calmed down and coughed. He made a mental note to remember the words strange item and changed the topic. Superintendent, what kind of person is the superintendent? Qing Chen smiled. He manages the entire humble class. What kind of person do you think he is? Lu Yin replied, he kills decisively, and he's upright and plain-spoken, but he's also very scheming. Qing Chen smiled. That's not how a progenitor should be described. Lu Yin blinked. The governor is very protective and overbearing, Qing Chen said. Lu Yin was speechless. That description was too shrewd. It's not convenient to discuss the existence of a progenitor. You'll know when you meet the governor. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Since he's willing to accept you as his disciple, you'll meet him. Lu Yin nodded. The two walked towards the Bifrost. Along the way, the cloud pass stone vibrated, and Long Ku's image appeared. When he saw Long Ku, Lu Yin wanted to ignore him from the bottom of his heart, but he still had to put on a show. Greetings, father-in-law. Long Ku was smiling, and he was in an extremely good mood. He nodded to Lu Yin, and when he saw Qing Chen, he politely said, Senior Qing Chen, you're here as well. I'll have to trouble you with Long 7's safety. Qing Chen replied, it's fine. You guys chat. He was about to leave. Long Ku said, Senior, there's no need to avoid it. It's related to the humble class. Qing Chen stopped and looked at Long Ku. Long Ku faced Lu Yin and said solemnly, Long 7, you're lucky that the humble governor is willing to accept you as his disciple. Get ready and head to Dragon Mountain immediately. My White Dragon tribe has sent out invitations to many friends to attend the ceremony. It's not only your apprenticeship ceremony, but also your entry into our main bloodline. Lu Yin was surprised. He hadn't expected the governor to take the initiative so quickly. Even Qing Chen was surprised. Has the governor already contacted the dragon ancestor? Qing Chen asked. Long Ke nodded. These are the ancestors' orders. Long 7, the ancestor, and the humble governor all admire you. Even Master Dengguo wants to accept you as his disciple. But don't worry, we'll do our best to find an origin array heavenly master for you. Before that, you should return to Dragon Mountain and wait patiently for the day of your apprenticeship. Lu Yin's gaze was complicated, but he couldn't show it at this time. He even had to be very happy. He was ecstatic. Yes, Long 7 will rush back to Dragon Mountain as soon as possible. Long Ke was satisfied and looked at Qin Qin. Long 7 has troubled you all this time. From today onwards, the relationship between the White Dragon tribe and the humble school will be even closer. You should come to Dragon Mountain more often. The 100 Dragons brew has been waiting for you for a long time. Qin Qin also smiled. Of course. Qin Qin closed the cloud vision stone and patted Lu Yin's shoulder. He sighed. If I could have been apprenticed to a progenitor back then, I might have broken through the 3rd stage by now. What a pity. Lu Yin looked at Qin Qin. Even if you didn't break through the 3rd stage, it's not completely impossible for you to break through to the progenitor realm. I've heard of a saying before, the Tao of Heaven leaves a line, and there will always be a chance. Qin Qin smiled bitterly. I still need you to comfort me. Let's go, I'll take you to Dragon Mountain. In the Sovereign Realm, in the Withered Glory Realm, in the Meditative Ruins, after more than a year, a progenitor finally arrived. Outside the Meditative Ruins, there were 2 half-progenitors who stood guard all year round. When the 4 young ancestors had been trapped, the 4 cardinal scales had tried everything to rescue them, but they had not been able to. Once a half-progenitor came into contact with the Meditative Ruins, they would quickly forget everything. However, they would still have enough time to retreat. If they wanted to rescue the 4 young ancestors, they would need a progenitor to act. Back then, the desolate ancestors' suicidal battle style caused too much damage to the Eternals, and the Eternals tried their best to set up traps in the Withered Glory Realm. These traps are specifically targeted at half-progenitors. The Wang family's Meditative Ruins continuously attracted experts, but because too much time has passed, they no longer pose a fatal threat to half-progenitors. The person who cooperated with these traps should be a half-progenitor. Even if they aren't at the level of the 12 Marquises, they shouldn't be too far off. Only then can they pose a threat to half-progenitors. A gentle voice sounded from outside the Meditative Ruins. The 2 half-progenitors who were guarding the area hurriedly bowed. Thank you for your guidance, Ancestor. We understand. End of chapter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1531. As soon as he finished speaking, the bodies of the 2 half-martial ancestors stopped moving. A kind of panic that came from the bottom of their hearts spread out. A wave of energy enveloped them and covered the heaven and earth. They had a premonition that as long as this power wanted to, it could easily destroy them. They wouldn't be able to fight back at all. This was the power of a progenitor. They didn't know which progenitor was attacking them, as he was far away in another part of the Sovereign Realm. He wouldn't let the Eternals know that they were leaving, nor would he let the humans know, because Hong Bei was among the humans. The Meditative Ruins shook. Wang Su, Xia Shenfei, and Long Tian opened their eyes at the same time. Retreat immediately, said the progenitor. Just as the 3 of them were about to leave, the void suddenly split open with a loud bang. The progenitor shouted, You dare enter the Withering Glory domain? Since we've set up this trap, how could we let you destroy it so easily? How long can you trap them? That depends on how many people you humans can send to save them. The Sovereign Realm has 5 great spell formations. How many people can you send? Ha 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 ha. The progenitor had encountered another progenitor, the Eternals. He couldn't save Wang Su and the others, but at that moment, the two half-martial ancestors guarding the meditative ruins didn't care about Wang Su and the others, nor did they care about the progenitor's battle. They were staring at Bai Xiaohong, who was lying on the ground. The two half-martial ancestors looked at each other in shock. They stared at Bai Xiaohong for a long time before holding their breaths. He's dead. This is troublesome. The starry sky of trees is shaking. In the top realm, there was a world built around a cold pond. The mountain gate was ethereal, like a celestial realm. In the sky, white clouds emitted a gentle light, bringing light to this world. Every single white cloud emitted a light that made people feel comfortable, making them feel at peace. Below, there was a continuous mountain range, a clear lake, and a star that revolved around the mountain range, but was definitely not higher than the peak. This was the Frigid Immortal sect. Frigid represented the cold lake, and the word immortal was a description of the Frigid Immortal sect. It was also the realm that the disciples of the Frigid Immortal sect wanted to reach in their entire lives. No matter how the cold Immortal sect looked to the outside world, the atmosphere within the sect was always peaceful. However, this peace was interrupted by a piece of news. Bai Xiaohong was the young patriarch of the Frigid Immortal sect and Bai Xian'er's younger brother. His death shook the entire Frigid Immortal sect and even the top world and the entire starry sky of trees. Are you sure Xiaohong is really dead? The voice came from a middle-aged man. He was the current sect leader of the Frozen Immortal sect, Bai Ting. Yes, sect leader. Confirmed dead. Bai Ting's gaze was ice-cold. Seal off all information from the central realm. At the same time, contact the Xia clan, the White Dragon clan, and the Farmers clan. Bring everyone who left the Withered Glory realm to the Cold Immortal sect and interrogate them one by one. Sect leader, the princess of the Xia clan, Xia Taili, Wu Tai Bai, Long Qi from the White Dragon clan, and Nong Sanyang from the School of Agriculture are all direct descendants of the Frigid Immortal sect. They won't agree to bring him to the Frigid Immortal sect, said Bai Ting. Bai Ting said in a low voice, then think of a way to capture them, especially those from the Xia family. When those people left the Withered Glory realm, they didn't say that Xiaohong was dead. Xiaohong was the strongest junior ancestor, so how could they not know about his death? The only person who could make them keep quiet is Xia Taili, the princess of the Xia family. Yes, I'll talk to them, said Bai Ting. After a short time, Bai Ting received news that the Xia clan, the White Dragon clan, and the School of Agriculture had all refused and had come to express their condolences. They were sad about Bai Xiaohong's death, but they also said that they wouldn't let their disciples be questioned by the Frigid Immortal sect. Shen Wu Tian's words were especially harsh. Bai Ting wasn't surprised. Who else? A total of 6 people came out of the ruler world: Xia Taili, Wu Tai Bai, Nong Sanyang, Shang Qing, Long Qi, and Lu Tianmu. Apart from Xia Taili, Wu Tai Bai, Nong Sanyang, and Long Qi, only Shang Qing and Lu Tianmu are left. They're currently in the headquarters of the humble school of Huayuan. Then bring them all here, said Bai Ting sternly. Sect leader. Capture them directly. Bai Ting hesitated. With his personality, he naturally wanted to capture them directly, but they were 2 of the 4 balanced powers, and the School of Agriculture and the humble class. Neither of them was easy to provoke. Even though the Frigid Immortal sect was domineering and could suppress any group, they didn't have the ability to fight against all of them at the same time. At that moment, someone came to report that Yu Qin wanted to see him. Greetings, sect leader, said Yu Qin, who was wearing plain clothes. Her face was pale and her eyes were red. She bowed to Bai Ting. Bai Ting sighed. What are you doing here instead of guarding Xiaohong's coffin? Yu Qin raised her head and resolutely replied, I'm here to find the true culprit who killed the junior ancestor. Do you have any leads? Asked Bai Teng. Yu Qin replied, Long 7 is the most suspicious. Bai Teng was stunned. Long 7. Yu Qin told him everything she knew about Lu Yin, especially how she had plotted against him and how she had failed. Sect leader, Long 7 is definitely not as simple as he seems on the surface. Otherwise, he would have been finished back in the Yin Mountain region. Now, he's reached such glorious heights step by step, and he's even become the humble class's sect leader. He's received the humble governor's appreciation and wants to be taken in as a disciple. The White Dragon clan has even sent out invitations to him, and they want to add his name to the main bloodline in front of the 4 balanced powers. This isn't something that a mere son-in-law of a branch family can accomplish. His performance is too perfect, and his cultivation is advancing by leaps and bounds. He's already caught up to the 4 junior ancestors, and his lock-breaking ability has attracted the attention of Realmuan's formation masters. In terms of battle prowess, he's even fought against an emissary, and he has the ability to see through people's weaknesses. His efficiency in searching for Redback even surpassed half-ancestor Cleardusts. Everything is too perfect. The more perfect it is, the more likely it is to be an illusion. But Long 7 was only a hunter when he accompanied the junior ancestor to the sovereign realm. He can't possibly be a match for the junior ancestor, right? Someone asked. Yu Chen's gaze trembled. If he accompanied the junior ancestor to the sovereign realm with his current strength, would he have the ability to plot against the junior ancestor? Of course. Not only is he an enlighter now, but he's also experienced the battlefield on the other side. Yu Chen replied, who can say that he wasn't hiding anything back then? Bai Ting immediately ordered, negotiate with the White Dragon clan and have Long 7 be questioned. Yu Chen hurriedly replied, Sect leader, the White Dragon clan has sent out invitations because of Long 7. He's their face now, and even if we start a war, they won't send him to our frigid immortal sect. So what? Bai Ting's gaze turned sinister. Does my frigid immortal sect fear the White Dragon clan? Yu Chen frowned. Bai Ting had been promoted to the position of sect leader, but he was too impulsive and insufferably arrogant. Although he was easy to control, it took a lot of effort to persuade him. Sect leader, since the worst-case scenario is a war, why don't we just capture Long 7? Bai Ting's eyes lit up. That's right. I'll send someone to capture him. Yu Chen respectfully replied, I'll have Yu Dai closely monitor the Shangqing and Lu Tianmu's movements as well as confirm Long 7's whereabouts. Jade Peak was where Yu Chen had trained her Yu Dai, and it was also where she had plotted everything. After returning to Jade Peak, Yu Chen's expression darkened as she looked through all the information regarding Lu Yin. She had always had someone organize all the information regarding Lu Yin separately, and it was finally put to good use. If not for this summary of information, Bai Ting would not have been able to confirm that Long 7 was the most suspicious person. She was certain from the bottom of her heart that Long 7 had secretly harmed Bai Xiaohong. Don't worry, junior ancestor. I'll definitely capture Long 7 and find the real culprit, Yu Chen muttered to herself. Behind her, Lu Xiaoge walked over and handed her another stack of information. Yu Chen glanced at him. From now on, keep an eye on the humble school of Huayuan and keep in contact with Yu Dai. If Long 7 appears in the humble school of Huayuan, report to me immediately. Yes, Lu Xiaoge replied respectfully. Yu Chen had always been very satisfied with him, he was smart and meticulous. If she left this matter to him, nothing would go wrong. After Yu Chen left, Lu Xiaoge glanced at the stack of information, and his lips curled up. You really do have stories everywhere you go. This time, there's big trouble. The frigid immortal sect is going all out to capture someone, and that person definitely won't be able to escape. Lu Yin stepped onto the Bifrost once more and headed towards the top realm. He didn't know that news of Bai Xiaohong's death had already spread, and he also didn't know that the frigid immortal sect had placed him as their prime suspect because of Yu Qin. That was until the White Dragon clan's leader, Long Ku, contacted him. Bai Xiaohong is dead. Both Lu Yin and Qing Chen were shocked and they heard the news. Long Ku looked at Lu Yin solemnly. You really don't know? Lu Yin shook his head. I don't know. The four young masters were fighting in the Oblivion ruins, and I didn't even see who stole their origin item. I couldn't even see their battle clearly. Long Ku frowned. He couldn't see clearly because the four young masters could temporarily enter the astral source universe. Long Seven had only been a hunter back then, so it was normal that he couldn't see clearly. No matter what, because of Bai Xiaohong's death, the frigid immortal sect wants everyone from the sovereign realm to go there and be interrogated. However, we can't agree, Long Ku said. He then looked at Qing Chen. Senior, please escort Long Seven to Dragon Mountain. I suspect that the frigid immortal sect will act directly, and my family has already sent people to receive you. Qing Chen's expression was solemn. Don't worry, I'll escort Long Seven safely to Dragon Mountain. Thank you, Senior, Long Ku said respectfully. Lu Yin lowered his arm, and his eyes flashed. He hadn't expected that Bai Xiaohong's death would be discovered. This was troublesome, as the frigid immortal sect would definitely be watching everyone like a rabid dog. Let's go. We need to speed up. We can't give the frigid immortal sect any more time, Qing Chen said solemnly, as he also sensed the crisis. At that moment, Kai Shu contacted Qing Chen and told him that the frigid immortal sect wanted Shangqing and Lu Tianmu to go to the frigid immortal sect for interrogation. Refuse, Qing Chen said. I've already refused, but the frigid immortal sect won't let this matter rest. They'll definitely investigate Bai Xiaohong's death thoroughly. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1532. After hearing Kai Shu's words, Qing Chen replied, I'll report this to the governor. Bai Xiaohong's death has nothing to do with these people. He wasn't someone the likes of Shangqing could deal with, so he must have been killed by someone on the same level as him. The frigid immortal sect will figure this out, but before that, don't let anyone take Shangqing and Lu Tianmu away. Yes, Master. At the same time, Lu Yin received a direct message from Shangqing. The frigid immortal sect wants to take you away. Qing Chen didn't read the message. Lu Yin ended the call. Before going to the Red Flower Garden, he had given Shangqing Yu Dai's contact information so that Shangqing could keep track of the frigid immortal sect's movements. Now that Yu Dai had sent a message to capture him, it seemed to have something to do with Yu Qin. Lu Yin asked Qing Chen, Superintendent, can we go to the humble school of Huayuan first? Qing Chen replied, time is of the essence. We must reach Dragon Mountain before the frigid immortal sect makes any arrangements. Lu Yin replied bitterly, I'm afraid it's already too late. If the frigid immortal sect insists on capturing me, they must have already sent someone to wait for me at the end of the Bifrost Bridge. Qing Chen fell silent. Superintendent, the jade pendant I used to contact Boundless is still in the humble school of Huayuan. I might not be able to leave Dragon Mountain for a while, but capturing the Redback spy can't be delayed. I must go to the humble school of Huayuan first and take the jade pendant. Qing Chen thought about it. Alright, let's change our route. He then stared at Lu Yin, remember, from now on, don't tell anyone about your whereabouts. Try not to let anyone know when you reach the humble school of Huayuan. Lu Yin nodded. Not long after, he sent a message to Shangqing and Lu Tianmu, telling them to wait in his room. At the same time, he asked Shang-Qing to find the old man and find a way to hide it from Qing-Chin. A few days later, Lu Yin was brought to the humble school of Huayuan by Qing-Chin. Looking at the spiraling water in the distance, Lu Yin knew that it would be difficult for him to return after leaving this place. Bai Xiaohong's death had been discovered, and it wouldn't be long before the fourth junior ancestor escaped. After all, he had been trapped for more than a year. He had to leave, not go to Dragon Mountain, but return to the fifth mainland. As soon as Lu Yin stepped into his residence, Qing-Chin waited outside to prevent anyone from discovering his whereabouts. He also met with Kai Shu. In the room, Shang-Qing, Lu Tianmu, Lu Oxin, and the old man were all present. Out of all of Lu Yin's acquaintances, only the white fatty was absent. Lu Yin had no plans of bringing him to the fifth mainland. After all, things had happened too quickly, and this fatty was quite unlucky. When Lu Yin arrived, the old man immediately cut off the Shang-Qing trio and stared at Lu Yin. "Have you seen him?" Lu Yin shook his head. The old man narrowed his eyes. "What did the people in the river say? How dare you barge into the ancestors' territory? Are you courting death?" "I'm going to wipe out your entire family," Lu Yin replied. The old man asked. There was an old woman who used her arm as a blade. "What did she say?" "Don't worry, it's almost done. What else do you want to eat?" "Fried ice fruit. Grilled fish." I'll do it, haha." The old man's expression changed, and he continued to ask questions about the madman in the Red Garden. Lu Yin answered all of them without missing a single detail. The old man closed his eyes and asked bitterly, "Is he really not there?" Lu Yin looked at him. "Is that person really that important? Didn't you say that you could confirm that he was in the Red Garden? You don't seem to care that much about him." The old man was not in the mood to deal with Lu Yin, and he looked outside. "Looks like you've gotten yourself into big trouble." Lu Yin replied, "I want to go back." The old man sneered. "I can help you temporarily block Qingqin's perception of us, but it's impossible for you to escape. You won't be able to escape under his watch." "You go and stop him," Lu Yin said. The old man laughed. "Kid, what makes you think that this old man will help you?" Lu Yin replied, "I know that going to the Red Garden is your ultimate goal. You want to find that person, and if he's not in the Red Garden, then I'm of no use to you. But have you thought about it? I'm going to Dragon Mountain to become a disciple of the governor. He's a progenitor, and my future is limitless. You want to escape back to the fifth mainland. Why the hell would you want to become a disciple?" The old man rolled his eyes. Lu Yin solemnly replied, "I'll be back in the future. Then we'll talk about it in the future." The old man was not in a good mood. "I'm leaving. We'll meet again if fate wills it, kid." Lu Yin looked up. "I know where he is." The old man was stunned, and he looked at Lu Yin. "What did you say?" Lu Yin answered, "I know where that person is." The old man stared at Lu Yin, his eyes filled with unprecedented killing intent. "Kid, you're courting death." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. "You don't believe me. I've been looking for him for so many years, but I haven't heard anything about him. You've only met him once, and you already know where he is. Do you really think that I'm an idiot? You were able to find a spy because of my information, and I was also the one who told you that Yunmu Bai was a redback. Kid, I'm warning you one last time. Don't try to be smart," the old man said sternly. "He made me use the arcane art of life and death and made me recite numbers," Lu Yin said. The old man, who had been about to leave, suddenly paused. He turned around and grabbed Lu Yin. "What did you say?" "He made you recite numbers." Lu Yin confidently replied, "Not just numbers, but also words carved into the wall." I only managed to recite a few words before I fainted. The old man's body trembled, and he stared at Lu Yin in agitation. Recite them for me. Lu Yin calmly replied, I can't. The moment I do, I'll faint. A few words should be fine, right? The old man asked sternly. Lu Yin thought about it. Shan Tong, this is the beginning. The old man's eyes narrowed. Wrong. The beginning was not Shan Tong, but in the middle was a Shan Tong. He had messed up the order. That's right, that's it. It's him, it's him. Only he knows. Where is he? The old man asked nervously. Lu Yin replied, in the abandoned lands. The old man frowned, as he did not believe him. Lu Yin continued, you know where I come from, and you've been searching this region for so many years. If he was here, how could you not have found him? How could I have seen him? He's in the abandoned lands. There's a planet in the abandoned lands, and there are many beasts living on it. There's a cave with a wall in the cave that he carved into it. Where is he? The old man asked anxiously. He's dead. Impossible, the old man could not believe it. Lu Yin was helpless. He's really dead. When I saw him, he couldn't even defeat an explorer. He couldn't even protect his own grandson. They're all dead. The old man's eyes flickered, and he lowered his hand as he muttered to himself, grandson. Grandson. He has a grandson. Lu Yin glanced outside, afraid that Qing Chen would arrive. He hurriedly said, listen, we were attacked by the latter. I'll think of a way to escape to the agreed-upon location. At that time, you'll have to come with me. If you don't go to the abandoned lands, you'll never find him. He then took out Mount Supreme and placed Shangqing, Lu Tianmu, and Luo Xin inside without another word. The old man looked at Lu Yin. All right, let's go to the abandoned lands together. You have to bring this old man to find him, or no one will be able to save you. There are no progenitors in the abandoned lands, and this old man is invincible. All right, all right. Lu Yin agreed to anything. The old man left, avoiding Qing Chen. Soon, Qing Chen also arrived. He was just outside. Lu Yin took a deep breath and stared at the jade pendant in a daze. Qing Chen saw it and felt strange, but he did not enter. After a while, the Cloud Connect stone vibrated, and Lu Yin accepted it. A person appeared, and it was Lu Xiaoge. Long time no see, old friend, Lu Yin said with a faint smile. Lu Xiaoge looked at Lu Yin with a report from Yu Dai in his hand. One of the reports read, after parting at East San Dios, I miss you very much. Please contact me. Lu Yin had sent this information to Lu Xiaoge through Yu Dai. This was the only way he could contact Lu Xiaoge, and he only hoped that Lu Xiaoge would see it. Even if he did not, it did not matter. Besides Lu Xiaoge, no one else would be able to understand it. When Lu Xiaoge saw this report, he felt as if he had seen a ghost. He had always thought that he was hiding in the shadows and had the initiative. He could betray Lu Yin at any time and even control his life. Whether it was glory or having a progenitor as his master, Lu Yin was finished as soon as Lu Xiaoge opened his mouth. From beginning to end, Lu Xiaoge had always felt superior. However, this report sent him into the abyss. Lu Yin actually knew of his existence. When had he been exposed? When had Lu Yin found out that he was at Jade Peak? Lu Xiaoge did not know any of this, and the moment he saw the report, he felt a chill run down his spine. He recalled how Lu Yin had stirred up so much chaos in the Fifth Mainland, and this feeling resurfaced. It's really been a long time, Lu Xiaoge exclaimed as he looked at Lu Yin. How did you find me? Lu Yin's lips curled up. If I wanted to find you, I naturally found you. I could even find Redback, so how could I possibly find you? Lu Xiaoge laughed. Finding me is even harder than finding Redback. Not necessarily. After all, we've known each other for many years. Lu Xiaoge remained calm. You're looking for me because you want to know about the frigid immortal sect's movements? Lu Yin nodded. If I'm captured, the first thing I'll do is expose you. Lu Xiaoge's brows rose. So direct? Very direct. Lu Yin smiled. Lu Xiaoge was rather unhappy, but he did not show it. The frigid immortal sect has sent out a half-progenitor and 2 experts with 5 origin tribulations. They're waiting for you on the path to Dragon Mountain, and what awaits you is the eternal fall of the immortal radish flower. Lu Yin clenched his fists, as he knew about the immortal radish flower. I need you to receive a report. Tell them that I've returned to the humble Huayuan sect. Lu Xiaoge's eyes flashed. I know what to do. Are you sure you want to go to Dragon Mountain? Of course. It's worth the risk to have a progenitor as my master, Lu Yin said. Lu Xiaoge smiled and closed the cloud vision stone. Lu Yin lowered his hand. Go to Dragon Mountain. In the future, he would not tell anyone about his whereabouts, not even Lu Xiaoge. He had only contacted Lu Xiaoge as a precaution, but this precaution was not great. He still had one last trump card, and that was Mr. Mu. Mr. Mu should be able to take him out of the cosmic trees, but Lu Yin recalled Mr. Mu's words. Mr. Mu had told him to find a way to leave on his own. Mr. Mu would not abandon him. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1533. After leaving the room, Qing Chen asked curiously, Who did you contact? Lu Yin replied, Boundless can intercept Yu Dai's information, so I exposed my whereabouts to her. Qing Chen was surprised. Why? Lu Yin explained, if the frigid immortal sect wants to capture me, they'll set up an ambush along the path to Dragon Mountain. Whether it's the Rainbow Bridge or the latter, we'll pass by their ambush. I wanted Yu Chen to act smart. Qing Chen didn't say much. Boundless information is so accurate. He didn't care about the frigid immortal sect's ambush. Lu Yin felt uneasy. Superintendent, if the frigid immortal sect sends someone to intercept us, will we be able to reach Dragon Mountain safely? Qing Chen's gaze was stern. Yes. Lu Yin's heart sank, as this wasn't the answer he had been waiting for. Qing Chen was so certain that their opponent was the frigid immortal sect. What trump card did he have? No wonder he didn't care about being ambushed. This wasn't good. Suddenly, Lu Yin recalled his encounter in the mortal realm. Under such dangerous circumstances, the superintendent had appeared. Could Qing Chen's trump card be the superintendent? Mr. Mu could travel through the endless void, and the superintendent was a progenitor, so he couldn't be slower than Mr. Mu. If the superintendent appeared, then even Mr. Mu wouldn't be able to take him away. Although Lu Yin guessed that Mr. Mu was also a progenitor, he was at most on par with the superintendent. One was the superintendent, and the other was Qing Chen. Lu Yin had the old man on his side, and if they worked together with Mr. Mu, they might not be able to escape. With complicated thoughts, Lu Yin followed Qing Chen to the ladder. Success or failure would be determined in the next moment. Within the humble Huayuan school, the white fatty proudly commanded a group of people. That guy must be a spy. Let's go. Yes. Where's Shangqing? Where did he go? The fatty asked, suddenly feeling that something was missing. I didn't see him. And Lu Tianmu? I didn't find him. Forget it, let's go and capture the spy. Far away, many people lined up to worship the sword steel. The Liu family's disciples weren't far from it, and sword chi flashed from time to time in every area. A stooped old man walked out from under the sword steel with an invitation in his hand. Although the starry sky tree could be contacted through the cloud communication stone, invitations still use paper, and the paper was made with the most ancient technology, which could be preserved for many years. Long Qi will become the disciple of the governor of the humble sect. This really is a major event, said the elder with a surprised tone. He thought back to that little fellow who was standing below the sword steel. His attitude was respectful, but there was always a stubbornness that refused to submit to others. In the blink of an eye, that little fellow had already reached such heights. It was too fast. Even when Long Tian was confirmed as one of the 4 young ancestors during the original ceremony, the White Dragon race wasn't this serious. Not only is Long Qi a disciple of the White Dragon clan, but he is also favored by the governor of the humble clan. The dragon ancestor is treating him as another Long Xing, the old man said. Lu Yi recalled, no matter how outstanding Long 7 is, he can't possibly reach Long Xing's level. Long Xing was one of the 7 heroes, just like my Liu family's little stone. Whether it was fighting, cultivation, or lockbreaking, his innate gifts were all top-notch, and he truly stood at the peak of his generation. Which of the 7 heroes wasn't at the peak of their generation? None of them were inferior to Bai Xianer. The appearance of the 7 heroes was the best interpretation of that era, and it represented the beginning of humanity's glory. But in the end, it all came to an end, and only Bai Xianer was born. The elder sighed. It's indeed a pity. The ancestor also said that the 7 heroes might be able to recreate the Daosor sect's peak of 9 mountains and 8 seas. Lu Yi's tone was gloomy, not only because he felt sorry for the 7 heroes, but also because he felt sorry for the Liu family's most outstanding disciple. The old man slowly stood up. It's time to make a trip. The White Dragon race has sent out invitations, and if we don't go, we won't be giving them any face. That little fellow Long 7 isn't bad either, and I'd like to see what level he's reached to warrant the attention of a progenitor. Far away, the seed garden also received an invitation. Nongya looked at the name Long 7 on the invitation and felt a little uncomfortable. Back then, a few of his spies had been ruthlessly extorted by this kid. Although the resources given to the seed garden were very little, Nongya had indeed been extorted, as this kid was not as honest as he seemed. Nongya looked at the description of Long 7 on the White Dragon race's invitation, such as how he was righteous, how he would rather die than submit, and how he was a lock-breaking genius. The more he looked at it, the more uncomfortable he felt. Father, how should we reply to the White Dragon race? Nong Sanyang asked. Nong Lai was present as well. Nongya replied, since they've sent out an invitation, we can't not go. I'll go personally. He then looked at Nong Sanyang. Bai Xiaohong's death has caused the frigid immortal sect to focus their attention on everyone who left the ruler realm. You're also under suspicion, so don't leave the seed garden. The frigid immortal sect is capable of doing anything. Nong Sanyang nodded. I understand. Father, can I go with you? Nong Lai was eager to go. Nongya thought about it. Sure. There were not many powerful forces in the Central Realm who were qualified to receive an invitation from the White Dragon race. The Liu family and the Seed Garden were the best representatives, and only Yi Xian Academy was on par with them. After these 3 forces were the Zijin family, the Smoke Cloud sect, and other vassal forces of the 4 cardinal scales. They had also received invitations. In the mortal realm, the Roots also received an invitation. Although this organization would forever remain in the mortal realm and would not affect the situation in the starry sky of the trees, they were still very respected. They had been silently protecting the mother tree and cleaning out the vermin. They were also secretly protecting the humans. In the hearts of many in the starry sky of the trees, their status was about the same as the people on the battlefield on the other side. The mortal realm was not much safer than the battlefield on the other side. However, it was not clear whether the roots would send people to the border Dragon Mountain to observe the ceremony. Even the 4 cardinal scales would not make things too difficult for the roots, as they would use death to protect their dignity. This was the roots' belief. Although some of them were afraid of death, the majority were not. In the upper realm, the Wang family also felt uncomfortable when they received the invitation. Originally, the 4 cardinal scales had been dominated by the frigid immortal sect, while the other 3 forces were equal. At most, only the Shinwu plane was slightly stronger. But now, their young ancestor was trapped, and a peerless genius like Long Qi had appeared in the White Dragon race. It was so perfect that the Wang family could not accept it, but it had already happened. They had to send people to observe the ceremony. Should we ask Wang Yi to come out? His injuries should have healed by now, someone in the Wang family suggested, but Wang Xi refused. Why would we ask him to come out? To embarrass himself. I've seen Long Qi before. He's extraordinarily brave, and now he has a progenitor as his master. He's also very good at lockbreaking. This kind of person is infinitely close to Wang Su and the others. He's not someone Wang Yi can compare to. What do you mean, elder? I'll go personally. By the way, Yun He's punishment is almost up. Let her accompany me. Yes, elder. In Shinwu Plain, the hellworm was glowing. Anyone who came to Shinwu Plain for the first time would be shocked by the hellworm, and they would be even more shocked by the giant blade that had pierced the hellworm into the ground. Shinwu Plain was tyrannical and powerful, especially the 9 clones technique. It was an unparalleled technique that everyone wanted to obtain. On this day, Xia Taili was in a daze when a piece of news arrived. Long Qi is about to enter the White Dragon clan's main bloodline, and he's been accepted as a disciple by the governor of the humble school. He's also gained the favor of many lockbreakers, and he's ascended to the top in a single bound. The White Dragon clan has sent out invitations to Shinwu Plain to observe the ceremony. Taili, make your preparations and accompany me. This news came from the master of Shinwu Plain, Xia Xing, who was also Xia Xinfei and Xia Taili's father. Xia Taili lowered her arm and was shocked. That guy is actually going to be accepted as a disciple by a progenitor. Isn't that on the same level as Big Brother? On what basis? She thought back to the first time they had met. That guy had dared to point a spear at her throat, and he had even shamelessly threatened her to protect him in the sovereign realm. The more she thought about it, the more displeased she felt. On what basis could that guy be on the same level as Big Brother? No, she had to expose his true colors. That shameless bastard was not a man at all. Xia Taili gritted her teeth as she thought about how to embarrass Lu Yin. She had to embarrass him in front of a progenitor. On the other side, Wu Taibai also received the news, but he would not accompany Xia Xing to Dragon Mountain because he was currently being punished by the purgatory. In the Shinwu heaven, the junior disciples were divided into 4 levels: the Shin generation, the Supreme generation, the Lin generation, and all the other disciples. Only the top geniuses were qualified to be in the Lin generation. No matter how many disciples there were, they could only be ordinary disciples. Wu Taibai was an elite of the Supreme generation who was on the same level as Xia Taili, and he was only second to Xia Xinfei, who was part of the Shin generation. However, Wu Taibai had ignored Shinwu Plain's restrictions and left on his own accord. He had been gone for many years, and he had only returned a year ago. He should have been punished, but the news he brought back was considered atonement. It was not Wu Taibai's turn to accompany Xia Xinfei to the ruler's domain, but Xia Xinfei had personally requested to do so. Now that Xia Shenfei was trapped, Wu Taibai was imprisoned and tortured by the purgatory. This punishment was torture for anyone, and cultivators who were similarly tortured howled in despair. Some could not bear it and committed suicide. However, Wu Taibai was very calm, and he even smiled when he heard the news about Lu Yin. The true power of the purgatory will begin. This region of space will never be able to reach that level of power. All of the great powers that you seek can only be found in that region of space. The Grim Reaper is the most obvious example, but this is just the beginning. There will come a day when this region of space will be turned around and trampled underfoot. Wu Taibai looked up at the hellworm outside the purgatory flames. Why did Progenitor Qin, Progenitor Hui, and the symbol Progenitor all stay there? It's because that's the only true inheritance. In the Frigid Immortal sect, Lu Xiaoge handed a piece of information to Yu Qin. She glanced at it, and her expression changed. This information comes from Huayuan's humble schools Yu Dai. Yes. Yu Dai discovered that Long Seven had deliberately returned to the humble school of Huayuan. His motives are unknown, Lu Xiaoge replied. Yu Qin looked up, her eyes deep and filled with wisdom. Do you think that Qing Qin would have been discovered when he brought Long Seven back to the humble school of Huayuan? Lu Xiaoge respectfully replied, no. Then why would Yu Dai still detect it? Yu Qin countered. Lu Xiaoge replied, Long Seven must have done it on purpose. Yu Qin smiled. Continue. Thank you. Only follow the wind. Thanks to a brother's reward, the first autarch of this book has been born. I'll update at 3 p.m. Follow the Wind will slow down for a few days, and I'll update continuously after that. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1534. Lu Xiaoge was encouraged and continued. Last time, Yu Dai tried to take the children away but was caught at the ladder. Yu Dai, who was hidden in the humble Huayuan sect, should have been exposed. This was confirmed when she couldn't find the captured Yu Dai, but this exposed Yu Dai is completely fine. This person is a pawn that Long Seven deliberately left behind to mislead us. Lu Xiaoge glanced at Yu Qin and continued, this time, Long Seven wants to use her to send us a message. He has already changed his route and will be going up the ladder. No matter where they go to Dragon Mountain, our people will be able to find them, Yu Qin said confidently. Lu Xiaoge said, perhaps this is what he wants us to be sure of. Yu Qin frowned. Lu Xiaoge's words reminded her of the lesson she had learned in the Yin Mountain region. Long Seven was good at scheming, and his schemes were definitely not below hers. She looked at Lu Xiaoge and asked, what do you think? Lu Xiaoge shook his head. I don't understand. Yu Chen's gaze turned cold. He wants to take a detour. Lu Xiaoge did not understand. Yu Chen said, the Rainbow Bridge and the ladder all have to pass through certain places to reach Dragon Mountain. Our people can set up an ambush at any of these places and wait for them, but what if they take a detour? Are you saying that Long Seven deliberately spread false information to attract our attention? In reality, he will still take the Rainbow Bridge, but will take a detour to reach Dragon Mountain. Lu Xiaoge was shocked. Yu Qin said, that must be it. This person is very cunning. The Rainbow Bridge and the ladder are all tricks to confuse us. His real goal is to take a detour. When she thought of this, she immediately contacted Sect Master Bai Ting and asked the people who were ambushing Long Seven to change their location. He wants to take a detour, but Dragon Mountain's location won't change. Yu Qin looked at the star map above her and immediately confirmed the location. Lu Xiaoge was worried. If Long Seven doesn't take a detour, won't we fail? Impossible. With his shrewdness, He'll definitely take a detour, Yu Chen said in a low voice. If Lu Yin had heard Yu Chen's words, he would have definitely sighed in admiration. If it hadn't been for Lu Xiaoge guiding him step by step, if he hadn't wanted to go to the agreed-upon location, and if he had really wanted to go to Longshan to become a disciple, then he might have really taken a detour. Most people would have been fooled, and if they knew that he had returned to the humble Huayuan school, they would definitely have taken the ladder to the topmost realm. The smarter ones would have guessed that this was fake news and would have taken the Bifrost Bridge, but in reality, Lu Yin wouldn't have taken either of these paths. Taking a detour was the best choice, but all of these speculations were not Lu Yin's goal. His true goal was not to go to the top realm at all. The reason why he did this was just in case. Even if he really went to the top realm, he couldn't let the cold immortal sect capture him. That would be the end of him. While all parties were in an uproar over the White Dragon clan's invitation, Lu Yin had already arrived at the ladder under Qing Chen's lead. Looking at the huge trunk of the mother tree in the distance, Lu Yin felt uneasy. Qing Chen grabbed Lu Yin and appeared on a piece of cloud land. "Superintendent, can't we fly up directly?" Lu Yin asked curiously. Qing Chen said, "Other than the people of the four-way scales, no one else is allowed to enter the top realm and the middle realm by any other means, unless specially approved." Hegemony again. Lu Yin looked around. Why hasn't the old man arrived yet? Is he reliable? Just as he thought of the old man, the void below the ladder exploded in midair. Countless people who were waiting in line to board the Cloud Continent and many disciples of the Smoke Cloud sect fainted instantly. Lu Yin felt as if his head had exploded, and he almost vomited blood. His body swayed for a moment. Qing Chen's expression changed drastically. Not good. He grabbed Lu Yin and tore through the void toward the top realm. "Still want to run?" The loud voice exploded again, and the void was flattened by an indescribable force. The force affected Qing Chen, causing him to feel dizzy. Qing Chen's pupils shrank. "An absolute master. Who are you?" Qing Chen shouted, and an invisible force emerged from the surface of his body, isolating him from the starry sky. Suddenly, a force exploded from his arm and pushed Lu Yin to the east. Qing Chen roared and attacked. An earth-shattering battle erupted below the ladder. The battle between two half-ancestors was enough to destroy the heavens and cover an endless land. Lu Yin's head was dizzy, and he patted his head hard. He cursed the old man for being too ruthless. If he hadn't been reciting the Stonewall scriptures, he might have fainted already. Lu Yin looked at the scenes flying past him, tearing apart the astral source universe from time to time. He didn't stop them, as this was the old man's power, and he wanted to throw Lu Yin directly to the agreed-upon location. There was a whistling sound, and the agreed-upon location was getting closer and closer. As long as he arrived, Elder Chan and the others would discover him and immediately bring him back to the fifth mainland. Soon. Suddenly, Lu Yin's body froze as he was surrounded by smoke. A cloud of smoke rose up in front of him, and an old man appeared, calmly looking at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's pupils shrank when he saw the old man. This pressure and the ability to block the old man's power. Could it be another half-ancestor? Where did so many half-ancestors come from? You have a strange look in your eyes. Shouldn't you be thanking me for saving your life? The old man asked as he looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin panted heavily and barely managed to move his arm. He bowed respectfully. "This junior is Long 7. Thank you for saving my life, senior." The old man stared at Lu Yin for a while before looking off into the distance. Lu Yin's fingers twitched, and he decided to crush the jade to summon Mr. Mu. "The governor will descend," the old man suddenly said, startling Lu Yin. Lu Yin was stunned. "The governor will descend." The old man looked at him again. Even if he doesn't, he still has the power to act. Don't worry, Kuei Luo won't be able to take you away. Or do you wish to be taken away by him? Lu Yin was stunned. Kuei Luo. Half-ancestor Kuei Luo. The old man replied, you don't know that person. He possesses such terrifying spiritual force that even Qingchen and I were affected. In the entire cosmic tree realm, only Kuei Luo was able to do so. When the old man had given Lu Yin the jade pendant that Qingchen had recognized as belonging to Kuei Luo, Lu Yin had guessed that the old man might be Kuei Luo. However, the old man had denied it, saying that he was merely borrowing Kuei Luo's token. Now, this old man had actually recognized him as Kuei Luo. Lu Yin felt helpless. Perhaps he had been targeted by the real Kuei Luo the moment he had pretended to obtain his inheritance. The question now was whether or not to summon Mr. Mu. Qingchen had been so confident, and this old man had said that the governor could act. Even if Mr. Mu was a progenitor, he might not be able to take Lu Yin away from this region of space. After all, there was more than one progenitor in this region, and if the governor could act, then the other progenitors might not be able to as well. Also, if Lu Yin's guess was correct, this old man should be that half-ancestor from the Smoke Cloud sect. If Mr. Mu forcefully took Lu Yin away, then his identity would be exposed, and he might not be able to leave. Lu Yin was conflicted about this choice. He was also worried that if Mr. Mu appeared, the governor would injure him, and he might even be intercepted by the other progenitors in this region of space. These were all things that Lu Yin's mind was currently conflicted. He really wanted to grab Mr. Mu and ask him if he could take him away, but he could not afford to gamble. While he was hesitating, the power of the half-ancestors in the distance disappeared. The old man had left, and Qingchen appeared. He seemed to be in a sorry state, but he had managed to defeat the old man in the end. Yun Wang. Qingchen was surprised to see the old man. The old man looked at Qingchen. Long time no see, Nine Gates supervisor. You didn't come out to see me when Yun Mubai was confirmed to be Redback. You only returned to the Smoke Cloud sect. Why are you here now? Qingchen asked. Yun Wang shook his head. Kuei Luo appeared again. I wanted to ask him some questions, but unfortunately, no one could stop him. Qingchen said, Kuei Luo is one of the most powerful half-ancestors. Back then, he faced the encirclement of several half-ancestors in the astral tree realm and still managed to survive. He's not someone that the two of us can stop. He then looked at Lu Yin. Kuei Luo's target is you, Long 7. Lu Yin no longer planned to summon Mr. Mu, as he was not confident that he could succeed. He would have to take things one step at a time. I don't know what Kuei Luo's goal is. Yun Wang stared deeply at Lu Yin, but he did not speak. News of your battle with Kuei Luo will soon reach the top realm. We need to hurry. Qingchen did not chat with Yun Wang any longer and left with Lu Yin. Yun Wang watched Lu Yin's departing figure with a complicated expression. Yun Mubai was the sect master of the Smoke Cloud sect that he had chosen, but he was actually a Redback. Yun Wang was grateful to Long 7, who had exposed Yun Mubai as a Redback, but he also held some grudges against him. It was just like how the entire Smoke Cloud sect was grateful to Lu Yin for exposing Yun Mubai, but they also ostracized him. Just as Qingchen had said, if Yun Wang could recognize Kuei Luo, then others would as well. The moment Qingchen brought Lu Yin to the Cloud Continent, news of Kuei Luo's reappearance spread throughout the astral tree realm. The Cloud Continent quickly approached the top realm. Lu Yin was thinking about the old man when Qingchen spoke up. Long 7, it's not easy to become a progenitor. Even if the governor is willing to accept you as a disciple, others might interfere. After all, once you become a progenitor's disciple, your status will be completely different, and you'll be comparable to the 4 young ancestors. Lu Yin respectfully replied, "Your subordinate understands." Qing Chen said, "Remember, although the governor is in charge of a poor family and is decisive in killing, he prefers intelligent people who don't show their emotions on their faces. He doesn't like boorish people. Your previous performance was not bad, so keep it up. Don't forget this even if others interfere." Lu Yin's eyes lit up, and he was happy. He was just thinking about how to not become the governor's disciple when Qing Chen gave him an answer. Did the governor not like boorish people? He remembered that there were always people from the White Dragon clan who wanted to cause trouble, and the frigid immortal sect would probably do the same. "Rest assured, Superintendent. Your subordinate knows what to do." Qing Chen nodded. He admired Lu Yin's attitude. Even if he had to become a progenitor's disciple and become a supreme core member of the White Dragon clan, he would not be arrogant and recognize his status. There weren't many people like him in this world. Lu Yin was thinking about how to stir up trouble, but to be honest, he didn't think he was good at this. "Right, you still don't know the governor's name, right?" Qing Chen asked. Lu Yin respectfully replied, "Your subordinate does not know." Qing Chen slowly said, "The governor's name is Mu Xia." "Thank you. Just follow the Winde brothers' reward." Only those who were close to the 4 sides of the scale could receive light. The closer they got to Dragon Mountain, the more people Lu Yin saw heading there. They were everywhere in the sky and on the ground. The White Dragon race sent out invitations to the few great powers in the Central Realm, but they also sent out invitations to many regions in the Top Realm. This was especially true for the regions around Dragon Mountain, where the White Dragon race sent congratulatory gifts. There were many regions in the Top Realm that were attached to the 4 sides of the scale, but these were not powers. They were just regions, and the Top Realm could not allow any powers outside of the 4 sides of the scale to appear. Up ahead, the Ho's enormous body appeared, attracting the attention of countless people below. These cultivators from various regions in the Top Realm looked up and saw Lu Yin and Qing Chen step onto the Ho's back before disappearing into Dragon Mountain. "That young man is Long 7, right? He must be. Elder Long Kuei is personally welcoming him, so he must be Long 7. I recognize one of them. It's the 9 Gates Superintendent, Senior Qing Chen. That young man must be Long 7. He's already reached such heights at such a young age. Once he becomes the governor's disciple, he'll definitely be on the same level as the junior ancestor. I'm so envious." "What's there to be envious about? Even the frigid immortal sect has their eyes on him. I heard that junior ancestor by Xiaohong's death was related to him." "Don't spout nonsense. It's just a suspicion. Everyone who comes from the sovereign realm is under suspicion. Long 7 was only a hunter back then, so how could he be related to him? But he has a sourcebox array." The people who had originally retorted fell silent. A sourcebox array could turn something rotten into something miraculous, and it could even help the human race fend off enemies from the outside. It was not strange for it to be able to do anything. In their opinion, this was the biggest reason why Lu Yin had attracted the frigid immortal sect's suspicions. Not long after, a group of people appeared in the sky, each of them stepping on a broken blade. They were all brimming with killing intent as they headed towards Dragon Mountain. It's the people from Shenwu Plain. They actually arrived early. It seems like they value this ceremony a lot. In the crowd below, a grandfather and his grandson were equally envious. "Grandpa, when I grow up, I want to be as famous as Long 7 in the Top Realm," the little boy said. He seemed to be around 11 or 12 years old, but his face was filled with excitement and his eyes were filled with longing. The old man with the boy replied, "You will, you definitely will. He then looked behind him and sighed in relief. "Grandpa, will those bad people catch up to us?" the boy asked. The old man replied, "Don't worry, they won't. This is Dragon Mountain, and they wouldn't dare." Oh. This was Lu Yin's second visit to Dragon Mountain. The first time, he had kept a low profile, and only a few people had known about it. This time, however, he was extremely high profile. This time, Long Kuei's attitude towards Lu Yin was completely different from before. Every time they met, Lu Yin gave Long Kuei a new feeling, and this time was no different. Long Kuei couldn't help but take another look at Lu Yin as he recalled his past achievements. How had this kid changed so much? It hadn't even been 2 years since their first meeting, and the things that Lu Yin had done during that time were enough for others to brag about for the rest of their lives. Now, he had even gained the favor of a progenitor. Was this still the same son-in-law of the main bloodline who hadn't even dared to dodge Elder Green Apricot's attack? Lu Yin sat upright and did not speak to Long Kuei. This time, he had not come to Dragon Mountain to meet Long Kuei directly. Instead, he had gone deeper into the mountain. "Senior Qing Qin, the clan has already prepared a place for you to rest. The clan leader has instructed that you can enter and leave Dragon Mountain as you please," Long Kuei said respectfully to Qing Qin. Qing Qin smiled. "Thank clan leader Long Kuei for me. Just prepare more 100 dragon wine for me, haha." Long Kuei smiled. "Of course." He then looked at Lu Yin. "Long 7, the patriarch has instructed that the ancestral ceremony will be held in 10 days. At that time, the 4 Wei scales, the farmer's family, the Lu family, and the other great clans of the Middle Realm will all be present. Make some preparations during this period of time. You should have already learned about the ancestral ceremony, so don't embarrass the White Dragon clan." "Yes, Elder." Lu Yin's attitude was the same as before. Long Kuei nodded. He first sent Lu Yin to the Crouching Dragon Lake before taking Qing Qin to a place to rest. There was no need for Qing Qin to worry about Lu Yin's safety. If an accident could happen here, then there was no difference whether he was there or not. Crouching Dragon Lake was a lake within Dragon Mountain. There were thousands of lakes in Dragon Mountain, and although Crouching Dragon Lake was not the largest, it was very famous. This was because the direct descendants of the White Dragon clan would stay there for a period of time. It symbolized the rise of a hidden dragon. For example, Long Tian and Long Shi had once stayed there. Lu Yin was arranged to stay at Crouching Dragon Lake, which meant that his status was not inferior to those two. Although Crouching Dragon Lake was not big compared to Dragon Mountain and was only one of the thousands of lakes, it did not mean that Crouching Dragon Lake was small. Stars flowed within it, and it was like a universe that nurtured civilizations. Lu Yin stood on the island in the middle of the lake and looked down at the bottom of the lake. He saw the twinkling stars, and through the lake's surface, he could see the civilizations developing on the stars. This scene was all too common in the starry sky of the trees. The Fifth Mainland did not have such a situation of nurturing civilizations. At most, it was a large world, but that was also voluntary. He quietly stayed on the island in Crouching Dragon Lake for a few days until he was sure that no one was monitoring him. He then immediately went into seclusion and began rolling his die. Long Kuei had told him to prepare everything for the ancestral worship, but he did not know about the White Dragon clan's ancestral worship. There had to be a special ceremony, and he had to ask Long Shi about it. The dice spun and slowly came to a stop at 6. Lu Yin was not surprised, as he had not rolled for a long time, so it was normal for him to roll 6 pips. Fortunately, he had placed his cosmic ring to the side and only took out a few star essence, so he did not consume too much. This had become a habit. Lu Yin appeared in a strange space and casually merged into a ball of light that was not too bright. The scene in front of him changed, and he saw a grandfather and his grandson. The person he had merged with was planning to kill them. The Lei family has decided to withdraw from Looking Dragon City and will not fight with you. Why must you be so ruthless? Do you really think that the White Dragon clan will allow a power that can unify Looking Dragon City? The four cardinal scales of the top realm will not allow any other power to exist, even if it's just controlling a small city. The old man who was about to be killed screamed and hugged his grandson tightly. The little boy trembled in fear. Lu Yin blinked and decided to withdraw from the fusion. He had no interest in such a small family feud. You destroyed the Lei family, and it won't be long before someone comes after you. I can tell you that I have an organization behind me called the Hidden Earth Society. Although it's not very famous, it has a great influence and has infiltrated the four cardinal scales. The old man warned with blood at the corner of his mouth and a crazed look in his eyes. Lu Yin, who had been about to withdraw from the fusion, suddenly paused and looked at the old man in shock. The Hidden Earth Society. This was the first time he had heard of the Hidden Earth Society in this part of the universe. Before this, he had investigated many times in hopes of finding the Hidden Earth Society and the so-called Primeval Surname Alliance. However, regardless of whether it was the records in the books or the conversations he had had with others, there had been no mention of either. He had not held much hope, but now, he had actually heard of the Hidden Earth Society. The Hidden Earth Society. Never heard of it, Lu Yin said deliberately. The old man gritted his teeth and threatened, "There's no way you've heard of it. Our Hidden Earth Society does not accept outsiders, and we do not expose ourselves. However, we are closely connected because of our unique relationship. There are many experts in our organization, and we have great influence. Let alone Looking Dragon City, even if you hide in Dragon Mountain, we can still take revenge. Don't make a mistake. Additional chapters, thanks. Everything depends on the Wind Brothers' reward. Since 7 consecutive days of updates have just ended, Wind will slow down for a few days. After a few days, I'll continue to update. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1536. Why should I believe you? Lu Yin snorted coldly. Suddenly, his vision blurred. Not good, he was about to exit the fusion. He didn't have time to think, so he slapped himself in the head and collapsed to the ground under the dumbfounded gazes of the old man and his grandson. This person had to die, or the grandfather-grandson pair would be finished. Lu Yin then returned to that strange space. The scene in front of him changed, and his consciousness returned to Hidden Dragon Lake. His eyes flickered. The Hidden Earth organization did indeed exist in this starry sky, but he did not know how much of the old man's words were true. He might have exaggerated the truth in order to survive, but the Hidden Earth organization's existence should not be wrong. They were closely connected by a unique relationship. This relationship naturally originated from Earth, from that abandoned land. Just like Lu Yin and Lu Xiaoge, neither of them could be exposed, regardless of whether they were enemies or not. Otherwise, the other's life would be in danger. In this universe, anyone who came from the abandoned land had to be captured or even killed. If the Hidden Earth Society really existed, then it had to be very secretive. Lu Yin wanted to find the pair and ask them about it, but now wasn't the time. Through the memories of the fused person, he knew that the pair were outside Dragon Mountain, waiting to enter to present their gifts. The old man was called Lei Wu, and he was the head of Gazing Dragon City's Lei family. It wouldn't be difficult to find him. Lu Yin sighed, he finally had a clue about the Hidden Earth Society. As long as he could find them, he would be able to find the Primeval Surname Alliance, and all the mysteries of the past would be solved. The most important thing right now was to find Long Shi. He continued rolling his die, but his luck wasn't good this time. 3 pips. He didn't need to upgrade anything, and he couldn't do it openly here, so he continued rolling his die. The third time, he rolled 4 pips. Lu Yin picked up his cosmic ring, and the scene in front of him changed as he appeared in the time-stop space. When he arrived, he took out Mount Supreme and entered. It was very lively inside, with a total of 11 people, 5 from the astral tree and 6 from the 5th mainland. They didn't fight, but they were wary of each other. Before Lu Yin went to find Long Shi, he took a look at Luoshin, who was happily dancing and practicing. This woman was happy as long as she was with Lu Yin, and she didn't care where they were or how often they met. She just wanted to be sure that she was by Lu Yin's side, and that he felt guilty towards her. Long Shi was much calmer than the last time they met, and when Lu Yin appeared, she calmly asked, "Are you at the abandoned land?" Lu Yin shrugged, almost. Long Shi was silent. Lu Yin pursed his lips and coughed. I have a question. Do you know what the White Dragon Tribe's rituals are?" Long Shi was surprised. "Ancestor worship. Is the clan going to worship their ancestors?" Lu Yin nodded. "What does it have to do with you?" Long Shi asked curiously. Lu Yin licked his lips. "Actually, I'm paying respects to my ancestors. My name is about to be added to the main bloodline's genealogy." Long Shi stared at him in disbelief. "You? On what basis? If I go missing, will the main branch still accept you?" Lu Yin nodded. "Yes. I can't wait. What did you do? You're not even a member of the White Dragon clan. Your surname is Lu." Long Shi's tone was no longer calm. Lu Yin decided to tell the truth. He told her about how he had been accepted as a disciple by the governor, as well as what had happened on the battlefield. Just like that, not only did the White Dragon Tribe want to add my name to the main bloodline, they also wanted to find a good teacher for me, a heavenly array master, so that I could become the pride of the White Dragon Tribe. Pride. The more Long Shi looked at Lu Yin, the more incredulous she felt. She wasn't surprised that the White Dragon Tribe hadn't discovered this person's identity, but they actually wanted to add an outsider to the main bloodline's genealogy, especially when his surname was Lu. What a joke. What's with the ancestral worship ceremony? Can you teach me? Lu Yin asked carefully. Long Shi glared at him. You're just an outsider. Why do you think I'll help you add your name to the main bloodline's genealogy? Why should I teach you? Lu Yin had expected her to say that. I'm your husband. You're not. I am. No. Why did this sound so familiar? Lu Yin was helpless. Let's be frank. I'm at Dragon Mountain right now, and I'll be paying respects to my ancestors in a few days. If they find out that I'm not a member of the White Dragon Tribe, I'll definitely die. Once I die, all of you will be trapped until you die. No one knows about Mount Supreme, and no one knows that this is a separate world. If others know about your existence, you can be saved, but if no one knows, how long do you think you'll be trapped for? How long can you endure? Are you threatening me? Long Shi stared at him coldly. Lu Yin shrugged. I know you're not afraid of death, but the day of the ancestral worship ceremony is also the day I become the governor's disciple. He then took out the White Dragon Tribe's invitation and tossed it to her. Take a look for yourself. On that day, there will be people from the 4 heavens, the middle realm, and even the mortal realm. It'll affect the entire astral tree realm. If my identity is exposed, it won't matter if I die, but the White Dragon Tribe will become a laughingstock. My identity was confirmed by you, Long Shi. Who would believe that a princess of the White Dragon tribe would unintentionally treat me as a member of the tribe? Everyone knows that you did it on purpose. It was you who pushed the entire White Dragon tribe into the abyss. The White Dragon tribe will have to endure this humiliation for countless years to come. Even worse, if my identity is exposed, my identity as a member of the abandoned lands will also be exposed. How will the White Dragon tribe explain themselves then? Only the White Dragon tribe will be responsible for the fourth junior ancestor's imprisonment. And I'm about to become the governor's disciple, so the White Dragon tribe will have to endure his wrath. On that day, the White Dragon tribe will be able to show off to the entire astral tree realm, but it will also be a nightmare for the White Dragon tribe for countless years to come. Lu Yin spoke slowly as long she listened quietly. When he finished, she looked up and asked, "Are you done?" "I'm done," Lu Yin replied. Long Shi's gaze was calm. "You're dead for sure now that you've been discovered, and will be trapped here until we die. Since we're already dead, what do the matters of the living have to do with me?" Lu Yin blinked. Was this her logic? When Bai Xiaohong forced me to marry him, no one in the White Dragon tribe was willing to marry me. To me, Long Tian is dispensable, and Long Ko isn't much of a father. I'm not interested in someone who's about to die carrying the burden of an entire tribe, she said. Lu Yin was helpless. That didn't make sense. Long Shi closed her eyes, not even intending to talk to him. Lu Yin sighed. If you don't think about others, can you think about yourself? I promise that I'll let you go once we reach the abandoned lands and tell you the way back. Long Shi was unmoved, and her eyes remained closed. After all, we were once husband and wife, Lu Yin spoke up again. Long Shi growled, "Shut up." Lu Yin pursed his lips. Well, don't you hate Bai Xiaohong? I'll help you get rid of him. It's an equivalent exchange. How about that? Long Shi stared at him. You? Lu Yin raised a brow, as he felt uncomfortable with those words. They made it sound like he was inferior to other men. He immediately took out Bai Xiaohong's sky-splitting array. Take a look for yourself. I already dealt with him in the meditative ruins, but I didn't tell you. Long Shi hurriedly stood up and looked at the sky-splitting array with some doubt. Lu Yin took out the fruit that he had also obtained from Bai Xiaohong's cosmic ring. This too. Frost Immortal Fruit. Long Shi was shocked, but she still said, others can get it if they pay the price. Lu Yin finally took out the enchanting red flower. What about this? This is also from Bai Xiaohong's cosmic ring. Long Shi's body trembled when she saw the red flower. Immortal radish flower. She looked at Lu Yin in shock. You really killed Bai Xiaohong? Lu Yin nodded. You'll know if you go out. The Frigid Immortal sect also knows that Bai Xiaohong is dead, and they're doing everything they can to capture me for interrogation. Once my identity is exposed, the Frigid Immortal sect won't let me off, let alone the White Dragon tribe. So... He looked at Long Shi sincerely. I'm begging you to help me this once. Long Shi looked at the immortal radish flower with a complicated expression. Not just anyone could obtain such a flower, but both the frost immortal fruit and the immortal radish flower were available. She looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression. Why did you kill Bai Xiaohong? Lu Yin was resolute. He bullied you, so I had to kill him. Did Long Shi believe him? She didn't, but his words made her feel comfortable. After all, we were once husband and wife, Lu Yin said again. Long Shi growled again, shut up. She felt that his words were grating. Lu Yin stopped talking, and his head hurt. This woman was so stubborn. You should think of a way to escape Dragon Mountain, Long Shi said. Lu Yin was bitter. You still won't help me. Long Shi shook her head. There's no point in teaching you etiquette. There's a blood test during the ancestral ceremony, and everyone's blood is different. I gave you my blood back then, and while you might be able to hide your identity from the clan members, it won't be able to hide from the ancestral ceremony. My blood will be recognized as soon as it appears, and so will Big Brother's. The same goes for your own blood, unless... She paused. Lu Yin's expression changed. Unless what? She lowered her voice. Unless we can change the nature of our blood in order to hide from the ancestral ceremony, but that's impossible. Blood from outside the White Dragon clan won't succeed, and the blood of our clan members will be recognized as well. Lu Yin suddenly thought of something. You're saying that if your blood is purer, then it'll work. She nodded. How can it be purer? Lu Yin asked. She looked at him. Breaking through 3 stages, changing the nature of the clan, or ancestral Mang blood. Lu Yin was speechless. He had both. Which one do you want? Lu Yin asked. She was stunned. What do you mean? Lu Yin said, which one do you want? I'll get you one. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1537. She took the blood in a daze and checked it. It was true. How? How did you get it? She couldn't believe it, as it wasn't something that could be bought. Lu Yin said, just use it. Why do you care how I got it? She frowned. Lu Yin's appearance seemed to have changed her worldview. His power level had surpassed the 4 young masters, and his status had remained low until now. Now, he even had ancestral Mang blood. Even in the entire White Dragon clan, there wasn't much ancestral Mang blood. Only the clan leader and half-ancestor elders could obtain it. She looked at Lu Yin seriously and lowered her head, speechless, to look at the blood in her hand. How is it? Can I use it? Lu Yin asked. She nodded, yes. She then looked at Lu Yin, if I use it, you won't have it. I'm not a white dragon, so it's useless to me. She's eyes flashed, come find me in 2 days. Lu Yin immediately left Mount Supreme and waited for Shi to use the blood. Inside Mount Supreme, Shi began to break through as the blood entered her mouth. Although there wasn't a qualitative change like passing the 3 stages, absorbing the blood of the ancestral Mang was still beneficial for the future cultivation of the White Dragon clan. It was precisely because absorbing the blood of the ancestral Mang wouldn't bring about an immediate leap in strength that Shi didn't obtain it before going to the Sovereign Realm. Ancestral Mang blood changed one's cultivation talent, not one's strength. 2 days later, Lu Yin met Shi. Shi looked slightly different from 2 days ago. Her temperament was colder, but she also seemed more noble and fairer. Shi frowned and tossed the bottle of ancestral Mang blood to Lu Yin. Inside was a drop of her own blood, just absorb it into your body before the ceremony. Lu Yin was overjoyed and put it away. He suddenly thought of a problem. If I use this blood to worship the ancestors, then if you return in the future, won't the White Dragon clan be able to use your blood to confirm that you helped me? She said indifferently, it doesn't matter. Just say that you forced me. Lu Yin thought about it and agreed. Wait, everyone in Mount Supreme is my prisoner. Why is it so troublesome to make them do things? Can you teach me the ceremony now? Lu Yin asked expectantly. She looked at him and sighed, let's begin. It was not difficult to learn the ritual of ancestral worship. Although the movements were cumbersome, cultivators could remember them after seeing them once. One had to maintain a devout attitude when worshipping one's ancestors. Lu Yin had performed this many times before, and he was pretty good at it. When he learned the etiquette, he left immediately. Facing Long Shi, he always felt like he would be scolded at any time. After leaving Mount Supreme, he originally wanted to meet Luoshan, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. He had extended the time-stop space for a few more months, and with the remaining time, he was suddenly interested in the battle technique of, when things reach an extreme, they will be reversed. This battle technique had come from the desolate ancestor, and the withered creatures in the withered glory realm had left a deep impression on him. Once they were attacked, as long as the damage did not reach the upper limit, those creatures would only grow stronger. He didn't want to cultivate this battle skill. It wasn't a good thing for him to wither away, but he could still study it. That battle technique had long since been imprinted in his mind. It would be a waste if he didn't learn it. After all, it came from an ancestor realm expert. As he thought about it, Lu Yin sat down cross-legged and began to carefully recall what had happened. Lu Yin entered the time-stop space. At that time, the master of Shenwu Heaven, Xia Xing, had arrived at Dragon Mountain early to meet with the White Dragon Clan's elder, Enai Huang. The White Dragon Clan was one of the 4 cardinal scales, and they had more than one half-ancestor. Enai Huang was a half-ancestor who was on par with the myriad Daos clan's Wan Ziyi. She was the closest half-ancestor to the progenitor realm, and she was second only to the dragon ancestor in the White Dragon Clan. Junior Xia Xing greets Senior Enai Huang. So many years have passed. I never thought that the little fellow from back then would become the master of Shenwu Heaven. Senior, may I know what instructions you have for me? Although Xia Xing considered himself a junior, his attitude was very calm. He was the master of Shenwu Heaven, and if he met Enai Huang with this identity, there would be no difference in seniority. This was even if he had heard of Enai Huang's legends since he was born. Your daughter is still unmarried, right? Enai Huang's voice rang out. Xia Xing was shocked, as he hadn't expected Enai Huang to mention Xia Taili. The term marriage did not have much to do with the White Dragon Clan, as they usually did not marry outsiders. After a period of time, Xia Xing left. No one knew what they had talked about, not even Long Ku. Within the time-stop space, Lu Yin did not know how much time had passed. When he opened his eyes, he felt that something was wrong with his arms. He looked down and saw that his arms had withered, and even his bones seemed to have shrunk. He was startled, and he quickly stopped cultivating. He watched as his arms gradually recovered and sighed in relief. Fortunately, he had discovered this in time. Otherwise, if his body had withered, he would have had to rely on someone else's strength to recover. That would have been troublesome. If he had paid respects to his ancestors in this withered state, who knew if the dragon ancestor would have been so angry that he would have jumped down from the sovereign realm. Extreme Things Will Reverse was a mystical battle technique that allowed one's body to cultivate in the opposite direction, but it was actually cultivating. It was like opening a new path to life. Lu Yin did not know how the desolate ancestor had thought of this. It was no wonder that the legend said that the desolate ancestor had grasped the secret of eternal life. He could live for a very long time even if his body was completely withered. This was different from being sealed in ice. Sealing in ice fixed one's vitality, but Extreme Things Will Reverse was reversing one's vitality. In comparison, Extreme Things Will Reverse could allow one to live longer than sealing in ice. This was also a result of cultivating Extreme Things Will Reverse. Furthermore, this battle technique could directly reduce one's enemies to ashes. It was just like the mutual destruction technique on the battlefield, which was extremely difficult to deal with. Lu Yin was moved by the power and results of this battle technique, but it was a pity that he could not cultivate it. He sighed silently. Lu Yin looked outside Hidden Dragon Lake and muttered to himself, I hope they have some brains. Otherwise, it won't be fun. Suddenly, he shouted, "Xiao Qian, do you have a fishing rod?" Stars swayed within Hidden Dragon Lake. It looked like a starry sky, but there was also lake water. However, each star was separated by an invisible force and was not submerged by the lake water. Within Dragon Mountain, no matter if it was Hidden Dragon Lake or any other lake, anyone who could fish was not an ordinary person, and Lu Yin could do it now. A strange fish the size of a mountain leapt out of the lake. Lu Yin laughed and tossed it out. It landed on the other side of the lake and smashed into the water, causing the entire island to shake. The next day, someone challenged Lu Yin outside Hidden Dragon Lake. "Mister, a young master from the Wulong branch is here to challenge you," a maid reported respectfully. "All right," Lu Yin shouted, giving the maidservant a fright. Xiao Qian, who wasn't too far away, and the young master from the Wulong branch were startled as well. Even the crouching dragon lake was stirred up by Lu Yin's words. The young master from the Wulong branch was a cruiser, which was not bad for his age group. However, because he came from the four-way scale, he was not very conspicuous and could not even compare to Dragon Quarry. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1538. The Wulong branch, the Longquan branch, and a few other branches had worked together to compete with the main branch. These were the ones who wanted to lure Lu Yin out this time. It was reasonable to say that Lu Yin would not be lured out of the Crouching Dragon Lake as he was about to become a disciple of the governor. Therefore, they had prepared a few backup plans. The Wulong branch prince's provocation was only the first step. Next, they would gradually expose the fact that the Wulong branch prince might have a relationship beyond friendship with Long Shi. If Lu Yin could still hold it in, they would still have backup plans. Even Xiao Qian was part of their plan, and they planned to bully her to incur Lu Yin's wrath. They had studied this plan for a few days before finally confirming it. However, they had not expected the Wulong branch's young master to provoke Lu Yin. No, he had not even provoked him. He had only said the word challenge, and Lu Yin had become excited. Beside Crouching Dragon Lake, the Wulong branch's young master stared blankly at Lu Yin as he tore through the void and descended. He was so frightened that he almost wet himself. Wasn't tearing through the void something that only envoys could do? Only the junior ancestor Long Tian of the same generation had such an ability. What the hell? Xiao Qian was stunned as well, and she looked at the empty chair. Lu Yin should have been sitting there calmly fishing, allowing the wind and rain to batter him without moving. This was the posture of someone who had captured a redback, experienced many battles, and was a genius from a humble background. What had just happened? Lu Yin walked out of the void and faced the Wulong branch's young master. He shouted, "You're the one who challenged me." The Wulong branch's young master's mouth gaped open, and his face went pale. He was terrified. In the distance, Long Zhang, Dragon Quarry, and the rest were stunned. Lu Yin had taken the bait so easily. Then what did the few days they had prepared count for? I'm asking you a question. Are you the Wulong branch's young master who challenged me and thought that you had surpassed me, Long 7, and were qualified to enter the battlefield at the back and attract the attention of progenitors? Lu Yin shouted and clenched his fists. The Wulong branch's young master gulped. Did I say that? It really is you. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Make your move. I'll do my best. The Wulong branch's young master gulped again and looked helplessly into the distance towards where Dragon Quarry and the rest were. This was not in accordance with his plan, as he had never planned to fight Long 7. It would not be a fight, but a fight. What are you waiting for? Attack! The Wulong branch's young master's heart trembled, and he whispered, "You are Long 7. That's right. Lu Yin shouted, which gave the young master from the Wulong branch a fright. Then I'm sorry, but I got the wrong person. I want to challenge Xiaoqian. Lu Yin was stunned. You're challenging Xiaoqian? The Wulong branch's young master's expression became serious. That's right, I'm here to look for Xiaoqian. Please invite her out. I want to challenge her. Lu Yin felt that Ku Wei, Fire Realm's elder Tan, and the others were already shameless enough, but this young master from the Wulong branch was even more shameless than that. He was actually challenging a maidservant, which made Lu Yin feel embarrassed for him. The Wulong branch young master was embarrassed, but compared to being beaten up, he felt that it was okay to lose some face. He was already regretting it. What did it have to do with him if the others were looking for trouble with Long 7? He shouldn't have come out. Lu Yin didn't even know how to cause trouble for them. His eyes darted around, and he stared into the distance at Long Zhang and the others. Long Zhang met Lu Yin's gaze and was shocked. He braced himself and said, "Brothers, Long 7 is out. Let's attack and ruin his reputation." This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. He doesn't dare to casually attack. The surrounding people gathered their courage and walked out. The scene of Lu Yin tearing through the void had truly frightened them. If not for that scene, the Wulong branch young master would not have been so afraid. Now, they were just as afraid. Dragonquery's gaze was cold, and he walked out to face Lu Yin. Lu Yin ignored the Wulong branch young master, as this fellow was already crippled. Dragonquery. Dragonquery quickly approached Lu Yin and landed 100 meters away from him. Long 7, if I had followed the junior ancestor to the sovereign realm, then the junior ancestor would not have been trapped, and the princess would not have gone missing. Lu Yin was amused. Just you. Long 7, how can you speak to your own brother like that? Do you even have any sense of camaraderie? I think you're just too arrogant and don't even care about us anymore. Long Zhang shouted, and the surrounding members of the branch families joined in on the commotion. They were certain that Lu Yin would not dare to do anything at this moment. They would not challenge him, as no one would be able to say anything if they were beaten up. However, it was different if he attacked for no reason. At a critical moment like this, even the junior ancestor would be cautious, let alone Lu Yin. That was what they thought. Unfortunately, Lu Yin's thoughts were the exact opposite of theirs. He did not hesitate to slap Long Zhang, sending him flying hundreds of meters away. Half of Long Zhang's face was swollen, and his vision blurred. He could not see anything, and he fainted. Before he fainted, he even spat out a few teeth. The surrounding members of the branch families were stunned, and so was Dragonquery. Lu Yin lowered his hand, and his gaze turned fierce. I don't like his attitude. Everyone stared at him, as if they had seen a ghost. Dragonquery was shocked. Long 7, you dare attack him? Lu Yin stared at Dragonquery. Why wouldn't I? Dragonquery clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. You're too arrogant. In the distance, someone approached. It was an elder from one of the White Dragon tribe's branches. He had long since known that Long Zhang and the others were looking for trouble with Lu Yin, and he had been keeping an eye on them just in case. When he saw that Long Zhang had been sent flying, he immediately walked out. What happened? Who hit someone for no reason? Elder, it's Long 7. He looks down on our branch family, and he even took the initiative to hit Long Zhang, a branch family member complained tearfully. The branch family elder stared at Lu Yin. Long 7, is what he said true? Lu Yin raised his head. Don't you have eyes? Can't you see? He did not even need to guess to know that this old man was helping this group of branch family members. Although he wanted to cause trouble, it had to be said that the main branch was too useless. The branch families had already schemed against Lu Yin, but no one from the main branch had appeared. Long 7, the ancestral worship ceremony is just around the corner. Your actions are too reckless. Do you know that if news of this spreads, not only will your reputation be damaged, but the governor might also be displeased and refuse to accept you as a disciple. It will also affect the reputation of our White Dragon tribe. Do you know how many esteemed guests have arrived at Dragon Mountain? The branch family elders shouted. Lu Yin did not care. Old man, you think too highly of yourself. Do you have the right to interrupt the governor's decision to accept a disciple? The branch family elder was furious. He was an emissary, but he had been ignored by Long 7. He wanted to teach the youth a lesson, but he had also seen Lu Yin tear through the void and walk out, which made him feel apprehensive. Lu Yin was about to worship his ancestors and become a disciple of a progenitor, which also made him feel apprehensive. The branch family elder had walked out because he had not expected Lu Yin to be so arrogant. There was no need for him to be wronged or angered, as this guy was arrogant to begin with. Long 7, you have a vile personality. I will definitely report this to the head elder, the branch family elder threatened. The surrounding branch family members also stepped aside. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. They all agreed. Lu Yin frowned. Noisy. His body flashed and appeared above everyone's heads. He then pressed down with a single palm, using the hollow palm. This was a hollow palm that was magnified several times and pressed down on everyone, including the branch family elder. No one had expected Lu Yin to be so bold as to take the initiative to attack, especially the branch family elder. He was furious and immediately used his white dragon transformation. His astral source whizzed past, but he discovered that he could not suppress any star energy. The hollow palm pressed down. This hollow palm was not fast, but it was more like a strong gust of wind that swept all of the branch family members away. The branch family elder's chest tightened, but he was fine. He raised his hand, and a spear appeared in his hand as he stabbed forward. This spear entered and exited from the astral source universe. It could not be seen, and its angle was strange as it pierced towards the back of Lu Yin's neck. Lu Yin pulled back and grabbed the spear, but it could not advance any further. The branch family elder was shocked. How was this possible? The golden battle force in Lu Yin's palm was restrained. With his immense strength, he could even fight against a gray-eyed corpse king, let alone a branch family elder with a power level of over 500,000. If this person had not used his white dragon transformation, Lu Yin would not even need to use his golden battle force. Lu Yin kicked out, and the branch family elder let go of the spear and entered the astral source universe. Lu Yin sped up and entered the astral source universe as well. Facing the branch family elder's shocked gaze, he used his hollow palm. There was a thump, and the branch family elder could not dodge in time. He was sent flying by the hollow palm and crashed into the crouching dragon lake. When the branch family members saw this, their faces turned pale. Even an envoy-level elder was not Long 7's match. The Wulong branch's young master was sprawled on the ground. He had been knocked down by the hollow palm and thought that Long 7 was only so-so. Now that he saw the branch family elder's fate, he was glad that he had made the decision to fight Long 7 alone. There was nothing wrong with his brain. The branch family elder coughed up blood in the crouching dragon lake. This hollow palm was not weak, and it had injured him. He rushed out in anger and wanted to attack again, but Lu Yin's spear was right in front of him. The branch family elder was furious that Lu Yin had used his own weapon to attack him. Lu Yin was looking down on him. As he thought about it, he avoided the tip of the spear and reached for the spear. However, Lu Yin's actions were not expected. Lu Yin could predict the branch family elder's movements when he picked up the weapon. This person had studied the spear for many years, and the moment he attacked, he had a set of attack speed. Lu Yin had received the inheritance from the sword steel, so he could see through the branch family elder's understanding of the spear at a glance. He easily disintegrated this person's attack, and it was impossible for him to snatch the spear away. The branch family elder attacked several times, but he could not even touch the spear. The tip of the spear continued to revolve around his neck, which made his hair stand on end. This was even more frightening than being injured by Lu Yin, because Lu Yin's understanding of the spear far surpassed his own. How was this possible? How was this possible? How many years had this person been cultivating? His understanding of the spear had reached an unimaginable level. How was this possible? With a bang, the tip of the spear swept past the branch family elder's earlobe and pressed down hard, sending the branch family elder back into the crouching dragon lake. Lu Yin held the spear with one hand and stood proudly in the void, looking down at everyone. Many of the branch family disciples looked at him in fear, and Dragonquery's hands and feet were cold. He realized that even young ancestor Long Tian might not have such strength. Could this Long 7 have reached or even surpassed young ancestor Long Tian? Impossible. Today, the word impossible had become the most common word among the branch family members, and their common sense had been overturned. Thank you for your support, brothers. The next volume is about to begin. I want this guy to be surnamed Liu. End of chapter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1539. What are you doing? Long Kuei appeared, suppressing the crowd as he stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes and replied in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. A branch family member challenged Long 7. Challenge. Long Kuei glanced at Dragonquery and the rest. You challenged Long 7. Dragonquery gritted his teeth and wanted to retort, but the branch family elder rushed out from the bottom of the lake and panted, Elder Long Kuei, this Long 7 is too arrogant and has a vile personality. He attacked a family member and bullied his peers. He even ignored me, an elder, and spoke arrogantly. Please report this to the family head and the elders. Long Kuei frowned and looked at Lu Yin. Long 7, what's going on? Lu Yin smiled, a bunch of trash looking for trouble. The branch family elder was furious. Elder Long Kuei, did you hear that? This Long 7 is so arrogant and spouting such malicious words. He's a disgrace to the White Dragon tribe. Long Kuei stared at Lu Yin. How had this brat's attitude changed so quickly? Lu Yin looked up and met Long Kuei's gaze. These people want me to become a disciple. They're courting death. They're lucky that I didn't destroy them. Long Kuei understood. To Long 7, becoming a disciple of a progenitor was a huge matter, and anyone who got in his way was an enemy. It was no wonder why he was so ruthless and did not even let the branch family elder off. Long 7, return to Crouching Dragon Lake first. I'll report this to the family head. Lu Yin casually tossed the spear aside and turned to leave. The branch family elder was so angry that his teeth bled when the spear fell into the lake. That was his weapon, and he had spent many years accumulating materials to craft it. Even the weapons of powerhouses on the same level could not destroy it, but it had been tossed aside. He wanted to pick it up, but he could not afford to lose face. As for asking Long 7 to pick it up, he was not stupid enough to ask. It was obvious that Long 7 did not care about him. He could not defeat Long 7, and he could not suppress him with his status. The branch family elder had never suffered such grievances on Dragon Peak. Long Kuei looked at the branch family elder and said in a low voice, "This is Crouching Dragon Lake. Why are you here?" You need to give the family head and the elders an explanation. The branch elder gritted his teeth and said, "We're here to congratulate Long Chi. The disciples of the clan also want to see what kind of person Long Chi is." Long Kui sneered, "Is that so? This is Dragon Mountain. Nothing that happens here can escape the eyes of the great elder. Say whatever you want. When the time comes, the great elder will be the judge." "That's right, the great elder." Great elder Enai Huang did not appear at all. He had forgotten about the great elder's abilities. When he recalled what he had just done, he heaved a sigh of relief after a long while. He did not do anything overboard, nor did he say anything. From the beginning to the end, it was that bastard Long Chi who took the initiative to attack and even spoke ill of him. At this moment, the branch elders realized something. They were supposed to be here to malign and slander Long Seven. How did they end up being the victims? Did Long Seven need to be slandered? His true nature had been exposed, and there was no need to slander him. This was the kind of person he was, a bastard. Long Zhang woke up, but no one cared about him. Many of the branch family disciples silently returned, as Lu Yin's display of strength had truly shocked them. Even though his cultivation was insufficient, his insight was not bad, and they all shared the same thoughts as Dragon Quarry. This Long Seven might have reached the level of junior ancestor Long Tian. Once he became a disciple of a patriarch, his status would be completely different. The Wulong branch's young master grimaced in pain. He glanced at Crouching Dragon Lake and quickly left in fear. When he returned to the island, Lu Yin continued fishing leisurely as if nothing had happened. Xiao Qian and the other maids also saw the Crouching Dragon Lake. After what had happened outside the lake, the group of maids became much more afraid of Lu Yin. Xiao Qian had a complicated expression as she thought back to the first time she had met Long Seven. He had been so useless and had been trapped by the Princess White Dragon surveying mirror. Now, he had actually reached such heights. If the princess knew about this, she would be very happy. No matter what, he was the son-in-law, and the princess had said that no one was allowed to bully him. Now, he could bully others. Long Kui had wanted to report what had happened at Crouching Dragon Lake to Long Ku, but he was stopped halfway. He turned around and returned to Crouching Dragon Lake, where he saw Lu Yin. "Long Seven, the great elder wants to see you." Xiao Qian and the rest were stunned. The great elder. Lu Yin stood up. He knew that the great elder was Enai Huang, a legendary figure whose seniority far surpassed Qingqian's. On the way here, Qingqian had told Lu Yin that the White Dragon clan's elder Enai Huang was on the same level as the myriad Daos clan's Wan Ziyi. If Wan Ziyi was infinitely close to the progenitor realm, then Enai Huang was infinitely close to Wan Ziyi. There were people like her everywhere on the 4 continents. Enai Huang was located at the bottom of Dragon Mountain, and Lu Yin did not know how deep she was. When Long Kui left, Lu Yin looked around. This was the bottom of Dragon Mountain, and there was a faint blue light all around. Strange glowing plants floated in the air, and it was very beautiful. The sound of water dripping could be heard in the distance, and there was a clear spring flowing beneath his feet. Tiny stars rotated within it. Lu Yin stared at the stars in the spring. He had never seen such a small star before. It was like an ant's planet, and it was only the size of his palm. He could crush it with a single palm strike. To ants, this is a world that they will never be able to walk out of, but to people like us, it can be easily destroyed. "This is height," an ancient voice said. There was no one in sight, only the voice. Lu Yin's expression was solemn, and he slowly bowed. Junior Long Seven greets Great Elder Enai Huang. Long Seven, your height has long surpassed many people. From now on, there is no need to care about ordinary ants. To you, Becoming a progenitor is your greatest goal? Lu Yin answered, yes, great elder. The governor of the humble school, Senior Mu Xia, is a very refined person. Although he controls the killing of the humble school, he does not like people who cause trouble. I will suppress today's matter for you, but you must not be reckless in the future. The internal strife within the clan has nothing to do with you. As long as you acknowledge the governor as your master, I will arrange a marriage for you, and you will step into the clouds. Lu Yin was surprised. Marriage? But I am the son-in-law of the main bloodline, and I am already married to Long Shi. I've already said that there is no need to care about those things. Be it the main bloodline or the subsidiary bloodlines, it has nothing to do with you. Your name is only a formality, and you are no longer the son-in-law of the main bloodline. You are the successor of the White Dragon clan, and your status is equal to Long Tian's. There are very few who are qualified to marry you. Do you have anyone in mind? Lu Yin did not know how to answer, as he had not expected such a thing to happen. This great elder Anai Huang was basically skipping over the main bloodline. Was the main bloodline so insignificant? That shouldn't be the case. Could it be that the main bloodline was once a subsidiary bloodline? No one in mind. How about Xia Taili? Lu Yin was shocked. Great elder, this isn't good. I've already discussed this with Xia Xing of the Shenwu Plain. This decision was made by me and Xia Xing, as well as the dragon ancestor and Xia ancestor's wishes. You don't have to think too much about it. Go back. Remember, do not act rashly. Your apprenticeship to a progenitor is the most important thing right now, so prepare well. No one will disturb you in the following period of time, and your name will still be engraved in the main bloodline. After speaking, Lu Yin's vision cracked open, and his body was sucked in. When he reappeared, he was already in the outside world, and Long Kuwei was not far away. Lu Yin's expression was strange, and he felt helpless and speechless. Why were there marriage alliances everywhere? Do I look that much like a marriage alliance? His marriage alliance with Xia Taili was equivalent to the White Dragon clan's marriage alliance with the Shenwu Plain. There was also the governor of the humble family and 3 progenitors. This was the current situation in the Peak Realm. The frigid immortal sect was too domineering, and this marriage alliance had been forced by them. However, no matter how he looked at it, he felt that he was the most unlucky one. Xia Taili was not to be trifled with, and he did not want her even if he was beaten to death. Long Kuei did not say anything to Lu Yin, and he simply sent him back to Crouching Dragon Lake before leaving. Before he left, he said, Celestial Master Qiuling has come to Dragon Mountain to observe the ceremony. Celestial Master was a title unique to Origin Heavenly Masters, and Celestial Master Qiuling was an Origin Heavenly Master. An Origin Heavenly Master had come, and it was obvious that she had been invited by the White Dragon clan to become Lu Yin's apprentice. The White Dragon clan wanted to soar and show off to both an Origin Heavenly Master and a progenitor at the same time. Young Master, a guest arrived right after you left, Xiao Qian said respectfully to Lu Yin. Lu Yin was puzzled. Guests can come here. Elder Anai Huang had just said that no one would disturb him, so wasn't this a slap to his face? Suddenly, Lu Yin's expression changed as he saw someone familiar within his domain. It was Xia Taili. It was actually her. Xia Taili sensed Lu Yin's return at the same time, and her originally calm expression immediately changed. She shouted angrily, Long 7, you despicable person. How dare you have designs on me? She rushed out and swept her divine martial shield at Lu Yin, flustered and exasperated. Lu Yin was speechless. He raised a hand and gathered his golden battle force to meet the divine martial force. With a boom, the divine martial force was suppressed. Xia Taili raised a hand and said, "Lock." A lock appeared around Lu Yin, trapping him. This was one of the Divine Martial Force's secret techniques, and it was very strange. Xia Taili brandished her Divine Martial Force again and slammed it towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin moved his hand and shattered the lock. He raised another hand and unleashed an emptiness palm. Boom! Shockwaves swept out in all directions, and Xiao Qian and the rest were forced to retreat. Waves rose from Crouching Dragon Lake and surged into the distance. Xia Taili's Divine Martial Force was pierced through by Lu Yin's emptiness palm, and the wind from the palm brushed past her ears and into the void. Xia Taili paused and looked at Lu Yin in shock. The difference was too great, especially when Lu Yin had shattered the lock faster than by Xiaohong. How could this be? Lu Yin said helplessly, "It has nothing to do with me. I didn't know that this would happen." Xia Taili reacted and gritted her teeth, "You didn't know?" No, Lu Yin was certain. Xia Taili obviously didn't believe him. "You're lying. You've had your eyes on me for a long time. Long she went missing, didn't you? You're both princesses of balance. Long 7, you're really ambitious." Lu Yin covered his head. "I said I didn't know, so I didn't know." "How do you know now?" "I just found out." "Then go and refuse." "I can't refuse. You're trying to get me, Long 7. You're despicable, shameless, perverted." Lu Yin was unhappy. "Your brother's the pervert." Xia Taili was furious and panted heavily. Her eyes were red, and she looked like she was about to cry. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1540. Lu Yin felt a headache coming on. "I swear that I didn't know about this before. How about this? I'll try my best to refuse." Xia Taili rubbed his eyes and stubbornly said, "I don't believe you." Lu Yin pursed his lips, not knowing how to communicate. Xia Taili stared at Lu Yin and said, "Listen carefully. If you really dare to marry me, I'll castrate you. I'll go back and practice my blade." The Xia family specializes in blade techniques. He then snorted and leaped away from the Crouching Dragon Lake. Lu Yin's face twitched as a chill ran down his spine. He suddenly thought of progenitor Qin, who had been manifested by the Prime Clear's 3 yang ancestral qi. That blade technique, that ghostly light, and that ability to switch between illusion and reality were enough to send chills down one's spine. If Xia Taili already knew about the marriage, would the frigid immortal sect know about it as well? No matter how much the White Dragon clan and the Divine Martial Plane tried to hide the news, they might not be able to hide it from the frigid immortal sect and the Wang family. He really did not want to have a marriage alliance, and he hoped that these two clans would cause some trouble. It would be best if he could not even become a disciple. After the Divine Martial Plane, the Wang family of the 4 cardinal scales arrived as well. The Wang family's grand elder, Wang Si, had arrived with her granddaughter, Wang Yun. When Wang Si arrived, Ni Huang personally welcomed her. Both of them were half-ancestors, and logically speaking, Wang Si's seniority was lower than Ni Huang's. However, Wang Si's status was special, so no one was surprised that Ni Huang personally welcomed her. The next day, the head of the Nong family, Nongya, arrived with Nong Lai. Not long after, the stooped elder of the Lu family, Lu Song, arrived as well. Lu Song's arrival also attracted Ni Huang's attention, and she personally welcomed him. A Mr. Tang had come to Yi Xian Academy. He wasn't a half-martial ancestor, but his reputation wasn't inferior to a half-martial ancestor because he was one of the few who had cultivated his domain to the empty god realm. His arrival attracted Qing Chen's attention. "It's been many years since we last met, but you're still as elegant as ever." Mr. Tang immediately bowed when he saw Qing Chen. Qing Chen smiled. "Mr. Tang, you haven't changed either. Is that old tree from the academy still here? I still remember when we drank wine under that tree." Mr. Tang sighed. There was a great change back then. The academy was affected, and the old tree was burned down. Qing Chen was helpless. "What a pity. Back then, when we drank under the tree, there was a different taste." Mr. Tang was carefree. "If Senior is willing, you can personally plant one in the academy. When the little tree grows up, you and I can drink under the tree. It'll be quite enjoyable." "Ha, it's settled then." Qing Chen laughed. "Of course. Mr. Tang, you are one of the few experts who have cultivated your domain to the empty god realm. I wonder if you would be interested in giving some pointers to a junior." That junior cultivated his domain to the spirit transformation realm, but he couldn't advance any further. Qing Chen changed the topic. Mr. Tang's eyes flashed. "Senior, may I know who this junior is?" "Long Qi," Qing Chen said. Mr. Tang was astonished. "I've heard that Long 7 is highly regarded by Senior, and that he was able to become the governor's disciple because of Senior's recommendation. Now that you've spoken up for him, Senior must really think highly of him." Qing Chen nodded and earnestly said, putting aside his identity, Long 7 captured Redback without any fear of offending the four-way scales. Luo Zhong's expression was calm, and there was a hint of a smile on his face that made others feel comfortable. He was a steady person, and there was no lack of stubbornness in his respectful demeanor. His cultivation talent was also extremely high, which was why he had been able to rise up from divine martial heaven in a short year under Xia Xing's guidance. As he followed Xia Tai Li out, Luo Zhong suddenly looked in the direction of Crouching Dragon Lake and thought to himself, "Brother Lu, we meet again." After the frigid immortal sect left divine martial heaven, they went to find the Nong family, but Nong Sanyang wasn't there. Only Nong Lai and Nong Ye were there, so they left in displeasure. They wanted to look for Lu Yin, but they were stopped by the White Dragon tribe. Lu Yin quietly waited on an island in Crouching Dragon Lake. 10 days quickly passed, and the sky distorted as endless light shone from Dragon Mountain, the entire top realm. The day of ancestral worship. Ancestral worship at Dragon Mountain was a major event, and it could illuminate at least one of the 4 regions of the top realm. On this day, Lu Yin changed into the White Dragon tribe's unique ancestral worship attire and solemnly stepped onto the ancestral dragon altar at the center of Dragon Mountain. Of all the onlookers, the one who was most shocked was none other than Elder Shi from the frigid immortal sect. He stared at Lu Yin in a daze. Lu Yin's appearance was very similar to that person's, and the moment he saw Lu Yin, he almost mistook him for him. Now, as he watched Lu Yin walk step by step towards the peak of Dragon Mountain, he clenched his fists. He was becoming more and more like that person, but unfortunately, he was not that person. As the news that Lu Yin was about to become a disciple of the Grandmaster realm spread, more and more important figures in the Starry Sky Tree saw his appearance. Many of them recognized that he was similar to someone, but Lu Yin was from the White Dragon race and had passed the bloodline test several times, dispelling their suspicions. Now, Dragon Mountain shone brightly, and a group of people in the Starry Sky Tree also saw Lu Yin and his appearance. Lu Yin himself did not know how many people were shocked by his appearance, but at this moment, the closer he got to the ancestral Mang statue, the more he could feel the pressure. It was faintly discernible, but now it was almost tangible. This pressure was condensed from the worship of the white dragon race for countless years. It did not truly come from the ancestral Mang, but from a kind of belief. Was belief also a form of power? Lu Yin could not help but wonder. The human body was full of mysteries. There was an invisible spirit and a physical body. Then, where did persistence, stubbornness, and unyielding belief come from? Belief could support people to do anything. Who could say that it was not power? Who dared to say that it could not be used? At this moment, Lu Yin felt as if he was looking at the ancestors of the white dragon race. He was looking at the ancestor who had inherited the ancestral Mang's blood and created the white dragon race. As Lu Yin stood at the peak of the ancestral dragon altar, Enai Huang appeared. This was also the first time Lu Yin saw this great elder of the white dragon race. Enai Huang's voice was old, but he did not look old. He was just a little different from the other white dragon race members. He was stronger, so strong that he did not seem like an old man. He was close to 3 meters tall, and his hair was curly. He was filled with a domineering aura. "Please, the genealogy," Enai Huang said. In the void, a bamboo scroll extended without end. Enai Huang held the end of the scroll and looked at Lu Yin. Worship the ancestor. Lu Yin began the complicated ritual of worshipping the ancestor. Fortunately, he had learned it from Long Shi in advance and did not miss anything. He treated the ancestral dragon statue as Mr. Mu and became more sincere. Enai Huang was satisfied as he felt the sincerity in Lu Yin's actions. He was not the only one, everyone else felt it as well. Elder Shi's gaze was bitter as he watched Lu Yin worship the ancestral dragon statue. There was an indescribable sadness in his eyes. Lu Yin had the appearance of that person, but he was worshipping the ancestral Mang and the white dragon race. It was an insult to that person. The entire set of actions took half an hour, and Xia Taili was getting impatient. Reality proved that Lu Yin's actions were correct. After reciting the Stonewall scriptures, he didn't feel any sluggishness or hallucinations at all. He approached the bottle-shaped sourcebox step by step, observed it, and then began lockbreaking. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to understand this process, but Chuling's eyes were filled with admiration. She discovered that Lu Yin wasn't affected at all, as if this sourcebox didn't affect the outside world at all. This kid was simply a natural-born lockbreaker. The difficulty of this bottle-shaped sourcebox lay in the fact that it could be disrupted by invisible disturbances. Once this problem was solved, lockbreaking would be a natural progression. When Lu Yin had taken the Boundless Advanced Lockbreaker test, he had unlocked the bridge, which was dozens of times larger than this bottle-shaped sourcebox. However, it had taken him only a few days to unlock it, while this sourcebox had taken him only a single day. There was a soft sound, and everyone stared at the bottle. There was also a debate about sourceboxes in this region of space. Sourceboxes contained danger, and they could be used by origin array masters to set up arrays to defend against external enemies. Lockbreaking, on the other hand, had a high chance of not obtaining anything. Thus, many people supported the idea of lockbreaking and only setting up sourcebox arrays. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. There was a sizable group of people who supported lockbreaking, as they wanted to obtain items from ancient times. No matter how the two sides argued, the moment a sourcebox was successfully unlocked, it would attract a lot of attention. Moreover, it was a boundless advanced sourcebox that could produce a phenomenon. The bottle shook and then crumbled into dust. Lu Yin was disappointed, as there was nothing left. The people around him started to discuss. Sure enough, this source box shouldn't have been unlocked. If this source box was set up by an origin array master, then the damage it would cause wouldn't be too small. After all, there's a phenomenon. Who knows what's gained from lock breaking, but not all source boxes can be unlocked. I support lock breaking. I think it's best not to unlock it. Since it was sealed as a source box, there must be a reason for it. It's best not to break the laws of nature. Then what's the point of cultivating? Just wait for your death. Qiuling wasn't disappointed, and she looked at Lu Yin with admiration. You did well, Long 7. Lu Yin bowed respectfully. Thank you for your praise, Celestial Master. Do you know that there's a game between us origin array masters? It's called a stable perimeter, Qiuling said. Lu Yin was confused, as he didn't know. Someone in the crowd exclaimed, there's really such a game. Legend has it that only origin array masters can play against it, but I heard that even lockbreakers who've just become an origin array master find it difficult to play a complete game. That's a game of lockbreaking and the mysteries of sourcebox arrays. Celestial Master Qiuling wants to test Long 7. You think too highly of him. Long 7 has mastered 2 sourcebox arrays, which is enough for him to be called an origin array master. He's qualified. That's true. Qiuling smiled. Stable Perimeter is a game between us origin array masters that has been around for a very long time. It's been around since the Dao Source sect, but because only origin array masters can play against it, it hasn't been spread. Use the sourcebox's danger and star energy as your chess pieces. She waved her hand, and 2 sourceboxes appeared. One was long and spiraled in the air, gradually accelerating as it released a visible danger. It transformed into layers of sharp energy that cut through the surroundings, causing the void to distort and crack. Its power was enough to reach the level of an envoy. The other sourcebox was very small, only about the size of a palm. It looked like a bracelet, but it gave off an even more terrifying feeling because it released a pure red energy. It was obvious that this energy was extraordinary. As the 2 sourceboxes' danger overlapped, an unpredictable destructive force spread out in all directions. Many people in the vicinity retreated, and as the host, Ni Huang acted to isolate the danger. Lu Yin watched as the sourceboxes overlapped with each other, forming a strange and unpredictable destructive force, and he began to understand what was going on. Stable perimeter is very simple. Whoever can use their sourcebox's danger to destroy the opponent's star energy will win. Star energy appeared beneath Qiuling's feet and spread out to the space between the 2 sourceboxes. The sourcebox's danger immediately tore apart the star energy, leaving behind only a small amount that floated into the air like specks of stars. Celestial Master Qiuling waved her hand, and the remaining star energy that hadn't been cut by the sourcebox's killing intent changed color. Half of it turned black, while the other half turned white. It was a perfect 50-50 match, and the 2 sourceboxes' killing intent overlapped like a chess game. You can choose one color, Qiuling smiled at Lu Yin. Thank you for your support, brothers. I'll take a few days off and then continue updating. End of chapter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1543. Lu Yin took a deep breath and observed carefully. He found that the remaining 2 colors of star energy were evenly distributed, and anything that obstructed the sourcebox's danger had been destroyed. All he had to do was stir up the danger and destroy the opposing color's star energy. It didn't matter which color he chose. I choose white, Lu Yin said respectfully. After all, she was from the White Dragon clan. Qiuling smiled. I usually play against those old freaks. It's rare for me to play against a junior. She then stepped into the sourcebox's danger zone. In a game, whoever stepped in first was more likely to trigger the sourcebox's danger zone, which would be more dangerous for them. Naturally, Chilling was the first to step in. Sourcebox's danger zone was very sensitive and dangerous, which was why ordinary people respected lockbreakers so much. Chilling stepped in, but nothing happened. It was as if the sourcebox's danger zone didn't sense her at all. Lu Yin's eyes grew solemn as he observed the situation. Chilling didn't rush him and just stood there quietly. Lu Yin didn't move for an entire day, and the others didn't rush him either. Finally, after half a day, Lu Yin moved and slowly stepped in like Chilling. It seemed easy, but Lu Yin had to predict this action many times and observe the entire sourcebox's danger zone. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for anyone else to come into contact with it. Chilling praised Lu Yin when she saw that he had successfully entered the game. "You're quite outstanding to be able to reach this step. It's rare for someone to be as relaxed as you are in their first game. Let's begin. You make the first move." Lu Yin raised a hand and flicked his finger, causing a gust of wind to howl out and shake a single strand of the sourcebox's killing intent. This single strand of sourcebox's killing intent caused the surrounding sourceboxes to tremble as well, causing the entire game to seethe with killing intent. This caused the surrounding star energy to be destroyed. Not only did it destroy the black star energy, but it also destroyed the white star energy, though the black star energy was mostly destroyed. The onlookers watched intently. Most of them couldn't understand what was going on, but they knew that every move in this game required one to consider one's own safety and also to find a way to destroy the opponent's star energy. This depended on one's control over the sourcebox's danger zone, and it tested one's understanding of the danger zone. There are no identical sourceboxes in the universe, and similarly, there are no identical chess games. Regardless of whether there are 2 sourceboxes, 3 sourceboxes, or even multiple sourceboxes, the accumulated danger is different. Every time you play a game, it's like seeing a new sourcebox array. This is a stable perimeter. Grandmaster Dinggua's eyes burned with passion as he stared at the game. He wanted to participate as well, as being able to play against an Origin Array Celestial Master was every lockbreaker's dream. Lu Yin didn't care, a game. Beads of sweat dripped down Lu Yin's forehead as he moved. He couldn't immediately turn the situation around, but he could take things one step at a time. Chilling moved as well. There were no rules in this game, and they could do as they pleased. They could stand in place without moving, or they could move without stopping. This was a competition of understanding and control over the danger zones of the sourceboxes. Lu Yin continuously stirred up the danger zones, and only then was he able to stop Chilling's casual movements. Chilling sighed in admiration. "Continue." Lu Yin smiled. This was interesting. It was much better than simple lock-breaking thorns. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Too much excitement. Everyone watched nervously as the danger zones of the sourceboxes continued to slice through the void. The red energy was strange and sinister, and normal cultivators would feel like they were being burned just by looking at it. In this small space, Lu Yin and Chilling began a game of chess. Although it wasn't as destructive as the one between 2 celestial masters, it was still equally shocking. Not everyone knew about this game, and not everyone was qualified to participate or even watch it. How many lockbreakers in the entire astral tree domain were qualified to play this game? Lu Yin was very happy with the game, and his smile grew wider and wider. It was truly very interesting. Every move Chilling made required Lu Yin to spend a lot of effort to decipher, but he could also counterattack. It didn't matter if it was his cultivation or luck, just his lock-breaking ability. He was far from being Chilling's match, but this kind of game was very beneficial to him. He could feel that his understanding of the danger zones of the source boxes was rapidly increasing, and this wasn't something that lock-breaking could bring him. It was no wonder why this was a game that was passed down among the Origin Array masters. In less than half a day, Liu Yin had seen more than 100 variations of the danger zones of the source boxes, which made his understanding of them much clearer. He also recalled Gu Yu's notes on lock-breaking and understanding of sourcebox arrays, and he began to move faster and faster. Qiuling's initial praise turned to astonishment, and 2 days later, she was completely shocked. In the beginning, her casual movements were enough to tire Liu Yin out and make him flustered. Now, however, her attacks were much more frequent, and Liu Yin's responses were much faster as well. Furthermore, they were much more effective. It was obvious that he had a deeper understanding of the dangers of these two overlapping source boxes. It was simply inconceivable, and his speed surpassed that of all the youths she had ever met. No, even she might not have been able to comprehend this quickly when she was younger. Gradually, not only did Qiuling move her hands, but she also moved her body. The two of them shuttled through the black and white star energy, weaving through the danger zones that could kill anyone at any time. Master Dengguo was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He might not even be able to match up to Qiuling. This Draconic Seven's understanding of the danger zones of the source boxes was too fast. He recalled the speed at which Liu Yin had repaired the source all back at the second formation base. He had already been shocked back then, but now, he was even more shocked. If he had known earlier, he would have taken Liu Yin as his disciple back at the second formation base. He was now filled with regret, as this kind of disciple would almost certainly become an Origin Array Heavenly Master. Ni Huang and the other half-ancestors looked at each other. Liu Yin's performance was too outstanding and perfect. Xia Taili was stunned. How was this possible? This guy's lock-breaking talent was this strong. Luo Zhong's lips curled up. This was Liu Yin, the genius who had walked out from a tiny fringe weave of the Outerverse and unified the Outerverse. He was an incomprehensible genius. The stooped elder Liu Song was amazed. This kid could really compare to Long Xing. The more Elder Shi looked at Liu Yin, the more he felt that he resembled that person. This heroic bearing, this talent, this spirit. The danger zones of the source boxes were completely different from before, and under Qiuling and Liu Yin's interference, they were constantly changing. If Qiuling had been able to easily destroy Liu Yin's white star energy at the start, then it was no longer that easy now. Long 7, is this game fun? Qiuling suddenly asked. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Liu Yin replied, yes. Then let's add another one. Qiuling's interest was piqued as well. She raised her hand, and another sourcebox appeared. This sourcebox's killing intent was a strange rhythm that had no pattern, but it was enough to cause one's brain to tremble. As the rhythm descended, the sourcebox's killing intent completely changed. Liu Yin was shocked, as this changed sourcebox's killing intent was likely to completely destroy his white star energy. If that happened, he would lose. He looked around and saw Qiuling continuously attacking, and very little of his black star energy had been destroyed. Fortunately, she did not attack his white star energy at the same time, which gave him time to react. Liu Yin hurriedly attacked, but with the addition of the rhythm, the sourcebox's killing intent was completely different. All of his previous efforts had been wasted. Suddenly, he felt a chill run down his back as the sourcebox's killing intent had already reached him. He turned around and used the rhythm to sweep past him, followed by a sharp red energy. The three sourceboxes' killing intents overlapped, and their combined power completely surpassed that of an emissary. Liu Yin withstood a wave of attacks that tore open a large wound on his abdomen. Many people around him cried out in alarm. Ni Huang's expression changed, and she wanted to end the game. Lu Yin gritted his teeth and continued to avoid the Sourcebox's attacks. He no longer cared about the white star energy, preserving his own life was a priority. He could still survive the Sourcebox's killing intent, and with the help of the flow diversion diagram, the greater shift array, and the plan's secret art, he was no longer harmed by the Sourcebox's killing intent. However, he had no time to pay attention to the white star energy, as he was certain that the white star energy that belonged to him was decreasing. Another few days passed. Sourcebox masters could play a game like Go for years, let alone a few days. The more Sourceboxes there are, the more complicated their killing intents become, and the more complicated the game becomes. It's said that Celestial Master Gu Yan once used more than 10 Sourceboxes in a game of Go, and it's comparable to a Sourcebox array that protects an array base, Grandmaster Denghua exclaimed. Lu Yin avoided the Sourcebox's killing intent once more, and he gradually gained a better understanding of the Sourcebox's killing intent. Only then did he have the time to observe the white star energy, and he was surprised to find that it had not decreased by much. Not only can you quickly adapt to the changes in the Sourcebox's killing intent, but you can also defend your own pieces while adapting. Long 7, you surprise me more and more. I really want to know just how far you can go. Chiuling's voice rang out, and Lu Yin could not understand what she was saying. Since when had he been able to defend his own pieces? He did not care about the white star energy at all, but according to Chiuling's words, the fact that the white star energy had not been destroyed had been credited to him. No, Lu Yin had always been cautious. He looked at Chiuling and saw the encouragement in her eyes. There was a problem here. The changing Sourcebox's killing intent would have swept through the entire game with the rhythm, and the white star energy could not have been left behind by luck. There was only one possibility: Chiuling had taken action. Not only had she helped him preserve the white star energy, but she had also given him the credit. Why? Lu Yin did not understand, and he looked at Chiuling in confusion. Chiuling did not explain. Let's continue. Our game is not over yet. To Lu Yin, the game should have ended long ago, but with Celestial Master Chiuling's help, the game had reached an astounding level, and it had also helped Lu Yin achieve his unparalleled lockbreaking talent. He had become the first young genius lockbreaker to come into contact with a stable perimeter for the first time and be able to hold his own against a Celestial Master Chiuling. He had become the youngest genius lockbreaker in this region of the universe, and he had been praised by Celestial Master Chiuling. As the last bit of white star energy dissipated, Lu Yin withdrew from the Sourcebox's killing intent. End of chapter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1544. The shock in everyone's eyes had yet to fade, especially Grandmaster Denghua. He understood the game better and was naturally even more shocked. The 3 Sourceboxes hadn't been taken away by Chiuling, but instead given to Lu Yin. Lu Yin stowed them away in a daze, still confused. He guessed that this might have been the White Dragon Tribe's idea. Chiuling had been invited by the White Dragon Tribe, and they wanted to raise Lu Yin's status to boost their reputation. I have to say, Long 7's talent is astonishing. Neither I nor any other Celestial Master could have achieved this at his age. Perhaps he can look forward to Ancestor Hui's achievements in lockbreaking. Chiuling's words shocked everyone, and she bowed towards the spot where Mu Xia had appeared. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, Governor. Otherwise, I would have missed out on such a talented disciple. Ni Huang was delighted. Long 7 quickly thanked Celestial Master Chiuling. Lu Yin was certain that this was the White Dragon Tribe's doing. They wanted him to fly. Long 7 thanks the Heavenly Master for your praise. If not for the Heavenly Master's mercy, I would not have been able to play for so long, Lu Yin said sincerely. What he said was true, but it sounded humble to others. Qiuling smiled. It's your own ability, I didn't hold back. She then frowned. You were targeted by the 12 marquises at the back of the battlefield. Lu Yin was taken aback, but he nodded. I was attacked by Marquis Green Bamboo and Xiang Marquis. If not for Superintendent Qingchen's help, I would have died. Qiuling was distressed. With your current talent, you'll definitely be attacked if you go to the back of the battlefield. Those monsters must know about your talent by now. You can't stay there even if you become my disciple. Qingchen stepped forward. Don't worry, Celestial Master. Long Seven's achievements are enough for him to not stay there. During his time in the Yin Mountains, he captured more than 10 spies and exposed the 3 Guan brothers of the Humble Huayuan school as redbacks. During his time in the Humble Huayuan school, he captured more than 10 spies and exposed Yun Mubai as redback. He joined the back of the battlefield and killed emissary-level spies. He also reinforced the second weave and repaired the sourcebox array, saving tens of millions of people. He also killed nearly 10 emissary-level corpse kings and set up a sourcebox array to protect the new city. Even after leaving the battlefield on the other side, he still managed to find the natural enemy of the terror ants in the mortal realm and made a great contribution. He has too many military contributions, so much so that he can contribute to humanity regardless of whether he's on the reverse battlefield or in the astral tree domain. That's why he doesn't need to stay on the reverse battlefield, and it's the same even if he joins the Lockbreaker headquarters. Qingchen's words made Lu Yin feel like he was a hero, let alone the others. Everyone had heard of Lu Yin's contributions, but none of them had expected him to have so many. They all looked over in shock. They realized that their shock towards Lu Yin was not an exaggeration. Was this person really just an enlighter? Even an emissary couldn't do what he did. Ni Huang took a deep look at Lu Yin, and her eyes were filled with amazement. She finally understood why the dragon ancestor cared so much about this child and why he had sent out so many invitations to hold this ancestral ceremony that had shocked the entire cosmic tree realm. This child's innate gift was comparable to Long Xing's, and in some ways, he even surpassed Long Xing. He was simply a genius. Xia Tyli's mouth twitched. How can there be so many achievements? It's fake. It's definitely fake. Xia Xing barked, battle merits can't be faked. Don't spout nonsense. Others might hear you. That won't do. Xia Tyli snorted. Wang Xi sighed. I never thought that this child would have done so much. If that's the case, then he wasn't impulsive when he exposed Yun Mubai at the risk of becoming the public enemy of the 4 cardinal scales. This child has the heart to overturn the heavens. Wang Yun stared at Lu Yin. There was actually such a powerful person who could rival the junior ancestor and even surpass him in terms of battle merits. Wang Yun even owed Lu Yin a favor. The frigid immortal sect's Bai Teng had an ugly expression, especially when he looked at Lu Yin. His eyes were filled with intense killing intent. This kind of genius could only appear in the frigid immortal sect, so how could he be from the White Dragon tribe? This was not allowed. Since you've accomplished so much, then there shouldn't be any problems, Qiuling praised. She had already begun accepting disciples. At that moment, Bai Teng walked out. Please wait, Celestial Master. Qiuling looked at Bai Teng, and so did everyone else. What is it, Sect Master Bai? Qiuling asked. Bai Teng replied, Superintendent Qingchen mentioned a lot of Long Seven's achievements, but I have a question. The new world is where those monsters live, so how did they survive after falling into it? Long Seven, can you give me an explanation? Lu Yin frowned. A battle to the death, plus luck. Bai Teng sneered. That's simple. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as his mind raced. How complicated do you want it to be? Try jumping down yourself. Long 7, don't be rude to Sect Master Bai. Long Kut stopped him and looked at Bai Ting. What does Sect Master Bai mean? Bai Ting shouted, everyone, don't forget what happened to the Wang family back then. Have you forgotten how the 6th and 5th mainlands went to war? Most people did not understand what Bai Ting was saying, but the upper echelons did. Lu Yin was at a loss. He seemed to have heard about the Wang family in the meditative ruins. Something had happened to the Wang family in the past, which had led to the Eternals learning the meditative ruins battle technique. Could that have been the case? Was the Wang family's incident related to the 6th mainland? He thought back to the war between the two mainlands. What was the connection? Bai Ting, what nonsense are you spouting? Long Ku barked. Bai Ting looked at Long Ku. He's fine after falling to a new continent and even saved millions of people. Do you believe that? Long Ku was furious. Do I have to kill Long 7 to believe it? The universe is full of miracles. Back then, the 12 Marquises started a war that engulfed the entire backside. All 5 array bases were activated, and the new city's ever-victorious army came to their aid. The commander of the array bases and the eye of the array acted at the same time to keep the 12 Marquises busy. That's how Long 7 and the others managed to survive, Qingchen explained. Bai Ting said, that's too much of a coincidence. Qiuling frowned. Sect Master Bai's suspicions are far-fetched, but they do make some sense. She looked at Lu Yin with a puzzled expression. Long 7, you killed nearly 10 envoy-level monsters. How did you do it? Lu Yin acutely sensed the change in Qiuling's attitude and found it strange, but he still replied, I overdraft Superintendent Qingchen's contribution points to exchange for the Cloud Barrier robe. That robe can block attacks that surpass 5 origin tribulations. That's just defense. How did you kill them? Elder Shizi asked. Lu Yin replied, I had the help of my comrades. Che Zhan from the Alliance, Zhou Tang, Old Mother East Mountain, and Mr. Guo all helped me. Then it's not your contribution points. It's your own contribution points. Superintendent Qingchen really knows how to give contribution points to her own people, Bai Ting mocked. Qingchen was furious. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Sect Master Bai, what are you trying to say? Ni Huang asked in a low voice. For Bai Ting to say such things at this juncture was clearly targeting the White Dragon tribe and trying to destroy this genius. Bai Ting replied coldly, I just want to know why you killed Xiaohong, Long 7. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. Everyone was in an uproar. Ni Huang was furious. Bai Ting, do you know what you're saying? Bai Ting looked up. Of course I know. Someone saw Long 7 use Split the Heavens at the second base. This battle technique is a secret of the Frigid Immortal sect, and even the core disciples might not be able to learn it. How did Long 7 do it? Lu Yin felt a chill run down his spine. That's right, he had indeed used Split the Heavens at the second base against the hammer-wielding Corpse King. He had used by Xiaohong's Split the Heavens array. Someone had seen it. And even reported it to the Frigid Immortal sect. Who? The first person he thought of was Hua Beibei. That person had been begging for protection and had probably been watching him all this time. Long 7, what else do you have to say? Bai Ting barked. Everyone looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's palms were covered in sweat as he stared at Bai Ting. I didn't use Split the Heavens. Nonsense. Someone saw you use it. Bai Ting barked. Lu Yin's voice was hoarse. Who? Bring them here for a confrontation. Bai Ting shouted, they're at the back of the battlefield and haven't come out yet, but it's a fact that you used Split the Heavens. How did you learn it? With your current innate gift, you must have hidden something from the sovereign realm. What is your goal? You were the one who killed Xiaohong, weren't you? Lu Yin relaxed, as no one had confronted him. That meant that he had been wrongly accused. Although he had used the split the heavens array in an emergency, who would have paid attention to him in that kind of battlefield? He had definitely been wrongly accused. This Bai Teng had simply wanted to drag him down and prevent him from successfully becoming a disciple. Although Lu Yin did not want to become a disciple of the governor, he had not been wrongly accused. If he could figure it out, then so could the others. Ni Huang was furious. Bai Teng, you're making wild accusations without any evidence. Is this how you should act as the sect master of the frigid immortal sect? Bai Teng, you're accusing my frigid sect master in front of the governor. Qing Chen was furious. Even if he had Yunlui's protection, how could Long Seven have killed an emissary-level corpse king? Everyone knows that corpse kings have an advantage against human experts of the same level. Long Seven is just an enlighter, and even Xiaohong can't kill so many emissary-level corpse kings. How can he do that? Your frigid sect is protecting your own, Bai Ting retorted, unafraid of Mu Xie's existence. He had indeed been wrongly accused. No matter what, he could not let the White Dragon tribe succeed. He could see that the White Dragon tribe was trying to create momentum and suppress the frigid immortal sect in terms of reputation. The frigid immortal sect had just lost their young ancestor, which had been a huge blow to the sect. Now that an absolute genius had appeared, the entire frigid immortal sect would feel uncomfortable. The frigid immortal sect was tyrannical, and they would not allow such a thing to happen. There was no evidence that Long Seven had used Split the Heavens, and he had only raised his suspicions. However, when Qing Chen had lied about his battle achievements, he refused to let it go. Qing Chen also regretted it. He shouldn't have revealed all the military exploits. In fact, he didn't believe it himself, but those people from the Star Alliance stayed in the new continent. It was useless to take the military exploits. It was better to give them to Long Qi. Bai Teng was right. He was indeed protective. He would definitely be recorded in the annals of history. As the master of the four sides of balance being scolded by a junior, this matter would definitely spread for countless years. He would become famous. Junior, how dare you? Bai Ting moved, and Long Ku immediately blocked Lu Yin's path. At that moment, a pressure descended and forced Bai Ting to stay where he was. Elder Shizi and the others from the frigid immortal sect were unable to move forward. Mu Xia appeared with a calm expression. Everyone bowed once more. Lu Yin bowed deeply, as he had indeed been arrogant enough. He waited nervously. Bai Teng, are you saying that the humble school faked battle achievements? Mu Xia asked as he looked at Bai Teng. Bai Teng bowed deeply. I wouldn't dare. I was just exaggerating the battle achievements. Long Seven is an enlighter, and he only managed to kill 10 envoy-level corpse kings with the help of an emissary. However, Qing Chen attributed all of the battle achievements to Long Seven alone. I'm just feeling indignant for those from the Star Alliance. Shameless. Countless people cursed under their breaths. Half of the people from the Star Alliance have been forced to join the frigid immortal sect. Long Seven, Bai Ting said that you don't have the ability to fight an emissary, but Bai Xiaohong can. Since you're looking down on Bai Xiaohong, do you dare fight an emissary? Mu Xia asked as he looked at Lu Yin. If Lu Yin said that he didn't dare, then Mu Xia would never accept him as a disciple. Lu Yin thought to himself, this junior dares to fight. Mu Xia looked at Bai Teng. What do you think? Bai Teng took a deep breath, and his eyes flashed with excitement. He had been waiting for this moment, and he obviously knew that he couldn't do anything to Long 7 on Dragon Peak. Thus, Stoneheart's use had come. If Long 7 can defeat Stoneheart, then this junior will believe in his battle achievements in the new world. I will also send a congratulatory gift to congratulate the White Dragon tribe for obtaining such a genius. No, Ni Huang immediately spoke up. She had heard of Stoneheart's name before, and he could be considered an unrivaled expert who had undergone one origin tribulation. He was also a Lamiter who had mastered secret techniques, battle techniques, and innate gifts. He had even battled with the 7 heroes. How could Long 7 possibly deal with someone like that? Lu Yin finally understood why the Frigid Immortal sect had brought such an unpopular elder to Dragon Peak. They had already planned everything. Lu Yin looked at Stoneheart, puzzled. This person had actually attracted Ni Huang's attention. Stoneheart looked up at Lu Yin with a rare look of excitement and reminiscence. He looked at Lu Yin as if he was looking at that person from all those years ago. He was looking forward to this battle. Bai Ting looked at Mu Xia, completely ignoring Ni Huang. Mu Xia indifferently said, "Sure." After saying that, he disappeared. Bai Ting smiled proudly and looked at Lu Yin. Long 7, if you can defeat Stoneheart, then I'll look up to you. He just wanted to defeat Stoneheart, but this person was so fast that even after entering the Astral Source universe, Lu Yin still found it difficult to catch a glimpse of his shadow. This was the Frigid Immortal sect's Wind God battle technique, and it was on par with the Wang family's 4 Ultimates techniques and the White Dragon clan's White Dragon roaming steps. Golden veins appeared on Lu Yin's body as his 10-lined battle force illuminated his surroundings. His domain spread out at the same time, and his spiritual force followed suit. Behind him to the right, Stoneheart's body swayed, and his expression changed. A spiritual force battle technique. Lu Yin turned around and struck out with an empty palm. Stoneheart's body was struck by the palm, and he was sent flying out of the Astral Source universe. His legs left 2 deep gouges in the ground. He had been sent flying back 100 meters by Lu Yin's empty palm, but he was not injured. Cracks had appeared on the stone-like veins on his body, but they quickly healed. Lu Yin did not hesitate and continued to strike with his empty palm. Stoneheart raised his head and waved his right hand. A visible hurricane appeared around his body, isolating him from the void. It was the Wind God's defense. Lu Yin's empty palm continuously struck the hurricane, but it could not penetrate it. Lu Yin's finger twitched. This was troublesome. This person could actually block his empty palm, which was his most effective attack. Stoneheart leaped out and stepped into the Astral Source universe again. At the same time, his body was enveloped by a hurricane. He raised his hand and unleashed Wind God Slash. As soon as he spoke, a sharp slash descended. Regardless of whether Lu Yin could see it or not, this slash would still land. Lu Yin raised his hand and activated the flow diversion diagram. Boom! A huge tremor shook the ancestral dragon altar as countless sharp slashes transformed into thin lines that shot out in all directions. This was the power of Wind God Slash, and it had been diverted by the flow diversion diagram. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1546. Celestial Master Chuling was astonished. Not a bad idea. Although it's simple, it's very practical, especially in battle. Master Denghua praised, Draconic 7 is so familiar with this sourcebox array that it's practically ingrained in his bones. Being able to use it so quickly not only shows how powerful his lock-breaking talent is, but also how powerful his control is. Bai Ting and Elder Shizi exchanged glances. Draconic 7 was not to be underestimated, as he had actually managed to block Stoneheart's Wind God battle technique. This was the Frigid Immortal Sect's famous battle technique that combined attack, defense, and speed into one, but it had actually been blocked by an Enlighter. Stoneheart's eyes widened, and he excitedly said, "Well done." As he spoke, the stone veins on his body became even clearer. Hillman. As soon as he finished speaking, his entire body was wrapped up in stone, and he transformed into a stone golem. He punched out at Luin, completely breaking away from the Wind God battle technique. Luin clenched his fist and punched out as well. His 350 stacks exploded, and there was a loud bang as the void within a kilometer exploded and a strong gale swept out in all directions. Lu Yin's fist hurt, as Stoneheart's strength had not increased by much after turning into a stone golem. Stacked stacks were enough to suppress Stoneheart, but Stoneheart's defense was truly terrifying. His empty palm had not been able to injure Stoneheart, and at this moment, his fists were also ineffective, even if Lu Yin used his full strength and battle force. Bang, 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 after a series of exchanges, Lu Yin's fist began to bleed. The stone that wrapped around Stoneheart's fist cracked, but it quickly recovered. This recovery speed made Lu Yin feel troubled. This was the first time he had encountered an expert from the envoys since breaking through to the Enlighter realm. This was not a battle of realms, but rather a battle of pure strength. Lu Yin found Stoneheart troublesome, but Stoneheart also found Lu Yin troublesome. Lu Yin's appearance made him subconsciously think of that person, and it felt like he had traveled back in time to that day, to that unforgettable day. That day when he had been crushed by the general appointment platform. Stoneheart's gaze turned cold, and his attacks became heavier and heavier. As the void trembled, the air within a 5-kilometer radius began to burn. No, the entire void was burning and twisting. This was the feeling of a warring state. Lu Yin was shocked, and he hurriedly retreated. Stoneheart took a step forward, and the speed of the Wind God made it impossible for Lu Yin to dodge. A fist descended, wrapped in the power of the warring state's army. There was a thump as Lu Yin's hands overlapped to block the attack, and even his Fate San appeared. However, his entire body was still ruthlessly smashed into the ground, and his battle force shattered. Even the Fate San was broken apart and returned to his body. The huge force kept pushing him down into the ground. He didn't even know how deep he was pushed into the ground. When the force disappeared, Lu Yin's arms went numb and he couldn't move at all. This was the power of a Sengoku, the pinnacle of battle force. 10-lined battle force simply could not resist. Around the ancestral dragon altar, everyone who saw this scene was speechless. Like the empty god boundary, the battle kingdom rarely appeared. Mr. Tang relied on the empty god boundary to gain the respect of half-ancestor realm experts. As for Sher Xayan, he had mastered the battle kingdom, which made him even more domineering and invulnerable. Within the warring states period, they were invincible. This was the reverence for the pinnacle of battle chi. Sher Xayan lowered his gaze and looked at the ground, waiting for Lu Yin to come out. In the distance, Bai Ting smiled. Once a Sengoku appeared, even an envoy of the same realm would not be his opponent, let alone an Enlighter. Back then, Sher Xayan had relied on his Sengoku to challenge the 7 heroes. Ni Huang and the rest of the White Dragon clan felt their hearts sink. The Sengoku was indeed not just powerful. Qing Chen frowned, as Sher Xayan was not just terrifying in the Sengoku realm. He was also from the same generation as the 7 heroes. Even though he had not broken through his first origin tribulation, he still had one. His accumulation of origin tribulation was abnormally deep. He had innate gifts, battle force, and even secret techniques. This kind of person was enough to make powerhouses of the same realm feel helpless. How could Draconic 7 possibly defeat him? The frigid immortal sect had made ample preparations. Beneath the ground, Lu Yin moved his arm and was finally able to move again. He propped himself up and exhaled, using his Shanghui pass to quickly heal his injuries. He looked up at the ground and saw that there was no way to break through the Sengoku's defenses. The only way to break through the Sengoku's defenses was if he used the checkpoint platform or the Reaper's transformation, but once he did, he would be finished. "Come out. I can sense that you're not injured," Shirexayan said, his voice coming from above. Lu Yin took a step forward, and his body flashed as he appeared on the ground 100 meters away from Shirexayan. He looked at Shirexayan, who was still surging with the invincible aura of the Sengoku realm. That tyrannical and unbreakable power was not only present in this region of space, but also spread throughout the astral source universe. Zhou Tang's Sengoku realm extended for 50 kilometers, which was enough for him to easily kill the giant corpse king that far surpassed his power level. Shirexayan's Sengoku realm only extended for 5 kilometers, which was far inferior to Zhou Tang's. However, it was enough for him to stand at the peak of his realm. Lu Yin recalled his conversation with Zhou Tang. Although the Sengoku realm was domineering, it could not be used continuously. What he needed to do now was to drag it out until Shirexayan withdrew. Shirexayan raised a hand and aimed it at Lu Yin. He clenched his fingers together and then slammed his palm forward, blasting open a black tunnel in the void as an unparalleled destructive force swept towards Lu Yin. The star chessboard appeared beneath Lu Yin's feet, and he moved. His body appeared behind Stoneheart, who abruptly turned around and lashed out with a kick. Lu Yin didn't expect the strategy's secret art to escape Stoneheart's eyes. Since the frigid immortal sect had already prepared a method to deal with him, they had naturally told Stoneheart about the power he possessed. Stoneheart's reaction was completely within Lu Yin's expectations. Thus, when Shirexayan kicked out, Lu Yin once again used the Greater Shift Array to dodge. After dodging 2 consecutive attacks, Shirexayan leapt up, his battle force boiling within a radius of 5 kilometers. "We fought once in the tournament of the strongest, and I represented the technocracy." Lightning flashed through Lu Yin's mind. Yun. She's that Yun. During the tournament of the strongest, Yun had defeated Lu Xiaoqiu and lost to Lu Yin. That battle had left a deep impression on Lu Yin, as Yun possessed unfathomable strength. He would never have dreamed that the robot from the technocracy was actually this woman. Lu Yin's limbs went numb, and his entire body went cold. "I don't know what you're talking about." Yun sneered. "You don't know. I have a deep impression of you." At that time, the sky of the abandoned lands was changed by the 6th mainland, and your strength was suppressed regardless of whether you faced the 6th mainland or us. You were the only exception, and I remember that you were called Lu Yin. There was a loud crack as the sky rumbled, but it happened to cover up Lu Yin's name. In the distance, the sky split open as a pair of giant scarlet eyes appeared and stared at the topmost realm, at Longshan. The tree realm was broken once again, and the progenitor realm corpse king was seen by the entire astral tree. Even the mother tree was shaken. Mu Xia appeared with a serious expression, but he had no time to care about what was happening. He left in an instant, and the dragon ancestor disappeared as well. Meanwhile, Lu Yin crushed Mr. Mu's jade and used the Night King heaven-splitting technique on Wang Yun in an attempt to knock her out. However, Wang Si discovered his actions, and she stared at Lu Yin with killing intent. "Junior, what are you trying to do?" Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. "Little Yun, what did you say his name was?" Bai Ting asked sternly. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1547. Wang Yun looked up and met Lu Yin's gaze. Lu Yin. Everyone stared at Lu Yin in shock. Lu Yin was from the Lu family. Impossible, he's Long 7, Ni Huang said, her eyes cold as she stared at Wang Yun. You've got the wrong person. Wang Yun was stubborn. I'm not. Wang Si looked at Ni Huang. Senior, what are you trying to do? Ni Huang looked at Wang Si. Long 7's bloodline has been tested, and he's from the White Dragon clan. How can his surname be Lu? How can he be from the abandoned lands? Let's test his blood again, Bai Ting said. Long Xing roared, Bai Ting, you're all crazy. Dragon clan leader, there's nothing wrong with another blood test, right? Or is your White Dragon clan trying to hide his identity even though you know he's from the Lu family? Elder Shizi asked. Ni Huang roared, it looks like the Frigid Immortal sect and the Wang family have already discussed this. You must know that our White Dragon clan wants to form a marriage alliance with Shenwu Plain, so you're trying to sabotage it. Bai Ting looked up. Senior, Sher Xan had the upper hand in her battle with Long 7. Long 7 can't beat Sher Xan, so there's no need for us to do this. He's Lu Yin. I'm sure of it. Wang Yun shouted. Lu Yin wanted nothing more than to kill her. Xia Taili was stunned, this was too exciting. She stared at Lu Yin, wondering if he really was from the Lu family. That would be too shocking, and it would shake the entire astral tree realm. Xia Xing frowned as he stared at Lu Yin. That shouldn't be the case, right? However, he wasn't sure either. Senior Ni Huang, whether it's true or not, we'll know after another blood test. If it's someone from the Lu family, then the White Dragon clan's bloodline won't last long in their bodies. Based on the time that has passed, the blood in his body is definitely his own. Ni Huang looked at Lu Yin. Even a half-ancestor like her, who had been around for a very long time, felt nervous at this moment. Bai Ting was right, and there was no need for them to do anything unnecessary. She had also heard of Wang Yun, who had violated the Wang family's rules and entered the abandoned lands without permission. That was why he had been punished. Now that Ni Huang had spoken up, could Long 7 really be someone from the abandoned lands? Was he from the Lu family? If he really was from the abandoned lands, then the White Dragon clan would become the laughing stock of the entire astral tree realm. Long Xing stared at Lu Yin, his palms sweating. Everyone looked at Lu Yin. Qing Chen said softly, Long Qi, just drip your blood to verify your identity. Don't worry, you're the humble class's sect leader and someone the governor values. Anyone who dares to wrongly accuse you won't have a good ending. Wang Si's eyes were gloomy as she glanced at Wang Yun. Qing Chen was right. If Wang Yun really wronged this child, not only would he offend the White Dragon clan, he would also offend the humble class. Lu Yin stood in place, his heart sinking. He had already tested Long Xi's blood once, and it was gone. The blood in his body was his true bloodline, the bloodline of the Lu family. Long Qi, go up to the ancestral dragon altar and test your blood again, Ni Huang said as she stared at Lu Yin. Everyone stared at Lu Yin. In the distant sky, the scarlet vertical eye had already disappeared, but everyone knew that the ancestor realm experts were fighting. Under everyone's gaze, Lu Yin slowly walked towards the ancestral dragon altar, waiting for Mr. Mu. At this moment, only Mr. Mu could save him. However, when he arrived in front of the ancestral dragon statue, Mr. Mu still did not appear. Ni Huang was right in front of him, staring at him intently. After living for so many years, he had never been this nervous even when he was facing death. This matter concerned the reputation of the entire White Dragon tribe. Bai Ting and the others also felt the same. If this person was really from the abandoned lands, then the White Dragon tribe would suffer an indescribable burden and become the biggest joke of the four cardinal scales. This was the best news for the frigid immortal sect, whose young ancestor had just died. Lu Yin's identity concerned the balance of the four cardinal scales, as well as the balance of the entire astral tree realm. "Drip some blood," Ni Huang said. Lu Yin took a deep breath and raised his hand. Just as he was about to drip some blood, a chilling laughter sounded out. It was so familiar and terrifying. "Keek keek, how lively." A small doll appeared on the ancestral dragon altar, causing Ni Huang and the others' expressions to change. The witch spirit god. Everyone's five senses were thrown into chaos. The witch spirit god doll's figure flashed, and it appeared beside Lu Yin. "It's actually the bloodline of the Lu family. I'll take it back and reproduce it. You humans don't have the Lu family, but the everlasting race will have one. I'll let you all have a taste of the general platform and those old fogies have a taste of the divine seal catalog." Kiki. With that, Lu Yin's body was brought away from Dragon Mountain by an uncontrollable force. "Don't even think about it." Qing Chen barked. The power that isolated the void knocked the witch spirit god out, and Lu Yin fell down. At the same time, a drop of clear water descended and suddenly became incomparably large. It enveloped the ancestral dragon altar and everyone present. This was Qing Chen's innate gift. Clear water absorbs impurities. I originally wanted to take advantage of the White Dragon tribe's ancestral ceremony to eliminate a group of human elites, but I didn't expect to encounter someone from the Lu family. This child must be brought back to the everlasting race. A loud voice rang out as the void tore apart to reveal a corpse king that was several hundred meters tall. "Corpse god." Ni Huang barked. "How dare you behave so atrociously on Dragon Mountain?" Lu Yin fell to the ground and looked up. The witch spirit god and corpse god had appeared, and each of them was a half-ancestor. In front of him, Bai Ting sneered. "Stop struggling, kid." He reached out and grabbed Lu Yin. Long Ming stood in front of Lu Yin and faced Bai Ting. "The blood test hasn't been completed yet." "Bai Ting, stop. You're still trying to deceive yourself. That kid is clearly stalling for time. He doesn't dare to test his blood." Bai Ting barked. Long Cook could naturally tell, but he could not admit to it. Otherwise, the White Dragon tribe would truly become a laughingstock. Nonsense. The White Dragon tribe is here to protect Long 7. Anyone who dares to attack Long 7 will be an enemy of the White Dragon tribe. A group of White Dragon tribe experts stepped forward. Wang Si barked, "Long Ku, you're actually helping someone from the Lu family." The silhouette of a mountain appeared around her body and covered the surroundings, pressing down on Long Ku and the others. How could they possibly be a match for a half-ancestor? At that moment, a sword swept out, and the stooped elder, Lu Song, stepped forward to face Wang Si. "The results are still undetermined." "Wang Si, you're still so impatient." "Lu Song, is your Lu family really protecting the remnants of the Lu family?" Wang Si shouted. Lu Song shook his head. "You're clearly a member of the White Dragon tribe, so where did the remnants of the Lu family come from?" "Wang Si, you're mistaken." Wang Si was furious, but the old thing was still pretending to be confused. Lu Yin continuously retreated and put on his universal armor. The situation was clear. Even if the White Dragon tribe was certain that he was from the abandoned lands, and even if they were certain that he was from the Lu family, they would not allow him to be exposed. What he needed to do now was flee. "Little brat, come with me." Elder Shizi broke through the void and grabbed at Lu Yin. On Lu Yin's other side, a White Dragon elder stepped forward to stop Elder Shizi. Does the frigid immortal sect really want to start a war on Dragon Mountain? Elder Shizi did not say anything, and her gaze swept past Sher Axayan. Sher Axayan frowned and leapt towards Lu Yin. At the same time, an emissary from the White Dragon tribe tried to stop her. For a moment, the experts from the Wang family and the frigid immortal sect all wanted to capture Lu Yin, but the White Dragon tribe stopped them. Those from the Shinwu plain quietly stood to the side and did not interfere. The same went for the School of Agriculture. Those who had come to congratulate the White Dragon tribe did not interfere either, and they all retreated far away. If Lu Yin was confirmed to be someone from the abandoned lands, then even the White Dragon tribe would have to capture him. However, they had not confirmed it yet, which gave the White Dragon tribe an excuse to act. Come with me. The urgent voice of a White Dragon tribe elder reached Lu Yin's ears. Lu Yin observed his surroundings and tried to think of a way to leave. Come with me. The White Dragon tribe elder grabbed Lu Yin's arm and tried to forcefully take him away. They were almost certain that Lu Yin was someone from the abandoned lands, so they did not hold back. The White Dragon tribe would not allow the frigid immortal sect to take Lu Yin away, and the Wang family would have to deal with him themselves. Lu Yin suddenly shook off the elder's hand and quickly stepped into the astral source universe, rushing out of Dragon Mountain. The White Dragon tribe elder was furious. Bastard! He also broke into the astral source universe and raised a hand. Lu Yin felt pressure from all directions. This was an expert who had undergone multiple tribulations. Back in the battlefield, Lu Yin had been able to rely on the cloud lattice robe to resist, but this time, it was impossible. He was blasted out by the surging astral source and slammed into the ground. Evil creature, come with me. The White Dragon tribe elder tried to grab Lu Yin again. The star chessboard appeared beneath Lu Yin's feet, and he tried to move, but he found that he could not. The void around him was distorted and was forcefully interfering with his star energy. The White Dragon tribe elder's gaze turned cold. Little bastard, how dare you impersonate a member of the White Dragon tribe and make us a laughingstock? You will suffer the harshest punishment, and you won't even be able to die. He could not help but strike out with a palm that contained astral source. Fortunately, Lu Yin's universal armor blocked the attack, so he was only pushed back and was not injured. Otherwise, this palm would have seriously injured him. I am a member of the White Dragon tribe. The White Dragon tribe elder sneered. Then come with me. This was Dragon Mountain, and it was filled with White Dragon tribe experts. No matter how powerful Bai Ting and the others were, they could not suppress the White Dragon tribe here. At that moment, another figure appeared and casually sent the White Dragon tribe elder flying. It was the old man. Lu Yin was delighted to see the old man, as he could not leave Dragon Mountain by himself. Kid, run. The old man grabbed Lu Yin and forcefully tore through the void to leave. With his cultivation as a half-ancestor, no one could stop him unless they were at the same level as him. Suddenly, the void's reflection around Dragon Mountain distorted. Dragon Mountain was huge, and it was one of the 4 scales. How could it not have a sourcebox array? The old man was stopped, and his expression turned ugly. We're in trouble. Lu Yin looked at the sourcebox array that covered Dragon Mountain, and his heart sank. It was impossible for a half-ancestor to break through it. This was one of the 4 scales, but Mr. Mu still had not appeared. In the distance, Ni Huang, who was battling the corpse god, had a gloomy expression on her face. She was the one who had activated Dragon Mountain's sourcebox array. Regardless of whether it was the 7 sky gods or Lu Yin, she would not let them off. Today's matter had to be hidden within Dragon Mountain. As for the frigid immortal sect and the Wang family, Ni Huang would think of a way to cover up this matter. At worst, he would pay the price. As for Long 7, Ni Huang had thought of 10,000 ways to torture him. The old man's spiritual force was boundless, and he wanted to forcefully break through the sourcebox array, but it was useless. He even suffered a backlash from the sourcebox array, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. "Kid, we won't be able to leave today. Tell me, what did that person tell you?" Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1548. Lu Yin gritted his teeth. "Take me back to the fifth mainland, and I'll tell you. If you can't go back, you're dead," the old man shouted. "You're Kue Luo, aren't you?" The old man did not retort. "Tell them something so that they can kill each other," Lu Yin reminded him. The old man's eyes darted around, and a majestic spiritual force swept out. It swept past the sorcerer god, Qing Qin, the corpse goddess, Ni Huang, Wang Si, Lu Song, and everyone else. "I'm Kue Luo. I'm not dead. Ha 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 ha." Everyone looked over and gritted their teeth. "Bai Teng, you're the greatest redback in the astral tree realm." Everyone was stunned. Bai Teng himself was stunned. "What? You're the greatest redback among the Eternals? Bai Teng, that's you. Don't play dumb," the old man shouted, and then he stared at Wang Si. "Old woman Wang Si, you were the one who killed Elder Long Xuanxin of the White Dragon tribe. Others might not know, but I do." Wang Si's expression changed, as this was the truth. The old man stared at Xia Xing. "What are you looking at, Shenwu Plain? Your daughter is pregnant with Long's 7 seed, and you're still not helping. Are you trying to make her a widow?" Xia Xing's scalp exploded, and he stared at Xia Taili in disbelief. Xia Taili's face flushed red, and he jumped up in anger. "What nonsense are you spouting, old thing?" The old man cackled. "In the sovereign realm, the one who killed Bai Xiaohong was your brother, and you had Long 7 with you. Bai Xiaohong drugged you, and your brother found out and fought him to the death. Long 7 happened to arrive at the same time and had sex with you. In the end, the two of you worked together to kill Bai Xiaohong and even threw him into the meditative ruins. Your brother was even willing to stay in the meditative ruins to cover up his tracks. The child was conceived in the humble Huayuan plain. I saw it, and that's why Long 7 sent you there." Xia Taili trembled, and he was so angry that he didn't know what to say. Bai Teng and the others from the frigid immortal sect glared at Xia Taili, their eyes filled with killing intent. Not only because of Bai Xiaohong's death, but also because she was pregnant with the Lu clan's child. Lu Yin was stunned, and he stared at the old man in disbelief. It was no wonder why this guy had been hunted down by the entire astral trees. He could spout anything he wanted, and he had to be crazy to believe everything that the old man had said. He was too talented. "Did you kill Xiaohong?" Bai Ting roared, glaring at Xia Taili. Xia Xing was furious and glared at Bai Ting. "Bai Xiaohong, how dare you drug my daughter?" "Nonsense!" Bai Ting shouted. "Bai Ting, you're a redback." One of the experts from the humble class stared at Bai Ting. Bai Ting was furious. "I'm not. Wang Si, you're the one who killed Cun Xan." Long Xing shouted at Wang Si. Wang Si frowned. "How dare you?" Dragon Mountain was in chaos. There were only a few half-ancestors, and everyone had their own opponents. The old man wanted to escape with Lu Yin, but the sourcebox array could not be broken. Even if he allowed them to make wild guesses, they would not be able to buy much time. Lu Yin suddenly thought of something, and he retrieved Longtian's token from his cosmic ring. "This is Longtian's token. Can we leave?" Generally speaking, the White Dragon clan's junior ancestor could freely enter and exit Dragon Mountain. The token was proof of one's identity, and there were many places that one could freely enter with it. The old man took it and rushed out with Lu Yin in tow. In the distance, Lu Yin was battling the corpse god. Ni Huang was stunned. How was this possible? There were only a few people in the entire White Dragon clan who could freely enter and exit the sourcebox array. The old man was shocked when they left the array. Kid, you have a lot of good stuff. You must have stolen this from the sovereign realm. That's about it. Lu Yin was excited, and he had finally escaped. Run. Don't even think about running. Wang Si appeared and raised a hand. Black lines appeared in the void and bound the old man and Lu Yin. This was the Wang family's secret technique, seal. The old man flung Lu Yin away. Kid, think of a way to escape. He then turned around and revealed a cold killing intent for the first time. Old bastard, you're still as annoying as ever. Kue Luo, you're courting death. Wang Si slammed down with a palm, and her entire body was isolated from the void. She formed a world of her own, and that world was actually a severed palm. Kue Luo's expression grew serious. The Wang family has spied on the Lu family's visualization technique and combined it with the art of forgetfulness. I've been wanting to experience it for a long time. Come, old bastard. There was a boom as a huge force swept out in all directions, tearing the void apart like a curtain. Lu Yin borrowed this force to fly in the direction of the ladder. He knew that the ladder was very far away and that he would encounter many obstacles along the way, but it was the only way to escape the top realm and return to the fifth mainland. Within Dragon Mountain, Ni Huang's expression changed. Wang Si had given her a condition, and she had no choice but to let her go to intercept Kue Luo. However, Dragon Mountain's sourcebox array had trapped Lu Song, making it impossible for anyone to track him down. Of course, the White Dragon clan could still chase after him. Lu Yin borrowed the strength of the two half-progenitors to rush towards the ladder. Not long after, a familiar voice rang out. Stop, you vile being. It was the White Dragon Elder, a powerhouse who had undergone multiple origin tribulations. Lu Yin turned around and locked eyes with the Elder. He could see the killing intent and cruelty in the depths of the Elder's eyes. Lu Yin coldly said, I'm Long 7. Do you really want to kill me? The Elder sneered. No one can expose you on Dragon Mountain, but you still dare to act in front of me here. Die, you bastard of the Lu family. Lu Yin suddenly stopped and turned around. His expression was gloomy. Old thing, you're courting death. He then took out Xia Shenfei's armed puppet and put it on over his universal armor. He then slapped the Elder with one hand. The White Dragon Elder was so angry that he laughed. You want to rely on an external object to challenge me. You're too naive, you vile being. His body suddenly transformed into a white dragon, and an even more terrifying aura surged into the clouds. He raised his hand, and a spear appeared in his hand. He thrust it forward, tearing through the void with an unparalleled sharpness that carried a terrifying power. Lu Yin grabbed the spear and was sent crashing into the ground. A small city nearby had been destroyed by the aftershocks, and the White Dragon Elder tried to pierce through Lu Yin. However, the armed puppet had been strengthened by Lu Yin, and it could withstand an attack with a power level of nearly 800,000. It had the defensive power of a fourth tribulation cultivator, and although it couldn't compare to Yunlui, there was one thing that Yunlui couldn't compare to: its ability to attack. Lu Yin was slammed into the ground by the spear, and he raised his hand. The armed puppet automatically attacked, its arm elongating as it punched the Elder's body, shattering half of it. The White Dragon Elder was infinitely close to reaching the fourth tribulation stage, but his attack and defense were both weaker than the armed puppets, so this punch heavily injured him. The White Dragon Elder couldn't even hold on to the spear, and he was forced to retreat. Luin leaped out and attacked again, but the Elder wasn't a corpse king and didn't want to face him head-on. Luin stood where he was, panting. In the distance, the White Dragon Elder appeared, looking exceptionally miserable. Half of his body was bleeding, and he glared at Luin venomously. "Lu family's bastard, I'll make sure you die without a grave." Luin stared at him deeply and then turned around. He continued to flee towards the escalade. However, he didn't get far before an emissary appeared in a city in front of him to intercept him. Luin gritted his teeth and took out Split the Heavens, unleashing his final attack without hesitation. Two black lines streaked across the sky, and the emissary's head fell off. The head fell into the city, and countless people in the city were stunned as they watched Luin flee towards the east. Behind him, the White Dragon Elder recognized Split the Heavens, and even further away, the people from the four-way scales also recognized Split the Heavens. The junior ancestor really was killed by this bastard from the Lu family. We must take revenge. He won't be able to escape. The sect master has already given the order for everyone from the Frigid Immortal sect and the Wong family to capture him. The White Dragon clan won't let him go either. Bastard from the Lu family, let's see how far you can run. Ha 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 ha. Someone laughed loudly, and Luin gritted his teeth and flew towards the escalade without looking back. Soon after, many people appeared in the surroundings, as they had all received orders from the Frigid Immortal sect to capture Luin. However, Luin had just killed an emissary, and these people didn't dare to act rashly. The White Dragon Elder's miserable fate made them even more fearful, so they only dared to chase after Luin and taunt him. Bastard from the Lu family, this is the top realm. Where can you run to? Bastard from the Lu family, do you remember the Myriad Daos family? You're the Lu family's henchmen. Many of their women have been turned into slaves, and they're living miserable lives. Why don't you come and save them? Bastard from the Lu family, you once said that the Lu family's people who followed you have all betrayed you. If you have the ability, then come and clean up your family. Bastard from the Lu family, Luin gritted his teeth. He had heard the voices of the people around him, and he had memorized them all. He didn't need to listen, but he had to. He wasn't a magnanimous person, and he had memorized all of their words. One day, he would pay them back. Ah! There was a scream, and Luin turned around to see someone's arm being sliced off by an unknown attack. The people around him were shocked, and they hurriedly searched for the source of the attack, but they couldn't find it. Luin's domain was still active, and he could vaguely see an old farmer bowing in the middle of the underground mountain range. The farmer was also bowing in the direction of Luin. He was both cutting grass and bowing to Luin. This was someone from the Lu family. Bastard from the Lu family, you. Someone else spoke up, but he was then hit by another attack from another direction. There were many people who insulted the Lu family, but there were also many who supported them. Luin had lost his memories, so he didn't know what the Lu family had done in this part of the universe. However, the remaining members of the Lu family, as well as the experts who would rather die than embarrass the Lu family, made him feel that the Lu family was different from the four cardinal scales. Bastard from the Lu family, stay here. A loud voice boomed through the void as an elder from the Frigid Immortal sect walked out. His gaze swept past Luin and landed on the ground, where he saw the old farmer. The remnants of the Lu family still dare to act so violently. Bastard, I'll let you see how they die. Luin clenched his fists and charged at the elder. Come at me if you have anything to say. The elder sneered. Are you even worthy? He was a cultivator with 4 origin tribulations and was much more powerful than the White Dragon Elder. His appearance of cloud fall had shocked the world. "Fall down for this old man," he said as he pressed down with one hand. "I'm going out on a business trip tomorrow. I originally wanted to write more chapters after that, but it seems like my brothers can't wait any longer. I'll stay up late tonight and write more chapters. Thank you for your support, brothers." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1549. Lu Yin's pupils shrank, and he took out a palm-sized ring that he had obtained from Celestial Master Gu Yan. The Celestial Master had once said that this ring contained the power of one of his attacks. Cloudfall's secret technique descended, and the palm-sized ring vanished as it swept past the old man. Without a sound, the old man's face turned ashen, and his body was split in two as he slowly fell into the mountain range. Cloudfall's secret technique also slowly disappeared. Everyone fell silent as they stared blankly at the scene. A fourth tribulation cultivator from the Frigid Immortal sect who could use a secret technique had died without any warning. They all looked at Lu Yin with eyes full of fear. Lu Yin had no time to feel sorry for the old man, and he continued rushing towards the ladder. He wanted to get as far away from the old farmer as possible, as well as the Lu family's remnant that had helped him. After Lu Yin left, the old farmer looked up with bloodshot eyes. "Run. You have to survive. Only by surviving will there be hope." A day later, another emissary arrived to block Lu Yin's path. Lu Yin used his dagger and a secret technique to heavily injure this third tribulation emissary under the protection of an armored puppet. He then continued fleeing towards the east. The armored puppet was recognized, and Shenwu Plain also sent out experts to intercept him. Finally, 2 days later, Lu Yin was trapped in a mountain range by a sourcebox array. The person who had trapped him was Grandmaster Denghua. Lu Yin glared at the old man with murderous intent, but the old man raised his head. "Someone from the Lu family must die. What enmity do you have with the Lu family?" Lu Yin asked coldly. Grandmaster Denghua remained calm. It was the Lu family who suggested that the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society's headquarters be located at the back of the battlefield. The Lu family is the enemy of all lockbreakers. Lu Yin smiled brilliantly even as blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. "Thank you for showing me how great the Lu family is." Grandmaster Denghua's face darkened. "What a pity. With your innate gift, you'll die here." He had set up a simple sourcebox array in this mountain range ahead of time. As a formation master of Realmuon, he had more than one sourcebox array. Lu Yin looked at the countless spots around him that flickered like stars. He used the armored puppet to force his way through, but these spots were not very powerful. However, they had a binding power that was difficult to break through, and any emissary outside could trap him. Regardless of whether it was a secret technique or external items, he could not break out. The sourcebox array covered half of the mountain range. In the surroundings, more and more people from the four-way scales gathered. The White Dragon tribe still refused to admit that Lu Yin was from the abandoned lands. They wanted to preserve their dignity in front of outsiders, but their desire to kill Lu Yin was stronger than anyone else. Only Lu Yin's death could calm this storm. So this is how the Lu clan rules the Starry Sky Tree. Do the bastards of the Lu clan only have external objects? It's just a useless clan that was destroyed. Looking at this person, I can see that the Lu clan probably had too many external things back then. That must be the case. Hey, son of AB*TCH from the Lu clan, do you only have external objects? He must have relied on a sneak attack to kill young Master Bai, right? Someone asked loudly. A disciple of the Cold Immortal sect glared at Lu Yin. Yes or no? Your Lu clan is just that despicable and shameless. Shameless clan. Shameless. Lu Yin stood at the peak of the mountain range and looked around. There were many people who had been ordered to capture him, including Xia Taili, Nong Lai, and the others. There was also Jin Feiyuan from the Zijin clan. There were too many people who had ridiculed him and hit him when he was down, but Lu Yin did not care about them. He would not be able to escape unless Mr. Mu arrived. Long 7, the armed figure belongs to my brother. How did you get it? Xia Taili had come to ask about this matter, and the people from Shenwu planet were also eager to know. They knew that Xia Shenfei was not dead, but how had Lu Yin obtained the armed figure? Lu Yin looked at her. I picked it up. Xia Taili was furious. Bullshit. Lu Yin looked around at the crowd. It was true, he could not escape. There were already a few emissaries outside, and he could not even get close to the ladder by himself. Since he could not escape, then he might as well do something, such as clearing the name of the Lu clan. By Xiaohong. You're just a piece of trash, Lu Yin said. His voice was not loud, but his words echoed throughout the area and even covered an entire city. The people from the Frozen Immortal sect were furious. You're just a piece of trash who used an external object to escape. How dare you insult the junior ancestor? Lu Yin looked up. I can fight the 4th junior ancestor alone. Everyone fell silent for a moment, but then they all burst out laughing. Xia Taili frowned. Was he crazy? Although she was unhappy about the marriage alliance with Lu Yin, her impression of this person wasn't bad. Now, he actually dared to say such words. Nong Lai shook his head and sighed. Jin Feiyuan shouted, Lu bastard, you want to fight the 4th junior ancestor alone. You're no match for Elder Shi. Back then, young Ancestor Bai fought Elder Shi without losing. Once he becomes an emissary, he'll definitely replace Elder Shi and become invincible in the first origin tribulation. What makes you think that? Lu Yin's lips curled up. You can come in and try. One palm is enough to hit you. Jin Feiyuan snorted and did not want to bother with Lu Yin, but the people around him started to jeer, especially Nong Lai. Jin Feiyuan, go and try. Jin Feiyuan, go and try. The Zijin family won't be scared, right? Go. Jin Feiyuan was embarrassed, but he did not want to go. After all, Lu Yin had been qualified to accompany the junior ancestor to the sovereign realm. Jin Feiyuan had also been defeated by the Shangqing and Yao Xian, which had left a shadow in his heart. He hated the people of the abandoned lands, which was why he had been so eager to surround Lu Yin. He did not care if Lu Yin was a member of the Lu family. All he needed to know was that Lu Yin was from the abandoned lands. He treated Lu Yin as someone from the Shangqing and Yao Xian. Jin Feiyuan, go and take the combat doll back, Xia Taili ordered. The Zijin family was a vassal of the Shenwu plain, and if Jin Feiyuan was scared, it would not look good for her. Jin Feiyuan gritted his teeth and stared at Lu Yin. Don't use any external objects. Lu Yin immediately withdrew the combat doll and universal armor. He then raised his right hand and beckoned. Come. Jin Feiyuan clenched his fists and transformed into a purple-gold undying bird. He soared into the sky, burning with flames as he charged into the sourcebox array and attacked Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked up and struck out with his palm. Empty palm. The purple-gold undying bird shrieked and spat out a mouthful of blood. However, it was burned by the flames and fell to the ground in an extremely miserable state. Just as it was about to crash into the ground, the purple-gold undying bird returned to its human form and then turned around to charge outside. Jin Feiyuan did not want to fight anymore. The empty palm had severely injured him, and the only way he could escape was by relying on his power vessel. Lu Yin sneered. You want to escape? He took a step forward and directly walked in front of Jin Feiyuan. He grabbed Jin Feiyuan's hair and viciously slapped him, knocking him out. The surrounding people were stunned. Jin Feiyuan was the Zijin family's young patriarch, so how could he be so weak? Everyone knew that Jin Feiyuan was not Lu Yin's match, but they had stipulated that Lu Yin could not use external objects. They had not said anything about Jin Feiyuan not being able to use them. This was also why Xia Taili had allowed Jin Feiyuan to attack. She would not let Jin Feiyuan die, but who would have thought that Lu Yin would be so fast that Jin Feiyuan would not even be able to escape? If one did not fight Lu Yin head-on, they would not be able to understand how powerful he was. For a moment, no one dared to say anything. Given Lu Yin's age, he had been able to knock Jin Feiyuan out with a single slap. This was already very shocking to them. At that moment, Stoneheart arrived and walked into the sourcebox array step by step. He faced Lu Yin directly. Should I call you Long Qi or Lu Yin? Lu Yin's expression was solemn. Lu Yin. Stoneheart exclaimed as he looked at Lu Yin's appearance. You really look like that person. Who? Lu Yin asked. Stoneheart replied, Lu Shaoxian. Lu Yin's mind trembled. Lu Shaoxian, Lu Shaoxian. The moment he heard these three words, he knew that this was his own name. He was the seventh son of the Lu family, and his name was Lu Shaoxian. So this was his original name. It was the name of the person who had defeated Stoneheart, the name of the person who had planted the grass in the seed garden, the name of the boss that Tu Qiming had been waiting for many years, and the name of the future Lu Yin would use to take revenge in this part of the universe. Are you really from the Lu family? Stoneheart asked with a complicated expression. Lu Yin flexed his fingers. In this situation, was there any difference whether he was or not? Since there was no difference, then so be it. You fought with Lu Shaoxian before. How was his general appointment platform? Stoneheart's eyes flashed with a complicated expression. The Lu family is very troublesome. Because of the general appointment platform, you didn't just fight one person, but many. Lu Yin smiled again. Then, the feeling that I haven't felt in a long time is back. I heard that you fought with Bai Xiaohong. Let's try it again. With that, the general appointment platform appeared in front of him. The moment it appeared, the sky exploded, and an indescribable aura seemed to sweep through the entire astral tree domain. It also seemed as if the mother tree was trembling. Everyone was stunned, and some of the older people's jaws dropped as they stared at the general appointment platform in shock. That familiar feeling had returned. The Lu family that had once ruled over a country by itself had returned. When they had surrounded Lu Yin, everyone had called him a bastard of the Lu family. However, not every member of the Lu family had a general appointment platform. Only the direct descendants of the Lu family could activate the innate gift of the platform. The appearance of the general appointment platform represented Lu Yin's identity. He was a direct descendant of the Lu family. The astral tree domain had undergone great changes, and everyone's minds had been sealed. They could not recall or speak of anything related to the Lu family, but when the general appointment platform appeared, the heads of at least 100 people exploded as they forcefully recalled the terror of the past. Stoneheart's expression changed, and she blurted out, "You're Lu Shaoxian." Outside, the White Dragon Elder was shocked, and so were the envoys from the Frigid Immortal sect. Xia Taili and the others felt their minds explode, and they looked over in disbelief. Lu Shaoxian. The seventh of the seven heroes, a genius who was destined to become a progenitor, a legend of the astral tree domain. Was he still alive? Lu Yi knew that his identity would be exposed the moment the general appointment platform appeared, just like how Bai Xiaohong had recognized him the moment he saw the general appointment platform. Lu Yin's appearance was similar to his own before he had lost his memories, and with the general appointment platform, it was not strange for him to be recognized. The strange thing was that Lu Yin's appearance had changed. He was of the same generation as Stoneheart, but his bone age could not be measured. If the general appointment platform had once appointed a general, then why was there nothing there? It was as if he had just awakened. Even so, Bai Xiaohong and Stoneheart had recognized him at a glance. What was the reason behind this? I'm going on a business trip today, so I'm a little tired, but I can't stop updating. I'll update at 3 p.m. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1550. How are you so sure that I'm Lu Shaoxian? Lu Yin asked, staring at Stoneheart. Stoneheart's eyes flashed, and then he laughed. So it really is you. I had my suspicions back at Dragon Mountain, but I didn't think that it would really be you. Lu Shaoxian, you're back. How are you so sure that I'm Lu Shaoxian? Stoneheart replied, because only a few people in the Lu family can use the innate gift of General's platform. Everyone else is gone, and you look very similar. Who else could it be? It looks like you really did lose your memories. Lu Yin looked outside and saw the white dragon elders and the envoys from the frigid immortal sect looking confused. Stoneheart knew all of this, but they didn't. What do you know? Lu Yin asked. Stoneheart shook his head. It's a pity. Your appearance is enough to shake the entire astral tree domain, but it won't cause any ripples. Although you won't die, it'll be more painful than death. Before that, I want to finish this battle and see how you're different from the Lu Shaoxian from before. Stoneheart veins appeared on his body, and Wind God's speed vanished. He walked out of Astral Source Universe and attacked Lu Yin. Stoneheart didn't say anything, and Lu Yin knew that he wouldn't be able to learn anything more. With my blood, I summon the general. As soon as he finished speaking, some of the star energy in his body was consumed. Bai Xiaohong walked out from beside him and raised his hand to summon Xian Fanya to face Stoneheart. Outside, the frigid immortal sex members were shocked by Lu Yin's identity being revealed, but they were also furious that Bai Xiaohong had been summoned. Lu family bastard, return our junior ancestor. An emissary from the frigid immortal sect rushed in, wanting to attack Lu Yin before he could use any external items. This emissary had only survived one origin tribulation, so Lu Yin raised his hand again. With my blood, I summon the general. The giant emperor appeared, roaring as it punched out. The giant emperor wasn't a match for the emissary, but Lu Yin needed it to keep him busy. Someone else was attacking from the shadows, a second origin tribulation expert. Lu Yin moved to the side, and the void in front of him was torn apart. A broken blade fell from the sky and moved horizontally, slashing towards Lu Yin again. It was a muscular man from Shenwu planet. Lu Yin raised his foot and kicked out, causing the ground to shatter and dust to fly everywhere. Lu Yin was forced back 100 meters, but the Shenwu expert spun the hilt of his sword and slashed at Lu Yin once more, his attack filled with killing intent. Lu Yin raised his head. The frigid immortal sect and the divine martial society, 3 emissaries, besieged me. Who dares to say that the Lu family relied on external objects? Who can do it? There was a clang as the broken blade swept past, slicing through space horizontally. Lu Yin raised a hand. Against an emissary, he could only use his physical strength since his star energy was completely suppressed. There was a bang, and the Shenwu expert used his broken blade to block the attack. He took a few steps back and stared at Lu Yin in shock. As expected of the Lu family's seventh brother. Your talent is amazing, but you must die today. He then slashed out with his blade again, and at the same time, his Shenwu's chi shield appeared. Stoneheart leaped out of the sourcebox array. He wanted to fight Lu Yin, but he wanted to be fair, not ganged up on. He did not want to become someone's weapon. Even though Shi Xan had retreated, 2 more emissaries rushed in. One was from the Wang clan, and the other was from the White Dragon clan. A total of 4 emissaries besieged Lu Yin. Bai Xiaohong, who had been summoned from the general appointment platform, faced off against the person from the Wang clan, while the elder from the White Dragon clan joined forces with the Shenwu expert to attack Lu Yin. Those who saw this scene could not believe their eyes. The emissaries of the 4 scales had surrounded Lu Yin. Lu Yin was all by himself. This scene was extremely shocking, but it also allowed many people to see something different. The 4 scales had surrounded the Lu family. Nong Lai was furious. Shameless. 4 emissaries ganging up on an enlighter. How shameful. No one could refute this, as this was the truth. At this moment, no one dared to mock Lu Yin or the Lu family anymore. Even a junior ancestor could only deal with 1 emissary, let alone 4. Lu Yin was currently fighting against 4, which was equivalent to challenging all 4 juniors. This was the first time in Xia Taili's life that she had been shocked by someone. She had once thought that her elder brother, Xia Shenfei, was invincible among his peers, but now, that common sense had been overturned. Lu Yin's strength had exceeded her expectations. This is what it means for a single person to rule a country. 1 person can be revered, someone muttered, revealing the foundation of Lu Yin's strength. Lu Yin was facing off against 2 emissaries, and both of them were at the 2nd stage of the Origin Calamity realm. He could not hold on much longer, and this feeling was similar to when he had faced off against the 4 juniors in the Sovereign realm. No, it was even more miserable than that time, as the juniors could not restrain his star energy, but these 2 emissaries could. The Giant Emperor and Bai Xiaohong were constantly being weakened. No matter how strong the general appointment platform was, it could not withstand the astral source's suppression. After all, they were made of star energy. As the star energy in Lu Yin's body weakened, the Giant Emperor disappeared. Even if he had not been summoned, the Giant Emperor at his peak would not have been a match for a 2nd stage emissary. The only reason he could last for a few seconds was because his star energy could be reborn without a physical body. Bai Xiaohong quickly disappeared as well. It was not that he was weaker than a 2nd stage emissary, as his peak strength was enough to fight a 2nd stage emissary. Whether or not he could win was another matter, but he could definitely put up a fight. However, Bai Xiaohong did not have any intelligence, and his body was completely made of star energy. Forget about battle techniques, even his body was not stable, and he quickly disappeared as well. Lu Yin pushed back the White Dragon Elder with a single palm. The emptiness palm was extremely powerful, and even though the White Dragon Elder had used his White Dragon transformation, he still managed to leave a palm print on Lu Yin's body. However, the attack did not injure Lu Yin at all. Above his head, a broken blade wrapped in divine martial chi descended and locked down the void, making it impossible for Lu Yin to dodge. It slashed down, and even further away, the emissaries from the Frigid Immortal sect and the Wang family attacked at the same time. Lu Yin avoided the broken blade, but he could not avoid Xian Fanyao's palm and Skyblade from the 4 Ultimates technique. His body was flung away, and his blood splattered across the ground. Everyone was shocked, as 4 2nd stage emissaries had worked together to suppress Lu Yin. How many 2nd stage emissaries could do such a thing, let alone those of the same generation? A large wound appeared on Lu Yin's abdomen, and his right shoulder had been struck by Xian Fanyao's palm. His flesh had dried up, and his vitality had been stolen. This was the frigid immortal sex palm technique. Lu Yin looked up and faced the emissary from the frigid immortal sect. The other 3 emissaries were scattered around him, and they completely surrounded him. In his current situation, no one could say anything even if he used external items. He had already shocked the world enough. At the very least, he had not died from the first round of attacks from the 4 emissaries. Throughout history, there had never been an enlighter who had single-handedly challenged 4 second-stage emissaries. Not even the 7 heroes had been able to do so. However, did he need to use external items? No, as he had not used his full strength yet. Whether he lived or died, he wanted to leave behind a legend in the cosmic tree, one that was not inferior to the 7 heroes. The sorcerer god hoped that Lu Yin would display his peak talent. Even if he fled to the 5th mainland, he would still be hunted down by the cosmic tree. The sorcerer god was the same, as he wanted to restore the Lu family's name. He wanted to use Lu Yin's name to rebuild the Lu family. This legend caused the cosmic tree, who were hostile to the Lu family, to be unable to sleep peacefully. He wanted to give all of the remaining members of the Lu family hope. He wanted everyone to know that he and the Lu family would become progenitors in the future. Since each of them was a nation, as long as he was alive, the Lu family would have hope. Lu Yin looked up and let out a long breath. He slowly said, "My name is Lu Yin. There's no need to care about what happened in the past. I, Lu Yin, am here to announce to the entire cosmic tree as the current head of the Lu family. The Lu family will return, and I will take back everything that belongs to the Lu family." "Shut up, you bastard from the Lu family. You're going to die today," one of the frigid immortal sex experts shouted. Outside the sourcebox array, the White Dragon Elder's killing intent was even more intense than that of the frigid immortal sex experts. Lu Yin's identity had been exposed, and the White Dragon clan would become the biggest laughingstock in the cosmic tree. He had to kill Lu Yin today to wash away the humiliation he had brought to the White Dragon clan. Kill that bastard from the Lu family. The Lu family wants to return. They're going to die today. Kill him. Elder, kill him. Lu Yin's lips curled up. You're all afraid. He then took out a skeleton from his cosmic ring that emitted a black aura. It was the skeleton that he had obtained from Prince Gui Qian. The skeleton itself wasn't of much use to him, but it contained a boundless amount of death qi. As the death qi entered his body, a black and white cocoon appeared and wrapped around him. Everyone watched in shock, their eyes filled with confusion. They couldn't understand what technique this was. The muscular man from Shenwu Plain immediately slashed out with his blade. It didn't matter what strange technique it was, as long as he could break it. The blade slashed at the black and white cocoon, but it was blocked by the death qi. The muscular man was shocked and attacked again. At the same time, the other 3 emissaries attacked as well. 4 attacks landed and finally broke through the cocoon. A pitch-black sickle emerged from the cocoon and pierced through the astral source universe to slash at the man from Shenwu Plain. The man was stunned. A sickle. Almost no one had ever used such a weapon before. He raised his broken blade and wrapped it with Shenwu force. He slashed out with enough power to kill an ordinary First Tribulation cultivator. There was a clang as the sickle collided with the broken blade. Lu Yin walked out, and everyone finally got a good look at him. His hair hung down, and his upper body was half naked. Black gas coiled around him, and there were chains behind him. His body was branded with incomprehensible red runes, and his left arm was covered with a shield formed from white gas. He held a huge gold lien in his hand, and the strangest thing was the black fog behind him. He looked like a grim reaper. Everyone was shocked, and some of them felt as if their scalps were about to explode. The Grim Reaper. The legendary Grim Reaper. Impossible. The Grim Reaper is just a legend. No one can prove that it existed. The Grim Reaper that Gue Yuan has been searching for is just like that. The muscular man from Shenwu Plain was stunned. The Grim Reaper. Lu Yin's eyes were pure black as he stared at the man. He didn't say a word as the Golian spun and slashed at an unbelievable angle, cutting off the man's arm. The broken blade fell to the ground, and the Shenwu force's protection was useless. Above Lu Yin's head, the White Dragon Elder wielded his spear and descended. Lu Yin grabbed the chain that was wrapped around his body and swung his arm, causing the chain to sweep upwards like a nebula. It wrapped itself around the spear and then wrapped itself around the White Dragon Elder. The White Dragon Elder used his White Dragon transformation to strengthen his body, and he reached out to grab the chain. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1551. This was the third time Lu Yin had used the Reaper's transformation in battle, and only once had the chain been caught by Longtian's innate gift, which could even tear space apart. No one else had been able to grab the chain, and this White Dragon Elder was no exception. He grabbed onto the chain, but the chain also wrapped around him at the same time. In terms of strength, he was no match for Lu Yin at all. His entire body was dragged down by Lu Yin, and the Golian slashed horizontally along the chain, splitting the White Dragon Elder's body into two. Fresh blood spilled from his head onto the ground, dyeing the soles of his feet red. Lu family's bastard, how dare you collude with Ghost Abyss? You're courting death, the frigid immortal sex emissary shouted as he attacked with a palm. His astral source surged, suppressing any type of star energy, but it did not affect Lu Yin at all. Lu Yin used the chain to throw the White Dragon Elder towards the frigid immortal sex emissary, and the Elder's back took a hit for Lu Yin. Lu Yin took advantage of this opportunity to step into the astral source universe, his body covered in golden battle force that gradually spread to the Golian and slashed down. There was a thump as Golian was struck by one of the Wang family's 4 ultimate sky sword technique, causing him to lose his direction. The Wang family's emissary quickly appeared in front of Lu Yin, his eyes cold. 4 ultimates, Kuei Xiong. Bang! A palm struck out and landed heavily on the shield on Lu Yin's left arm, but Lu Yin did not move at all. The black mist behind him formed a pair of giant eyes that opened and stared at the Wang family's expert. The Wang family's expert panicked, and he subconsciously trembled as if he had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. Lu Yin slashed back with the Golian, but suddenly, the sourcebox array moved. Specks of starlight tore through the void, obstructing Lu Yin's attack. The Wang family's expert reacted and hurriedly retreated. Lu Yin stood in place and scanned his surroundings. Even though his eyes were pure black, everyone could see the arrogance in his eyes. It was an insufferably arrogant and invincible spirit. Even 4 second tribulation origin stage experts had been injured, which left everyone speechless, including Stoneheart. He was a genius who had once competed with the 7 heroes. Even though he was only at the first tribulation, he was confident that he could suppress the second tribulation origin stage experts who were fighting Lu Yin. However, he definitely could not take on 4 second tribulation origin stage experts alone. Even if the 4 second tribulation origin stage experts were only average in terms of strength, it was still the same. In particular, Lu Yin was an enlighter, and his star energy was suppressed. The Lu family was the dominant family, and they relied on their commander appointment platform. A single person could summon an entire army without fear of a group attack, but Lu Yin's commander appointment platform had been defeated from the very beginning. Now, he was relying on his own strength. Stoneheart had to admit that the current Luin had surpassed him and wasn't someone he could deal with. Nong Lai was moved, and he looked at Luin with adoration. "You're truly our role model." Xia Taili looked at Luin in a completely different light. What kind of invincible power was this? No wonder he looked down on Bai Xiaohong, and no wonder he could kill Bai Xiaohong. This power was not something Bai Xiaohong could compare to. Luin held the scythe in his hand, and a black aura of death rose from it. Especially in this dusky top realm, he truly looked like a god of death that had descended. "We can't let him live. We definitely can't let him live." Someone from the Cold Immortal sect shouted loudly. Grandmaster Deng Guo gritted his teeth. "The Lu family cannot leave this place alive. Everyone, charge into the sourcebox array and kill him. Kill him." Luin clenched his left fist. "You want to kill me? Come on, I'll bury all of you with me." He had already cleared the name of the Lu family and left behind an invincible legend. Now, it was time to compete with external items. Luin exited his Grim Reaper state and donned his universal armor and armed marionette. He held a small knife in his hand and bit down on his tribulation fire. His right hand was equipped with the giant's right arm, which held Elder Wu's poison. He did not believe that these people could deal with him. He was waiting for Mr. Mu and the Neo-Human Alliance. The sorcerer spirit had not hesitated to start a war in order to allow Luin to return with merits. Luin had destroyed several cities and even mobilized the 12 marquises. He had even taken the initiative to appear at Dragon Mountain, so he could not be allowed to die so easily. Luin had to return to the 5th mainland alive. There was a scream as Grandmaster Deng Guo's legs were severed, and a black aura of death lingered around his wounds. This was a sneak attack from an expert from the Ghost Abyss. The White Dragon Elder who had been chasing Luin was furious, and he shattered the void with a single palm to grab the Ghost Abyss expert. The Lu family is actually working with the Ghost Abyss. The Ghost Abyss expert gritted his teeth. Since the Death God successor has appeared, then he is the master of the Ghost Abyss. "You're courting death." The White Dragon Elder directly shattered the Ghost Abyss expert's body. Grandmaster Deng Guo had been ambushed, and his sourcebox array had become unstable. Luin raised his hand and threw out a super flash tear. The top realm was dim, and the super flash tear bomb was activated. Even the junior ancestor would be blinded by the super flash tear bomb, and it was even more effective in the top realm. Everyone's eyes were blinded by the super flash tear bomb, including the emissaries. Luin leapt out and tore through the void as he swept past Grandmaster Deng Guo. His knife slashed out, and Grandmaster Deng Guo's pupils shrank. A strange sourcebox array appeared in front of him and blocked Luin's knife attack. Luin felt that it was a pity, as he really wanted to kill Grandmaster Deng Guo. Unfortunately, this person was a realm plane formation master. Even though he was not proficient in battle and had wasted the strength of a third tribulation cultivator, his knowledge of sourcebox arrays was second only to that of a sage. It was impossible to kill him with a sneak attack. After his attack failed, Luin headed east without looking back. The White Dragon Elder immediately attacked. "Stay, you bastard!" Luin raised his hand and threw out Elder's poison. This poison had been upgraded 12 times, and it was enough to threaten an emissary. It was useless against this White Dragon Elder, but it could at least give him a scare. With the old man and Wang Si entangled, who else could help him? The farmer's family. The Lu family. Not necessarily. After a while, he suddenly thought of the battle technique: when things reach an extreme, they can be reversed. As long as the attack did not reach the upper limit of death, any attack would only cause the body to recover. Perhaps he could give it a try. As he thought about it, his die appeared. Lu Yin tried it with some difficulty, but it spun to 3 pips. He looked at the 2 screens and felt helpless. It was useless, so he continued. This time, it was 5 pips, but it was still useless. He continued. 4 pips. Lu Yin was delighted, and the scene in front of him changed as he appeared in the time-stop space. There was no need to rush when he was here, as he could extend the duration of the time-stop space. No matter how long he was in the time-stop space, it would only take a second in the outside world. Lu Yin took a few deep breaths and swallowed some healing pills. He slowly closed his eyes and began to cultivate. When things reach an extreme, they can be reversed. Fortunately, he had cultivated this technique before, so he was not unfamiliar with it. In the blink of an eye, half a year passed. Lu Yin opened his eyes and saw that the joints of his broken limbs had all dried up. He could still feel the remnants of Wang Xi's power within them, and it was constantly destroying them. However, when things reach an extreme, they can be reversed to heal his body. This technique was simply a holy healing technique. It was no wonder why it was rumored that the desolate ancestor had grasped the mysteries of immortality. All of the secret techniques that he had created were for healing purposes. This technique was the most valuable. When things reach an extreme, they can be reversed. It could indeed heal the injuries that Wang Xi had left behind, but it would take a very long time. Another half a year passed in the time-stop space, and he had already used up 8 million star essence. The longer he stayed in the time-stop space, the more he would not be able to easily use up the remaining star essence, even if it was just a few months. He looked at his limbs and saw that most of the dried-up areas had recovered, but there were still remnants of a half-ancestor's power within them. It would take at least a few years for him to fully recover. This was the power of a half-ancestor. Fortunately, he could move now. Even though he was not very nimble, it was fine as long as he could move. The next volume is about to be released. I want this guy to be surnamed Liu. Thank you for your support, brothers. I'll give you more chapters. Motion sickness is so painful. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1552. Time was something he didn't lack the most. Thinking about it, he exited the time-stop space and continued to roll the die. He had just rolled 3 times, so he still had one more chance. Unfortunately, he didn't manage to roll 4 pips for the 4th time. He rolled 1 pips and got something useless. Sighing, he looked up and saw someone passing by. He didn't know if they were searching for him or if they were just passing by. During this period of time, the starry sky of trees should be in an uproar. The moment his identity was exposed, the entire starry sky of the trees went into an uproar. First was Long Shan. Ni Huang, who was facing the zombie god, was in disbelief. General appointment stage. He's Lu Shaoxian. Qingchen was shocked, and Lu Yin's face appeared in his mind. Lu Shaoxian. Is he Lu Shaoxian? Are you kidding me? Even though he was a half-martial progenitor who had experienced countless life and death situations, he was still stunned. It was undeniable that he once felt that Long Qi and Lu Shaoxian looked similar, but there were many people who looked alike. It was too ridiculous for him to be Lu Shaoxian. When Xia Xing heard this, his expression changed. Inform the Divine Martial Academy that we cannot let Lu Shaoxian go to the abandoned lands alive. Bai Teng was furious. Even if he leaves this place alive, the frigid immortal sect won't let him go. The wasteland can't stop us. Elder Ni Huang was still in disbelief. She felt a strong sense of disappointment. In the end, the clan member who was so talented that even the patriarch had to show up was actually the Lu clan's third son, the seventh son of the seven heroes, Lu Shaoxian, whom they hated the most back then but had no choice but to flatter. The four-way scales had exiled the Lu family to its current position. Now that it had heard that Long Seven was Lu Shaoxian, it was filled with complex emotions and apprehension that could not be put into words. The only thing it could think of was to use all of its power to kill Lu Yin and prevent any future troubles. The sorcerer spirit god laughed strangely. Hee, so it's that little guy. How interesting. You humans have so many complicated conflicts of interest. That's why you lost. Lu Shaoxian. I think I've heard of it before. The corpse god's voice reverberated throughout Dragon Mountain, causing ripples in the air. Below, Lu Song raised his head and looked into the distance with a complicated expression. Long Qi was actually Lu Shaoxian. He thought of the sword steel's inheritance and smiled. No wonder he could surpass Bai Xianer. Since the birth of the seven heroes until their disappearance, that era was comparable to the 9 mountains and 8 seas. However, because of that incident, the 7 heroes disappeared and gave way to Bai Xianer. It made sense. Other than Lu Shaoxian, who else could surpass Bai Xianer? Only Lu Shaoxian had that kind of talent. This part of the starry sky was about to fall into chaos. Nomia exhaled and smiled bitterly. He didn't expect it to be him. 10 days later, Lu Shaoxuan's name swept through the top realm like a hurricane. Countless people heard it, and countless people were shocked. Some cursed angrily, some mocked him, and some looked forward to it. Within the humble class, many hidden members of the 14th door received a mission to protect Long Qi, Owl. Lu Yin had disappeared, and there was no news of him for several days. No one could find him. The only news he had was that Wang Si had severely injured him and was certain that he would not live for long. The moment the frigid immortal sect learned of Lu Yin's true identity, they were in an uproar. Many experts planned to kill Lu Yin, but what they learned was that he might die and that no one had found him yet. A group of people had arrived at Yun Peak and wanted to use Yu Dai to find Lu Yin, but Yu Dai would not know. Elder Qing Xing sent off group after group of people. When she was alone, she muttered to herself, I didn't expect him to come from the abandoned land. I wonder what those people will do. At the bottom of the lake, Lu Yin raised his hand and summoned his Dai. 10 days had passed, and he could roll it again. He tapped it with a finger. His luck was very good, and he immediately rolled possession. The scene in front of him changed, and he entered the time-stop space. Lu Yin stayed in the time-stop space for almost a year, and when he reappeared in the real world, only 1 second had passed. When he looked down, he saw that his withered limbs had recovered quite a bit. They no longer looked withered, but rather thin. He would be fine in another year. As he thought about this, he looked up and continued to roll the die. On his 3rd try, he rolled possession and entered the time-stop space once more. By the time he came out, his limbs had completely recovered. To the outside world, it had not even been half a month since he had been injured. It was unimaginable that a half-ancestor could fully recover in half a month. Lu Yin changed his appearance and walked out of the lake, heading east. At this point, countless people in the top realm were searching for Lu Yin, and he himself was also searching. Brother, did you find that Lu family kid? Lu Yin shouted, causing a group of people in front of him to look over. No, it's been more than 10 days, but no one has found him, someone said gloomily. Lu Yin was puzzled. He was clearly heavily injured, so how could he have disappeared? A woman's clear voice rang out. The family told us to pay attention to people with injured limbs. She then looked at Lu Yin's limbs and saw that they were unharmed, so she did not look any further. If you find anyone injured, immediately capture them. Lu Yin nodded and brushed past the group. With his strength, these people would not be able to detect him even if he changed his appearance, unless he was an emissary. As soon as he encountered an emissary, he would think of a way to hide. However, even if he could hide once, he would not be able to hide a second time. There would always be a moment when he would be discovered by an emissary. As he thought about this, Lu Yin saw a very flashy man walking towards him. Was he from the frigid immortal sect? Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he raised his hand. A strong wind swept out, and the man's limbs were severed. The man screamed as he fell down. Sorry, Lu Yin muttered to himself as he continued heading east. Along the way, he encountered enlighters who were searching for him, and he would break their limbs and throw them away. In just a few days, he had broken more than 100 people's limbs. These people did a good job of diverting the attention of the searchers. Uncle, I don't even know who did it. It's definitely a bastard from the Lu family. Uncle, you have to avenge me, the flashy man complained tearfully to an emissary from the frigid immortal sect. If you're loyal to the humans, then come out. Don't start a civil war. Lu Shaoxian, you've sided with the monsters. The Lu family has sided with the monsters. You're starting a civil war. Lu Shaoxian, please kill yourself for the sake of humanity. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. The 4 cardinal scales were trying to kill him. Since the Lu family had won the hearts of the people, they were trying to make Lu Yin lose them. Countless discussions could be heard around him. Yeah, isn't the Lu family trying to start a civil war now that they've appeared? Lu Shaoxian shouldn't have appeared. A civil war between humans should be won by the monsters. The 4 cardinal scales might be right. The Lu family has sided with the monsters. Otherwise, how could Lu Shaoxian have survived? The Lu family from back then has changed. Rumor has it that Lu Shaoxian fought 4 emissaries by himself because he was using a corpse king transformation. In the central realm, there were some things that ordinary people did not know about, and even some cultivators might not know about. However, in the top realm, even an ordinary person knew of Lu Xiaoshuan's name. The top realm was not isolated from the outside world, and Lu Yin could hear people talking about him wherever he went. Countless people were discussing him, and it was very irritating. However, it also brought him a lot of news. For example, every city in the top realm had sent out experts to search for him, and the 4 cardinal scales had set up an inescapable net around the escalator to capture him. Using the escalator to return to the central realm was extremely difficult. Thank you for your support, brothers. The next volume is about to start. I'll be updating at 3 p.m. I've been updating for 3 days now. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1553. As he passed by a restaurant, Lu Yin suddenly saw someone familiar. Or rather, he recognized this person, but this person did not recognize him. It was Xiaoru. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat, and he stepped into the restaurant. The city was shrouded in a dim light, and only the restaurant was illuminated. Lu Yin sat down not far from Xiaoru. Not long after, a group of people arrived and sat down with Xiaoru. The sect still wants us to return to the central realm, one person said dejectedly. Xiaoru frowned. That bastard from the Lu family can't have gone to the central realm. Does the sect really think that the rumors are true? Of course not. The sect just thinks that we're useless. Someone slammed the table in anger. Don't spout nonsense. Another person quickly stopped him. Xia Ru sighed. It wasn't easy for us to get a chance to contribute, but the sect is too harsh on us. That bastard's limbs were crippled, and he might even be dead by now. If we can find him, we'll definitely become famous in the Tree Galaxy. Everyone fell silent. But if you think about it from another perspective, it might not be a bad thing. Xia Ru changed the topic, and when he saw their puzzled expressions, he continued, "Don't forget that the Lu family was exiled not long ago. There are too many people who followed the Lu family and received their kindness. The reason why the Central Realm and the Peak Realm are in chaos is because of those people. If we find that bastard, do you think that the remaining members of the Lu family will let us off? Who knows how many of them there are? There's probably a group in the Star Alliance." The group looked at each other. "Forget it. Since the sect has given the order, we'll return to the Central Realm. That's the only way." They stood up to leave, but Lu Yin's gaze shifted as he recalled the information he had obtained from Zhu Xian's consciousness. He shouted at Xia Ru, "Second uncle." Xia Ru and the others were stunned, and they turned around to see Lu Yin excitedly staring at them. "Kid, what did you say?" one of them asked. Lu Yin excitedly walked over to Xia Ru, and the others went on guard. "Second uncle, is that you?" "Second uncle." Xia Ru was confused. "Do we know each other?" Lu Yin hurriedly asked, "Are you the head of the Xia family in the Blue Moon District, Xia Ru?" His gaze was filled with apprehension and anticipation. Xia Ru was surprised. "That's me." "You are?" "It's me, second uncle. I'm Zhu Tong. Zhu Xian is my uncle, and you're his sworn brother. We've met before." Xia Ru pondered for a moment and suddenly recalled something. Realization dawned on him. That child from back then, Zhu Tong. Lu Yin nodded excitedly. "That's my second uncle. You still remember me?" Xia Ru was surprised. "Are you really Zhu Tong? Aren't you in the Middle Realm?" "I came to the Top Realm specifically to become a disciple of Shenwu Heaven," Lu Yin explained. Xia Ru nodded and didn't doubt this at all. Not many people knew about this, and there was no reason for anyone to pretend to be Zhu Xian's nephew. As such, he said to the people around him, "He's Zhu Xian's nephew, Xiao Tong. Greetings, seniors." Lu Yin bowed respectfully. Zhu Tong greets the seniors. The few of them nodded and didn't say much. They were already in a bad mood. Xia Ru, on the other hand, did not mind. Back then, he had gone to Wang Yu to get in touch with Xia Shenfei but had failed. Now that he had come to the Top Realm, he was chased away. He was already used to it. "Little Tong, since you've become a disciple of Shenwu Sky, why are you here?" Xia Ru asked, and they all returned to their seats. Although Xia Ru wanted to make use of Zhu Xian, he still acted well on the surface. However, he also did not know what Zhu Xian and his wife were doing. Lu Yin felt wronged for Zhu Xian, as this person was a little reserved. "I originally wanted to become a disciple of Shenwu Sky, but, for an hour, Lu Yin had portrayed himself as a pitiful youth who had worked hard to cultivate and had a bit of talent. There were too many cultivators in the Astral Tree Realm who were in such a situation. Xia Ru and the others all believed that they were the same, and they all looked at Lu Yin with sympathy and approval. The others also looked at Lu Yin with a bit of emotion. Lu Yin's experiences were very similar to theirs when they were younger. Xia Ru patted Lu Yin's shoulder. "Little Tong, it's been hard on you, wandering the Top Realm by yourself." Lu Yin resolutely replied, "I must become outstanding and break through to become an emissary in the future. Then, I'll raise the Zhu family's prestige." No matter how hard or tiring it is, I won't back down. Xia Ru praised, well said. The others also felt slightly better after hearing Lu Yin's words. Brother Xia, your nephew is very ambitious. That's right, Brother Xia. Why don't you take him to your Xia family and nurture him well? You might even be able to use your Azure Moon District Xia family branch's quota to get him to join Shenwu Sky. Lu Yin looked at Xia Ru excitedly. Xia Ru thought about it. I can try. He wasn't being perfunctory. There were many branches of the Xia family, and only a few could actually enter Shenwu Sky each year. Talent was the most important factor, and if Lu Yin really had the talent and had the ambition, then it wasn't impossible to give it a try. Shenwu Sky didn't only recruit disciples from the Xia family, and if Lu Yin could enter, then Xia Ru would also reward him. Little Tong, why don't you come with me to the Middle Realm and meet your uncle? Xia Ru asked gently. Lu Yin respectfully replied, I'll listen to second uncle's arrangements. Lu Yin's attitude satisfied Xia Ru and the others, and before long, the group headed towards the escalade. Even though Xia Ru was only from a branch of the Xia family, he was still the family head and a true disciple of Shenwu Sky. With him leading the way, no one dared to cause trouble along the way. Furthermore, everyone was certain that Lu Yin's limbs had been crippled. No one would have thought that Lu Yin had not only recovered, but had even mixed in with the Xia family. With Xia Ru leading the way, the journey was much smoother. A few days later, the escalade was in sight. Brother Xia, the humble school is becoming more and more arrogant. They actually blocked our path and forced us to take a detour, someone complained. Xia Ru replied, the humble school is different from the four cardinal scales. They don't care who rules over the astral tree domain. That bastard from the Lu family has contributed too much to the humble school, and the humble school has always been protective of him. There's nothing they can do about it. Fortunately, the governor didn't take him in as a disciple in time. Otherwise, it would have been even more troublesome. The Lu family is the Lu family. Lu Shaoxian was once one of the 7 heroes, and now that he's returned, he's also shocked the entire astral tree domain. He challenged 4 emissaries by himself. If we meet him, we won't be able to survive. The only reason we dared to follow him is because he's been injured. I hope he's really dead, or else there will be huge changes in the future. Don't worry, the 4 cardinal scales have already stabilized the astral tree domain. The Lu family's remnant won't be able to cause any trouble. Lu Yin quietly listened to their discussions without saying a word. He didn't have the right to interrupt. He looked at the escalade in the distance, where an inescapable net had been set up. Although the battle between the half-ancestors was still ongoing, Lu Yin believed that the monsters were also holding back the progenitors, but there would be no shortage of emissaries. The emissaries could see through his disguise. He could only hope that Xia Ru's status would allow him to lead them smoothly. In the central realm, Lu Yin had underestimated the 4 cardinal scales' determination to hunt him down. Xia Ru and the others led him to the escalade, where Lu Yin discovered that anyone who wanted to go to the central realm would be searched one by one. Even their cosmic rings would be searched. It was even more stringent than going from the central realm to the top realm. Everyone was certain that Lu Yin's limbs were crippled, but the 4 cardinal scales were still so strict that they didn't give him any chance of survival. Little helper, take out everything from your cosmic ring and show it to them. Don't resist, Xia Ru reminded him. Lu Yin nodded. Don't worry, second uncle. Xia Ru turned around. He was very satisfied with Lu Yin's respectful attitude and the reverence in Lu Yin's eyes. Xia Ru enjoyed it, but it was a pity that Lu Yin wasn't his nephew. Brother Xia, where's little helper? One of his companions asked. Xia Ru was puzzled. Isn't he behind us? He then turned around. Where was he? In the distance, Luin was trying his best to stay away from the escalade. He wanted to hide for a while and wait for the guards to relax before leaving. He also wanted to think of some other way to leave, but who would have thought that the danger of a sourcebox would suddenly appear around him? His heart sank. Someone's trying to escape. Catch him, someone shouted. Everyone looked at Luin, including Xiaoru and the others. Their eyes were filled with anger. Why was this Shu Tong causing trouble at this juncture? A group of people tried to capture Luin, but Luin raised his hand. It wasn't an empty palm strike, but rather a powerful shock wave that sent the group flying. Xiaoru and the others were shocked, as they hadn't expected Luin to have such strength. At this moment, Xiaoru felt that something was wrong. How could Shu Tong have such strength at such a young age? There were enlighters among the people who had been sent flying. Luin took a step forward and hurriedly fled. Let me see who's trying to escape. A loud voice boomed out as an indescribable spiritual force whizzed past. Lu Yin's eyes trembled. It was a spiritual force expert. He looked up as the spiritual force bombarded him, causing his body to sway. Fortunately, he was able to withstand it, as this person was just a first-stage astral envoy. In the void, an elder was shocked. He actually blocked my attack. Luin put on his universal armor and took a step forward, tearing through the void and entering the astral source universe. The elder was shocked. It's a bastard from the Lu family. Looking at all the cultivators below the emissary level, who could enter the astral source universe? The four young ancestors were the top geniuses of the various great families, and the most eye-catching one was naturally Luin. No one had expected that not only would Luin not be injured, but his strength would also not decline at all. The moment Luin stepped into the astral source universe, he knew that he would be exposed, but he had no other choice. He could only try his best to escape. He recalled the speed at which Long Kuei had traveled to the middle realm, and the four-way Libra had a unique method to leave the top realm. Perhaps he could use that. Die, you bastard! An elder appeared within the astral source universe and raised a hand to attack. Luin was about to retaliate when the elder's face suddenly changed. The astral source within his body had been forcefully extracted. He was shocked. Not good, I've been exposed. He wasn't referring to his identity being exposed, but rather to the astral source universe. Luin recalled that someone had once said that emissaries could not fight without restraint, especially in the astral source universe. Otherwise, the astral source within one's body would be forcefully extracted by the astral source universe. It was similar to astral source liquid being exposed to the air. Thus, emissaries searched for strange objects to conceal their auras. This elder had probably just become an emissary and wasn't familiar with the astral source universe. He had attacked too heavily, causing the astral source within his body to be forcefully extracted. Luin directly struck out with a palm that pierced through the elder's body and sent him flying out of the astral source universe. The elder spat out a mouthful of blood, along with his internal organs, and died. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1554. Luin did not hold back at all. These people who had called him a bastard deserved to die. In the distance, Xiaoru and the rest were stunned. That child was Long 7. No, it was Lu Shaoxian. They felt their scalps go numb. They had actually spent a few days with that killing god, and they had even talked a lot during that time. Wasn't that killing god crippled? Everyone wondered where he had died. How could this be? Even a half-ancestor was useless. Stay here, kid. A voice rang out in Lu Yin's ears, and he was pressed to the ground as he fell from the astral source universe. The terrifying pressure caused his universal armor to shatter, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Suddenly, a shout came from the distance. "Young master, run!" Lu Yin turned around and saw one of the envoys who had been standing guard outside the ladder attacking the void. The envoys had the strength of 2 tribulations, but Lu Yin knew that the one attacking him was at least 5 tribulations. Don't. Remnant of the Lu family, you could have worked for humanity, but you chose to die. A man walked out of the void, not even looking at the emissary who had attacked him. His gaze was fixed on Lu Yin, and the emissary's attack stopped a meter away from him. The man waved his hand, and the emissary who had tried to cover Lu Yin's escape was torn apart, falling to the ground. Lu Yin had watched this person die with his own eyes, and right before he died, the emissary had shouted for him to run. He would never forget that gaze. It was the ecstasy of seeing that he was still alive, and the fear that he would die. Lu Yin stared blankly at the emissary who had died for him, and his entire body went cold. "Kid, there's no need to look. This person was transferred here on his own accord just to cover for you." The man looked down at Lu Yin, his gaze full of pity. "It's a pity that an emissary died just like that." Lu Yin looked at him, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "How many people will die for you if you live? He's just one of them. Over 1,000 people have been found to have rebelled against the 4 cardinal scales, and they've all been captured and killed. Do you know how many of them are remnant members of the Lu family? How many of them died to protect you? If you live, this number will only increase. The upper realm, the middle realm, and the lower realm. You haven't forgotten the remnant army, have you?" Lu Yin's body trembled, and he clenched his fists. The man looked at Lu Yin with pity. "Do you want the remnant army to be buried with you?" Lu Yin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "I can't escape. Why are you spouting so much nonsense? Do you want me to kill myself?" The man shook his head. "What you need to do is admit the Lu family's failure and return peace to the starry sky trees. Humans should unite against those monsters instead of killing each other, unless that's what you want." Lu Yin sneered, "You betrayed my Lu family, and now you're trying to pin a crime on my family. The 4 cardinal scales are all bitches." The man's face sank. "Impudent." Lu Yin suddenly released his domain, and the danger from the source boxes that had been isolating the area around the ladder suddenly went into chaos. The source boxes attacked in all directions, and the man was especially targeted. The man was shocked. How could this be? Lu Yin's eyes flashed as the astral chessboard appeared beneath his feet. He tried to move, but the void around him distorted and he couldn't move. He could only rush towards the ladder. Someone had helped him just now, and that person was Celestial Master Chioling. The source box array here had been set up by Celestial Master Chioling. It was fine to enter, but the moment someone tried to turn around, the array would sense them, which was why Lu Yin had been discovered. Lu Yin had never expected Celestial Master Chioling to help him. Grandmaster Deng Gua had said that the Lockbreaker headquarters was located at the back of the battlefield because of the Lu family's arrangements. Most Lockbreakers hated the Lu family, so why had Celestial Master Chioling helped him? Lu Yin didn't believe that Celestial Master Chioling wanted to take him in as a disciple. This wasn't a question of whether or not Lu Yin wanted to take him in as a disciple, and Celestial Master Chioling's attitude at Dragon Mountain had been very strange. Lu Yin didn't have time to think about these things for now. With Celestial Master Chioling's help, he knew how to control the sourcebox array. He just wanted to leave the top realm as soon as possible. The man was furious. "Lu family bastard, you won't be able to escape." This person was at 5 tribulation origin stage and wasn't someone Lu Yin could withstand. Even if Lu Yin put on the armored doll in time, it would still be useless. It had been destroyed by Wang Xi earlier, and the man's palm had shattered it again. Lu Yin's back was in intense pain, and his vitality was being sucked away. This was Xian Fanyao from the Frigid Immortal sect, and this man was an expert from the Frigid Immortal sect. If not for the armored doll, this palm would have been enough to take his life. However, the armored doll had been completely destroyed, and Lu Yin could only borrow the power of the man's palm to jump down from the top realm. He couldn't take the ladder and slowly descend, so he had to jump down. The man took out a power vessel and tore through the void. He pressed down with one hand, causing a terrifying phenomenon to sweep out. It then transformed into an enormous destructive force that enveloped the entire ladder. Lu Yin looked up, and his pupils shrank. He couldn't block or dodge this attack no matter what he did. It felt like the sky was collapsing. Was he really going to die? At that moment, a figure appeared and threw Lu Yin towards the central realm. Lu Yin saw the figure. Adventure King. There are also experts below. You're on your own now. The wind whistled past Lu Yin's ears as he was thrown towards the central realm by the Adventure King. He struggled to move his body and looked down. This was truly an inescapable trap. There were half-progenitors, emissaries, remnants of the Lu family, and various experts protecting him, but there was still no hope of escape. This was the power of the four-way scales. They had too many experts. Lu Yin had lost his universal armor and armed doll, so any third-stage tribulation origin emissary could easily deal with him. In the distance, the might of a half-progenitor descended. Wang Xi walked out, looking somewhat pathetic, but her gaze was extremely cruel. You can't escape, you little bastard. She then raised a hand, and the old man appeared in front of Lu Yin. He looked just as miserable as a beggar. You can't shake me off, old woman. Wang Xi was furious. If you want to die, Kue Luo, I'll fulfill your wish. She then took out a bewitching red flower from her cosmic ring. Kue Luo's expression changed when he saw the flower. Lu Yin's expression changed as well. He didn't know what the flower was used for, but the old woman had obviously not taken it out for show. Suddenly, the scene in front of Lu Yin changed. The old man was gone, Wang Xi was gone, and the attack that was descending from above had disappeared. He looked around. Was this the agreed location? He had actually mysteriously appeared at the agreed location. Off in the distance, the void split open and extended out in the direction of the ladder. Wang Xi and the old man were fighting there, but Lu Yin had already arrived at the agreed location. He guessed that Mr. Mu might have made a move. Regardless, since he had arrived at the agreed location, he might as well go back. He pressed one hand against the ground, and star energy spread out in a unique pattern. At the same time, in a corner of the fifth mainland's glory realm, Elder Chan and the others widened their eyes. There's a reaction. Attack! Lu Yin's star energy spread out, causing the ground to shatter and the void to distort as it gradually took shape. Lu Yin relaxed. Suddenly, a white light flashed from afar. Alarm bells went off in Lu Yin's mind, and he subconsciously shifted his body. A palm-sized arrow pierced through his shoulder, piercing through his body and into the void, leaving a huge wound on his back. Lu Yin spat out a mouthful of blood as he stared straight ahead. Several arrows had shot out, aiming for his head, neck, and heart. His vitals. Move quickly. Time seemed to slow down, and Lu Yin could clearly see the trajectories of the arrows as they appeared. He watched as one arrow almost touched his forehead, but he couldn't move. The arrow contained astral energy, so he couldn't use the plan's secret art to move. He also didn't have the time to set up a sourcebox array. His body was also heavily injured, so he couldn't move. Move, move. I'm going to die. Lu Yin screamed in his heart, but he still couldn't move. At the critical moment, a willow leaf appeared in front of him and blocked 3 arrows. Lu Yin stared blankly at the person who had appeared in front of him. A willow leaf, flying flower. You're really... Before Mr. Willow Leaf could finish his sentence, the 3 of them were sucked into a spatial tear by a powerful suction force and then disappeared. Only a pair of narrow eyes remained in the distance, staring at the agreed location with a flickering gaze. News of the cosmic tree realm had finally reached the battlefield on the other side. Even if the 4 cardinal scales tried to seal it off, it was useless. Xia Yan and Old Monster Long were stunned. Long 7 was actually Lu Shaoxian. How is this possible? He passed the bloodline test, so he's a member of the White Dragon clan. How can he be Lu Shaoxian? Old Monster Long couldn't believe it. He was a dignified half-ancestor, but he was about to go crazy. The White Dragon clan had become the biggest joke in the cosmic tree realm. Those invitations were basically slaps to the White Dragon clan's face. Even a half-ancestor like Old Monster Long was stunned. Xia Yan sighed. No wonder he looked familiar. Now that I think about it, he does look a little similar to Lu Shaoxian. Impossible, how is this possible? Old Monster Long muttered to himself. He couldn't imagine what Long Shan was like, nor could he imagine how angry Ni Huang would be. He also couldn't imagine how the dragon ancestor would react. This meant that everyone, including the dragon ancestor, had been fooled. This was unimaginable. Lu Yin had fooled the dragon ancestor, which meant that he had also fooled the dragon ancestor. He had been the one who had facilitated this entire situation. Old Monster Long was panicking. As for the appearance of the Lu family's heir, he had completely forgotten about it. A mere heir of the Lu family couldn't do anything. The battlefield on the other side was abuzz with discussion because of Lu Yin's appearance, especially those who had experienced life and death with him in the New World. I thought we hated the 4 cardinal scales the most. Who would have thought that Long 7 was the most ruthless, someone whispered. He's the only one who dared to make that oath. How ruthless. I wonder how Long 7 is doing. Please don't die. I still want him to lead his brothers to watch 100 female disciples bathe. Scram. Senior Zhou Tang will probably go crazy if he finds out that Long 7 is Lu Shaoxian. On the first formation base, a person was curled up and shivering. It was Bai Zhang. He had been like this ever since he had found out about Lu Yin's true identity. He had never thought that Lu Yin would actually return. He thought back to everything that had happened. He had been Lu Shaoxuan's follower, but he had been bribed by the frigid immortal sect and betrayed the Lu family. Lu Shaoxian is back. He's actually back. It's over, it's all over. The Lu family will come back. They're all going to die, all of them, Bai Jing muttered to himself in fear. He took Yun Lui on purpose. He must have. He must know where I am and everything about me, so he took it on purpose. He'll come back for revenge. This is just the first step. Lu Shaoxian is coming, thank you for your support, brothers. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1555. In the Central Plain realm, at the meeting place, Wang Xi and the other elites of the 4 directions balance scale appeared one after another, their expressions ugly. It's the same scene again. Every time the origin will ritual ends to explore the sovereign realm, those stowaways will use the sourcebox array that progenitor Hui gave them to escape. How hateful! Wang Si was furious. Ni Huang stared at the ground. Out of everyone present, she hated Lu Yin the most. Lu Yin had tricked the White Dragon tribe and turned them into a laughingstock. Quickly rescue Shen Fei and the others. Ask them what happened in the meditative ruins, Xie Xing said. Bai Ting said in a low voice, Xiao Hong was killed by that bastard from the Lu clan. Since he's been chosen as a general, I'll definitely get my revenge. Revenge? How? He fled back to the abandoned land. Wang Si said angrily. Bai Ting continued, Xian is currently in seclusion. Once she comes out and learns that Lu Xiaoxian is still alive and has killed Xiaohong, she definitely won't let this matter rest. Everyone, would you rather keep your promise, or would you rather eliminate this scourge? Don't forget, if Lu Xiaoxian has a child in the abandoned lands, it's not impossible for him to inherit the general stage innate gift. With that kind of innate gift, even an idiot can become a peerless powerhouse. Once Lu Xiaoxian takes root in the abandoned place, he'll become the master of the abandoned place. Ni Huang looked up. We can't let him go. Let's report this to the ancestor. Only the ancestor can decide this, said Xia Xing. Wang Si said coldly. Kuei Luo can't be let off either. The remaining officials of the Lu clan and some of the people in the Star Alliance can't be let off either. Xia Xing frowned and glanced at Wang Si, but didn't say anything. Off in the distance, the old man lay on the ground, exhausted. He had finally gotten rid of that crazy old woman, Wang Si, and had been fighting the entire time. Now that he thought about it, he realized that the brat was actually Lu Xiaoxian. I hope what you said is true. No, I have to go to the abandoned land. But how do I get there? He thought of Wang Yun. If this woman could go to the abandoned land, he could too. In a corner of the fifth mainland's glory world, Lu Yin, willow leaves, and flying flowers all fell down. Lu Yin's various injuries were too severe, and he was unable to withstand the strength of the sourcebox array that had pulled him back, causing him to faint. The flying willow leaves, on the other hand, were fine. The moment they appeared in the glory realm, they immediately felt that something was amiss. This void was too fragile. In the cosmic tree realm, only envoys and above could tear through the void. On the fifth mainland, hunters were able to do so, and that was only because of the heavenly shift. Before that, even explorers could tear through the void and travel through it. Even if the space in the glory realm was stable, an attack with a power level of over 300,000 would still be able to tear through the void, which was a far cry from the cosmic tree realm. To the flying willow leaves, this part of the starry sky was too fragile. This was their first impression of this starry sky. Immediately after, their attention was drawn to the 5 people around them. Where is this? Big Sister Feihua shouted sternly as she stared at an old man who seemed to have experienced many vicissitudes of life. The old man's eyes were half closed, and he looked like he was about to die. It's actually that little fellow. No one paid any attention to Feihua, and all 5 of them looked at Lu Yin. Looks like this brat went there ahead of time and even ran into the top 10. He must have been seriously injured and needs to be treated, another person said. There's no rush. Look, he's using a very strange cultivation technique, causing his body to wither. It looks familiar. Brother Xia, what do you think? It's similar to the Ku family's cultivation technique. When Feihua saw that no one was paying any attention to her, she was instantly enraged. Her temper was not good to begin with. I'm asking you guys a question. She was about to attack when the surrounding stars suddenly revolved and appeared one after another. At the same time, a vast power descended, and Fei Hua was unable to withstand it and almost fell to her knees. Mr. Lu Yi hurriedly supported her, his face deathly pale. Half-ancestor. Kid, there's no rush. Speak slowly, the old man who looked like he was about to die spoke up with a faint smile. Fei Hua's face paled. 5. There were actually 5 half-ancestors. She suddenly remembered something about Lu Yin. This is an abandoned land. On a desolate plain, there were only a few pieces of withered grass that grew tenaciously, swaying as the wind blew past. Some people said that they did not want to be fence-sitters and swayed with the wind, while others liked the tenacity of fence-sitters. As the wind blew past, dust filled the sky and swept across the ground. There was a wooden house that was all alone in the wasteland, and it made a soft sound as if it could disintegrate at any moment. Within the wooden house, a youth suddenly opened his eyes and stood up. He looked around vigilantly, his eyes filled with confusion. Where was this? He was Lu Yin, who had returned to the 5th mainland from the astral tree domain. Because he had just woken up, he was unfamiliar with his surroundings, and he subconsciously released his domain to sense his surroundings. At that moment, the door to the wooden house was pushed open, and an old man walked in and looked at Lu Yin kindly. Lu Yin was delighted to see the old man. Chan, Elder Chan, you're awake, Elder Chan smiled. Lu Yin hurriedly stood up and bowed. Junior Lu Yin greets Elder Chan sighed. No need to be so polite. It's good that you're back. You've recovered quite quickly. Lu Yin's injuries had mainly come from the 5th tribulation origin tribulation expert who had been guarding the ladder, as well as the arrow that had ambushed him at the agreed location. However, those injuries had been caused by an emissary, and the vitality released by the origin item at Shanghui Pass was enough to heal him. Furthermore, he also had the healing saint technique, which allowed him to recover from his injuries. Lu Yin was excited, as he had finally returned. This was the 5th mainland, and he raised his hand to sense his surroundings. This was the glory realm. Elder Chan looked at Lu Yin. You've changed. Lu Yin replied, my cultivation has increased quite a bit. Elder Chan nodded. I didn't think that you'd be one step ahead of them. How are they? Lu Yin remembered and hurriedly took out Mount Supreme, releasing Shangqing and the others. Elder Chan was shocked, but then he was delighted. The agreed location could only be used once, which meant that if Lu Yin returned alone, Shangqing and the others would either die or remain in that space forever. Since ancient times, there had been no lack of people who had remained in that space until they died of old age. Elder Chan and the others had already given up, but Lu Yin had given them a pleasant surprise. There were a total of 11 people in Mount Supreme. Aside from Long Shi, Wen Xingyi, Prince Gui Qian, Yun Tingting, and Lu Hao, the others had all been released by Lu Yin. Shangqing, Lu Tianmu, Ming Guang, Yao Xian, Yu Hua, and Luo Xin had all been released. When they saw Elder Chan, they understood that they had returned to the 5th mainland, but they didn't seem too happy. They had gone to the astral tree to find a way to obtain the origin item and pass the 3 trials, but they had only managed to escape. Although they had kept their lives, they hadn't accomplished anything. Outside the wooden house, Heavenly Master Shangqing and the others heaved sighs of relief when they saw Shangqing and the others return safely. The old man who looked like he could die at any moment asked, did Qiushi not return? Lu Yin respectfully replied, she was trapped, and I was unable to do anything. The old man was serious. Elder Zonggong, one of the 5th mainland's 7 half-ancestors. Elder Gong shook his head, feeling that it was a pity, but he didn't say anything. He didn't need to know what had trapped Qiushi. Even if he did, no one would be able to save her in the astral tree. Xiao Luo didn't return either. Xia Ji asked, staring at Lu Yin with a burning gaze. Lu Yin helplessly replied, I didn't see him. Xia Ji was different from Elder Gong. He was more scheming and obviously didn't believe Lu Yin, but it was useless. Zhou Hao didn't return either. Lu Yin replied, I didn't see Zhou Hao or Zi, only Wu Taibai. Elder Chan and the others looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin glanced at Shangqing and the rest. He had to tell them about Wu Taibai's situation. Even if he didn't, they wouldn't be able to hide it. Wu Taibai is from Shenwu Plain. Elder Chan was shocked. Shenwu Plain. That's one of the top powers in the astral tree. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. The astral tree has completely changed. Now, Shenwu Plain is one of the 4 scales. Lu Yin then slowly explained the current situation in the astral tree. After a full hour, Elder Chan and the rest finally recovered from their shock. The Lu family has been exiled. Elder Gong was shocked. Xia Ji's voice was dry. The Lu family is an invincible family, but they were exiled. Unbelievable. How did the 4 scales do it? Even the white dragon can't turn things around that easily, Heavenly Master Shangqing said. Elder Chan spoke up. No matter what happens in the astral tree, Zi and Wu Taibai haven't returned. We need to explain the situation to the 6th mainland's 3 ancestors. This was a matter for Elder Chan and the rest, so Lu Yin wasn't worried. He had already told them everything he could. Of course, there were some things that he didn't mention, such as the fact that he was a member of the Lu family. Even though his surname was Lu, Elder Chan and the rest definitely wouldn't connect him to the Lu family. Lu Yin also didn't plan on revealing his identity. Since Wang Yun had been able to come to this region of space, the sorcerer spirit had also told him to reach a level where he would be hunted down by the 4 scales even if he escaped back to the 5th mainland. This meant that the astral tree had the ability to chase him all the way here. Since that was the case, Lu Yin couldn't reveal himself. Who knew if Elder Chan and the rest would be able to withstand the pressure of the 4 scales and not hand him over? Although that didn't seem likely, it might not be the case if the pressure was too great. After all, the Outerverse had been gifted to the 6th mainland. The outcome would change according to the situation, and Lu Yin didn't want to leave his fate in the hands of others. What he needed to consider now was what Lu Yefei would say. A few days passed, and Elder Chan and the rest questioned the prime clearings and the rest. They mainly wanted to confirm the current situation in the astral tree as well as what had happened in the ruler realm. They wouldn't completely trust Lu Yin's words. The prime clearings and the rest were fine, but Yao Xian revealed the existence of Long Shi and the others. Xia Ji found Lu Yin and asked him to hand over Long Shi and the others so that he could interrogate them more about the astral tree, but Lu Yin refused. Kid, I didn't discuss this with you. Hand them over. Xia Ji's tone was gloomy. The 7 courts weren't that gentle. In order to nurture a stronger successor for his family, he had deliberately allowed Xia Jiuyo to search for Xia Luo, allowing Xia Jiuyo to be replaced by Xia Luo. This was his way of doing things. 3 in the afternoon. After 4 consecutive days of updating, Sui Feng was too tired, and he even got carsick from his business trip. Let's postpone it for now. Thank you for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1556. After the baptism of the cosmic tree, Lu Yin was no longer a frog at the bottom of a well who viewed half-ancestors as the sky. Half-ancestors. He had seen too many of them. Senior, I will not hand over those people. They are my spoils of war. Not only did I capture them, but I also broke through 3 stages. I even have the origin item in my body. Do you really want me to hand it over? Lu Yin countered. Xia Ji was shocked. You broke through 3 stages. Mr. Mu's concealment of Lu Yin's strength had been too successful. Even when facing the dragon ancestor on Dragon Mountain, the superintendent had not been able to tell. Yes, I broke through 3 stages, Lu Yin said loudly. The Elysium Heavenly Master appeared. Xia Ji, what are you trying to do? Xia Ji hesitated, but in the end, he retreated. Those people were not of much use to them, and he wanted Lu Yin to hand them over to see if he could obtain the 4-way Libra's battle technique. However, Lu Yin had broken through 3 stages, and he was the only person in the 5th mainland to do so. Even if his cultivation was far from the 5th mainland's level, his importance was no less than theirs. Xia Ji could not do anything to Lu Yin, but more importantly, this person had been able to conceal his breakthrough. Xia Ji had not been able to tell that there was definitely an absolute powerhouse behind him. Lu Yin had only exposed himself because he knew how important he was. Even in the astral tree realm, breaking through 3 stages was the most important thing for a cultivator, let alone the 5th mainland. The 4th young ancestor had only broken through 2 stages, but he had been rewarded by the entire astral tree realm. News of Lu Yin breaking through 3 stages shocked everyone. Even the Prime Clarity and the others were aware that Lu Yin had broken through 3 stages. Only one person did not care, and that was Yuhua Mavis. She had already received news of Lingji Mavis' death. Of the 5th mainland's 7 great half-ancestors, Lingji Mavis was dead. 5 of them were still here, and Lu Yin did not know who the last one was. Just as he was about to ask, he suddenly found the trapped flying willow. His heart skipped a beat, and he found them. Flying Willow was in a more miserable state. He had been restrained by Sirius's elder and thrown into a corner behind the wooden house. Not only were his limbs tied up, but his mouth was also stuffed with something. The 2 powerhouses with power levels over 700,000 could not even speak. Lu Yin removed the gag from their mouths. Sister Flying Willow raged, "Let us go." Why did you tie us up? Lu Yin laughed. My apologies for being late, but I still have to say something. Welcome to the 5th mainland. Mr. Lu Yi said helplessly, I didn't expect you to drag me here. An abandoned land is an abandoned land. Big Sister Fei Hua's temper was very bad. Lu Yin stared at her. There are 5 half-progenitors around, so you should watch your words. Big Sister Fei Hua sneered, so what? Lu Yin frowned. This woman was a little unreasonable, and why was her attitude towards him so poor? All of a sudden, he remembered that his identity had been exposed, and he had fled Dragon Peak. It was none other than old man Kuei Luo who had saved him. Back when he thought he might get some of Kuei Luo's legacy, Big Sis Flyblossom had treated him badly. Now that Kuei Luo had risked his life to save him from Dragon Peak, it wasn't just a matter of getting the legacy. She probably thought of him as Kuei Luo's grandson. Long Qi, no, I should call you Lu Shaoxian, Mr. Lu Yi said. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Call me Lu Yin. Mr. Lu Yi was surprised, but he still replied, Lu Yin, that's a good name. What are you talking about? Just ask. Fei Hua angrily rebuked. Mr. Lu Yi was helpless. Lu Yin, what's your relationship with Kuei Luo? This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Lu Yin shrugged. It was a coincidence, but you guys won't believe me. Fei Hua sneered. Lu Yin was curious. What do you want to ask? If I'm not wrong, they should have been guarding the ladder from the beginning. How did they know that I would appear at the rendezvous point? Mr. Lu Yi replied, it's simple. You went to the latter several times, especially when you exposed Yunmubai. You were focused on escaping east, and we observed you for a long time, so we naturally figured it out. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. No, it's because of the flying willow leaves. Mr. Lu Yi was astonished. What do you mean? Lu Yin lowered his voice. I've always found it strange. I clearly didn't get an answer back then, but they still gave me the flying willow leaves. Now that I think about it, that must be the reason why you guys were able to track me down. Mr. Lu Yi fell silent. Big Sister Fei Hua said, "You're smart." That's right, the flying willow leaves can sense the traces of people who have come into contact with them. We weren't too far away from where you appeared, so we immediately rushed over. Lu Yin nodded. He had been tricked. You should rejoice, Lu Yin. Without us, you would already be dead, Mr. Lu Yi said. Lu Yin asked, who ambushed me? He had to take revenge, as he had almost died. Mr. Lu Yi was right, he was Lu Yin's savior, even if he had schemed against him. It should be Boundless Assassin, Mr. Lu Yi said. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. How did Boundless Assassin know that I was going to that place? Do you think that you're very secretive? Anyone who's watching you can analyze your movements. Boundless has been watching you for too long, Fei Hua sneered. Lu Yin understood, and when he thought about it, it made sense. In the astral tree domain, no one had been watching him for longer than Boundless. These assassins followed the principle that they would try anything as long as there was a chance. That assassin should have been lying in ambush at the rendezvous point for a long time, just because Lu Yin might go there. Lu Yin, we saved you, but we don't expect you to save us. Right now, we just want to know the answer to that question, Mr. Lu Yi said. Lu Yin was curious. Ask away, but I definitely don't know the answer. Fei Hua was furious. You're biting the hand that feeds you. Lu Yin pursed his lips. I really don't know. I can swear on it, but I should be able to meet half-ancestor Kuei Luo in the future. If you have any questions, just ask. Mr. Lu Yi was bitter. If we die now, what's the point of knowing the answer? Lu Yin looked at them deeply. Actually, I can try to save you, but you come from the astral tree domain, and you can't be free on the fifth mainland. Do you understand what I mean? Fei Hua stared at Lu Yin coldly. You want us to follow you? Dream on. Lu Yin seriously replied, not follow me, but wait for half-ancestor Kuei Luo. Fei Hua was stunned. Lu Yin continued, I have an agreement with half-ancestor Kuei Luo to meet in the fifth mainland. If you follow me, you'll be able to meet him. If you don't, you might die. After all, those half-ancestors won't let news of the astral tree domain spread throughout the fifth mainland. Fei Hua fell silent and looked at Mr. Lu Yi. Mr. Lu Yi looked at Lu Yin deeply. All right, we agree. Lu Yin smiled. Deal. The information that Lu Yi had on the astral tree domain was very valuable to the fifth mainland, and Lu Yin wanted to take them away. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. That was unlikely, but that was only if they were willing to talk about it. When Xia Ji had threatened to die if they didn't talk, and Lu Yi hadn't complied, they had been put in a difficult position. Based on this situation, Lu Yin's suggestion to take Lu Yifei away wasn't that difficult. The dead have no value. If that's the case, then let Lu Yin take them away if they're willing to follow him, Elder Chan said. Xia Ji said, the astral tree domain's existence is a secret to the fifth mainland. What if news of it gets out? Elder Gong replied, who can tell if it's true or not? Xia Ji frowned. The gravekeeper, who had been silent all this time, spoke up. The astral tree domain will not remain indifferent to the changes in the fifth mainland. Wu Taibai's appearance at Mount Supreme is the best proof. Right, there's also that Wang Yi. You mean that the astral tree domain will come into contact with us soon? Elder Chan asked. The gravekeeper fell silent. If that's the case, then these two will become even more insignificant. Let Lu Yin take them away. After all, this child brought Shangqing and the others back. No matter what, he's preserving the elites for us, the Heavenly Master said. Xia Ji no longer objected. Even though Lu Yifei could be taken away by Lu Yin, they didn't think that Lu Yin would be able to suppress these two. Thus, the Heavenly Master had placed a source box array in their bodies, and with Lu Yin's current lock-breaking ability, he could activate it with a single thought. Sorry, I didn't ask for this, Lu Yin said. Mr. Lu Yi remained calm, as he didn't seem to mind. This was all within his expectations, but Sister Fei Hua's expression turned ugly. If they know that you made an agreement with us beforehand, then we'd rather die than say anything. I wonder what those half-ancestors' expressions will be like. Lu Yin smiled. I, Lu Yin, have broken through 3 stages. What kind of status do you think I have here? Sister Fei Hua was speechless, as even an idiot would understand what it meant to have broken through 3 stages. This young man had been in the astral tree domain, and no one had known that he had broken through 3 stages. That was because the White Dragon clan had sent out invitations to show off. Now, in the even more backward 5th mainland, this young man was definitely above everyone else. He was practically equivalent to a future progenitor. Lu Yin had brought Lu Yifei Hua with him for 2 reasons. First, he had found a pair of bodyguards, and second, he didn't want them to reveal that he was a descendant of the Lu family. He didn't want this matter to be exposed until he had absolute confidence. Ziyi and Wu Taibai had yet to return to the top 10 of the sovereign competition, so Elder Chan and the others urgently needed to explain things to the 6th mainland's 3 ancestors. Elder Chan didn't delay, and he brought Lu Yin back to Glory Mountain before heading to the Innerverse Starfall Sea with the Heavenly Master and the others. Glory Mountain was still as shocking as ever, even if it was far from being comparable to the Mother Tree. Lu Yin suddenly wondered if the Mother Tree had once taken root in the huge Glory Mountain. It looked like it. When he arrived at Glory Mountain, the first thing he did was to settle Luoshan down. Luoshan was too easily satisfied, and all she had to do was follow Lu Yin. She had even mentioned that she wanted to stay at Mount Supreme, but how could Lu Yin agree? After settling Luoshan down, Lu Yin repeatedly reminded Lu Yifei Hua not to leave his residence. He then left for the Starlink Major World. News of Lu Yin's return hadn't been spread, but he didn't hide it either. He simply headed for the Starlink Major World. Thank you brothers for your support, I'll be updating at 3 p.m. End of chapter. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.